At this time, I'd like to call the meeting to order. Individuals wishing to address the city council will be directed to approach the podium. Please observe a previous limit from communications, and once called upon to speak, we will request that you state your name and city of residence for the record. We're going to start off with communications from the public. This portion of the agenda is intended for general public comment, only on items that have been the council jurisdiction that are not listed. Oh, I guess we forgot about public reasons from the right there. Yes. Let's see. Councilman Richmond, would you like to help us out with the pledge today before we start? Where's the flag?
Let's just pretend there's a flag.
Opening part two. Again, I'd like to call the meeting to order. Communications from the public. This portion of the agenda is intended for general public comment only on items within the council jurisdiction that are not listed elsewhere on the agenda. Please note that state law prohibits the city council from discussing or taking action on these items. Please observe a 3-minute limit for communications and call upon to speak. We request that you state your name and city of residence for the record. Are there any speakers that would like to address the council on communications from the public? Please come forward. Well, seeing no one, we'll move on. Okay, so again, welcome to our fall policy workshop. I'm very excited to see that we have a good list of things to talk about today. And as Councilmember Steiner said, at 3 o'clock.
3 o'clock, that's your goal.
Yeah, it's not
That's not the goal.
the goal, that's right. And, all right, so we're going to start off with, so you group these things into 1, 2, 3, 4 areas, 5 areas. And the first one that we're going to start off with is organization, policies, and practices. So please come to the podium if anybody would like to address the council with the items that are located on the organizational policies and practices section, including purchase policy updates and electric utility sales. Okay, being on, we'll go right to the first one. Kim Sidney, Finance Director, Yasmin Lopez, Purchasing Manager, and Scott Briggs, Purchasing Specialist, to present purchasing policy updates. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. So this morning we're here to talk about the purchasing division, and there's several items that we want to discuss with you. I'm joined by Yasmin Lopez, our new purchasing manager, who's been here all of a month. And Scott Briggs, our lead purchasing specialist. We're going to tag team a little bit on this presentation today. So, 5 different topics that we're going to discuss with you. Just a general update on the purchasing division, some material supplies and equipment procurement changes, alternative bidding threshold changes, maintenance activity RFP process, and newspaper advertising for non-public projects. And with each of these sections, as we go through them, we'll pause for discussion. Some of these items do would require an update to the municipal code and the purchasing policy if we provide us that direction to come back to you with those items. So first off is just an overall update on the purchasing process. Our current purchasing team is staffed at 100%, which is awesome. I have not been able to say that for many, many years, so super exciting. We did hire 3 new staff in April, and of course our purchasing manager in August. And so of course there's a learning curve, learning how the city of Corona does things, getting used to operations here. So there's still training. We currently have pending purchasing requests that total about 429. This is as of last week when we prepared this information. So our usual baseline is about 150 to 250, because of course there's always going to be some sort of number that's in transition. Purchasing request comes in today, it's not going to be issued tomorrow. There's vendor research that needs to be done, contracts that need to be developed, RFP processes that need to be built, things like that. So there's always kind of this baseline of requests that are in the queue. But based on our assessment, we're about 178 of the backlog, which are items that are greater than 60 days old. And primarily that's due to the new fiscal year. We get a real influx of requests that come in right at the end. As one fiscal year is ending, we get an influx of requests for the new fiscal year. And also because we're still training some of the staff, so we're not quite processing them as quickly as they will be in the future. So we do anticipate to fully eliminate that backlog by the end of December. So this is a look at some of our purchasing statistics. We have a system called P-Track. That's an in-house system that our IT department developed. And when things come in through P-Track, purchasing requests include just a straight purchase order, a notice inviting bid, requests for proposals, agreements and contracts, change orders, amendments to contracts, all sorts of things like that. Some of those are pretty straightforward and pretty easy to process, but a lot of those take more time to develop and to complete. We also had some changes over the last year that are impacting the count of items that are submitted for purchasing. We've had some reorganization of different departments, and in some cases that has increased the number of contracts, and in some cases it's decreased. For example, the utilities department that also oversaw maintenance services. If they had a shared vendor, they would submit one P-Track with 3 different account numbers for the different places that item covered. Well, now with some of those pieces being under public works, some are under community services, some are still under utilities, we get 3 different P-Tracks now for that same vendor, where we would have gotten one in the past. So in some cases, that number has actually gone up. And in other cases, it's decreased when certain things have been able to be consolidated. We also used to see groupings of purchasing requests where there'd be multiple line items in a request that really should have been submitted as 5 different requests, but got submitted as 1. So we really tried working with the staff to make sure that the data coming in is good data so that we can report out on it. We did look back at some prior purchasing presentations that were made and the data sets that were presented to council and found that some of that information we couldn't find exactly how it was calculated, so we kind of needed to start over with our data sets and help develop things going forward. So what we wanted to show you for today is where we ended each of the last 3 fiscal years. How many of the P-Track requests have we actually completed at the end of the fiscal year? So you can see at the end of fiscal year 20, we were about 89.4% completed. And in 2021, we made some good progress. We were at 95.2, and we did dip a little bit in fiscal year 22, down to 93.9. But again, like I said, with some of those vacancies and having recently filled those positions, we're confident that number will continue to improve. So one of the projects that we've been working on citywide, which we're really excited about, is a process mapping project. It looks at different functions all throughout the organization through HR, finance, utilities, various different services, and it takes a look at the entire process. So we focus primarily on the purchasing process and contracts. It involved stakeholders all throughout the organization. I think every department was invited to participate. And we talked about the as-is or the current state of affairs and where we want to be. What would a perfect situation look like for us, a perfect setup? So when we went through this process, we discussed all the staffing that's involved in each of these processes, the different steps, the documents, all the technology used, and identified each one of those sources. It also helped us to identify where we had bottlenecks and different issues that were impacting our staff time to process the requests, where there was confusion between the different departments about what they needed to submit and what we were looking for, inconsistencies where there was potential to overspend on purchase orders, how it was difficult to find certain documents, supporting documents for the purchasing requests, and different contract expirations. So with all of that information, what we're able to do is take that and work with the IT department and the consultant to develop a scope of work for a new ERP system and enterprise resource planning system, which is generally your accounting, purchasing, those types of functions, or housing, that type of a system. And we're trying to develop a scope of work on that hopefully by the end of December. So this has been purchasing has been a challenge spot for us for the last few years, and there will continue to be some challenges for us in the years ahead, but we're excited with this project and with where we are in our staffing, that we're excited we're in a good place and in a good position to move forward. And so I'll pause there to see if you have any questions on this purchasing update portion. Okay, so moving on to the material supplies and equipment procurement. So the ask of this item is that the City Council provide us some feedback and direction on some proposed changes to this material supplies and equipment procurement process. So this, we're going to use the pipeline materials as an example today, so you have something a little more concrete to understand what we're actually asking for. So historically, we've been able to get multi-year bids and lock-in pricing with different vendors. But with recent market instability, a lot of our suppliers are finding they're not willing to lock in that pricing for long term. So what we're proposing to do is at the beginning of the fiscal year, issue multiple purchase orders to multiple vendors. For example, for the pipeline materials, we would develop a minimum of 4 suppliers. We would reach out and within a 30-mile radius issue 4 POs. But then when we're actually ready to move forward with that project or that purchase of supplies, we would obtain quotes from those different vendors to find out who has the item in stock and who has the best price for that item available at that time. So we use our alternative bidding process. We have a form that the departments would use where they would fill out that information, where they've contacted those vendors, those 3 different vendors. They would provide that to purchasing along with their purchasing request following the alternative bidding process. Alternative bidding process is just also known as the informed bidding process because of the dollar threshold. So in our municipal code, we have established the bidding requirements for materials, supplies, and equipment. So you can see what some examples are when we're talking about pipeline materials. When they're providing emergency response, or they may have scheduled replacements or planned maintenance for the different facilities where they have water lines or pipelines. So this table here shows the pros and cons of making this change. The pros are that it would help to simplify the purchasing process for lower value bids and projects. It would reallocate some of our purchasing time to more complex bids and projects. It's administratively efficient as the departments know which vendors because they've already set up those POs at the beginning of the fiscal year. And this helps us to provide access to materials in a timely fashion because not only are we asking these vendors that we're going to reach out to is what the price is, but who has it available. Because obviously for an emergency situation, we may not pick the lowest price because we need it right away. And the bidders are more likely to respond to this because it's smaller scale bids that are more shorter term in nature, so they're willing to hold their pricing for us as we're doing these bids, rather than a longer term commitment. The cons are that there will be some additional responsibility on the department side of things in obtaining those quotes from those different vendors, and some additional staff time when they're inputting that information into the PTRAC system. So our recommendation on this particular item is that we approve a process change to issue those multiple purchase orders at the beginning of the fiscal year, and then we would follow the alternative bidding process for materials, supplies, and equipment. I'll pause there for some discussion and questions on that item.
Good morning. Thank you. I do have a couple of questions. I like the recommendation, but my question is, do you have a definition of what lower value is, what that threshold is? I can see if this becomes an easier process, I can see us, maybe getting to the point where, it starts to bleed into higher value things and reduces competition.
So at the moment, the value is $45,000, under $45,000. That's the threshold at the moment. In this next section, we're going to actually be asking you to increase that value. But at the moment, the value is $45,000, $10,001 to $45,000 is the current value for that group.
And the reason why this is a better process, if I'm understanding correctly, is because it actually encourages suppliers to bid, whereas in the alternative, we will get maybe no bidders or one bidder.
Correct. Correct, because they're not wanting to lock in that pricing for long term. So yes, we believe that this will give us better bidding results.
Thank you. I'm in favor of the recommendation.
No, I'm good.
Okay. I just have one quick thing. So I do a lot of federal government contracting, and they use these terminologies, little definitions for things. And I hate lowest price. I can't stand it. It doesn't, and just for all the reasons that you mentioned. So one of the things that they use in the FAR, which is 15.1, 15.101, which is lowest price technically acceptable. And there's a definition for it that provides that we can still do things on price, but we can set up some guidelines to ensure that we're getting something that's technically acceptable and that, kind of watching out for the things that we've seen already. I like this is fine, but I'd like to just kind of bleed into the next couple of presentations too. All right, thank you.
Okay, so on to the next item is the alternative bidding threshold. The alternative bidding term comes from the Public Contracting Code. So our ask on this particular item is that the council provide feedback and direction on our proposed alternative bidding threshold changes. So as I said, the alternative bidding process is also known as informal bidding. We are proposing an increase from $45,000 to $60,000, and you'll see the comparison on the next table. And this aligns with the state limits per the Public Contract Code that was formalized in January of 2019. This helps to provide an increase in this particular group to keep up with inflation. We believe it's a little more administratively efficient, and the department experts are the ones that will be obtaining the quotes similar to what we discussed in the previous section. So you can see on the left-hand side is our current process, and the right-hand side is where we're proposed to make changes. In this third group here, the $10,001 to $45,000, currently a minimum of 3 vendors must be solicited for quotes, and then that information is turned over to purchasing to complete the purchase order. We're proposing to change that to that upper limit to be $60,000, and then of course that then changes the next group below. So we're asking council to approve an increase to the $60,000 mark for the alternative bidding process, and changing the levels for obtaining these quotes. And of course, any on-site services, the departments will also still need to work with our purchasing division to make sure whatever insurances and that type of stuff is needed, because it's different if you're buying a product versus having someone come on site and perform a service. And we'll pause here for the direction on that.
Good.
Good. Okay, and at this point, then I'm going to turn it over to Scott, our new purchasing specialist, who's going to talk about the next section.
Thank you.
So for part 4, we're actually requesting that we change the maintenance activity from a low bid to an RFP process. So currently, CMC 3.860H requires bids for maintenance and general services that are not on-call services to be awarded through low bid. The municipal code currently for on-call services allows us to award a contract through an RFP process. What we're asking for is allow all maintenance and general services bids that are non-public to be awarded through an RFP process. And so some of the advantages for this would be, so we currently have maintenance service examples. We've got landscape maintenance for our LME and parks. We have our tree maintenance, janitorial services, and pest control. These are typically awarded through a low bid process. However, there are some problems with that when you have a vendor that's selected on the lowest price. So that's why we're asking to move to more of an RFP process that allows us to evaluate bids or proposals from vendors on additional criteria other than just low price. So currently, we've got the current process and versus our proposed process. So currently, the pros for our lowest price is you're awarding a bid on low price. The cons, though, are there could be some safety concerns. To give you an example, we had an airport vendor, a landscape contractor that was maintaining the airport landscape. Midway between his contract, he notified the city that he was going to terminate services. We then had to scramble to get a new contractor out there to provide those services. The safety issue would be grass is growing high, you can't see the runway lights, that's a safety issue. Some of the cons with the low bid, you get contractors will lowball a bid, and they may not have the resources available to properly perform the services at the levels that we're requesting. We don't have the flexibility to negotiate price. You can get a low quality of service. And again, when you have a poor performing contractor, it requires staff time for us to meet with the vendor to try to get them to improve and or rebid the project. You could have service disruptions, and it then requires us to fill that gap with on-call contractors to fill that temporary void. So with our proposed RFP process, we're requesting that we go with the best overall value. Some of the criteria would be price, experience, competence, strength, and stability of the firm. The pros would be that we would look at, we get stable and accredited contractors that will participate in solicitation. Contractors will be comparable against the RFP qualifications. We've got the flexibility to negotiate price that could result in cost savings. Currently with low bid, you can't do that. Low bid is low bid. You can't negotiate with them. That also provide accountability to monitor expenses against services performed. Now, some of the cons are we are going to then ask that the vendors actually prepare a proposal kind of selling their firm, their qualifications to the city so we can evaluate them. And it's possible that some contractors may not want to take the time to prepare a presentation or prepare a proposal. They're used to just providing the pricing on a spreadsheet and submitting that as their bid. So, just to follow up, we are asking that you provide direction on us allowing us to change from a notice inviting bid to more of an RFP process for maintenance and services work for non-public projects. Questions?
So, that disclaimer for non-public projects, is that because when they are public projects, they must be the NID process?
Correct.
Okay, because my question was, this sounds great, can we do it for everything? But we can't, is what you're saying.
Yeah, the 45 versus $60,000 threshold that we talked about in the last set of slides, that's the state law limit. So anything below that, even for a public works project, you could do it without a bid.
Yeah.
Anything above that on a public works project, and the public works project is defined by state law. We follow that definition.
Okay.
It has to be a bid.
So what we're doing is, this proposal essentially changes, and what we're discussing is, everywhere we can, we're moving from NID to RFP, which is fantastic. I don't think about it.
I just have one question. In the RFP and NID, does the city still have to pay prevailing wage? So
Yes.
then more than likely you'll get qualified contractors if they're paid. Okay, thank you.
This kind of the same comment. I mean, I love best value, but I want to make sure, as Councilor Castillo kind of alluded to, we want to make sure that we get new people. I know that's one of the things I've complained about before, is that we require to have a lot of experience with the city, and I realize that's a way of trying to get people to know how to do the work. And getting lowest price and people that don't understand the work has kind of got us to where we are. I get it. I just like, instead of just diving completely to the other side, where we're just going to keep going back to the folks that we know, that best overall value is and I like the list, but it's hard to tell where price is in that list. And because I want people to drive a little bit. I want people to drive and look at that number and find it to be the technically acceptable, and have price still be a factor. So how do you do that? How do you dance around that?
So, an example of some evaluation criteria, we break it up into like 5 different areas where we have qualifications of the firm, that's valued at 20 points, qualifications of experience and personnel, 20 points, completeness and timeliness of the response, 10 points, competitive cost and price, 25 points, project plan and completion, 25 points. That's an example of
Okay.
an evaluation criteria that we use.
Okay, great. All right, I'm good. Thanks.
Thank you, Scott and Kim. Again, I just want to formally introduce myself. My name is Jessica Lopez, and I'm the new purchasing manager. I'm very excited to be here. This is my first meeting. I've been here a month, so welcome to the City of Corona. I'm going to be presenting item number 5, and we are proposing a change to the municipal code for the newspaper advertising requirements for the non-public projects. And I want to reiterate the non-public projects part because this will only apply to non-public projects. And I will explain the difference between the public and the non-public projects on my next slides. So again, we are asking that the City Council provide feedback and direction on the proposal to remove advertising in the local newspaper for non-public projects. To better explain a little bit of the difference between a public project and a non-public project, starting with the visual example here, this is the grade separation and pavement rehabilitation project, and this is a great example of a public project. And I will provide the actual definition on the next slide. If we go to the next slide. There we go. So the actual formal definition for a public project is construction, reconstruction, erection, alteration, renovation, improvement, demolition, and repair work involving any publicly owned, leased, or operated facility. It also applies to painting or repainting of any publicly owned, leased, or operated facility. And just keep in mind when we say painting, it's more like large-scale painting. If we're at City Hall and we're painting a whole floor, or we're painting the entire building, that would be considered a public project. If it's more like retouching or maybe just repainting of an office, then it would be considered non-public. In the case of utility systems, public project includes only the construction, reconstruction, erection, alteration, improvement or repair of dams, reservoirs, power plants, and electrical transmission lines of 230,000 volts and higher. And I'm going to explain the non-public project. And again, that what we are saying for the newspaper requirement that only applies to non-public projects. And this is an example here of just cutting the grass, like shown in the picture. This is more of a routine facility maintenance, which would be considered a non-public project. And again, for the formal definition for the non-public project, it applies to routine, recurring, and usual work for the preservation or protection of any publicly owned building for its intended purpose, for minor repainting, like I mentioned before, for janitorial services, pest control, resurfacing of streets, highways less than 1 inch, landscape maintenance including mowing, watering, trimming, pruning, planting, replacement of plants, and servicing irrigation and sprinkler systems. So now that we actually explained a little bit of the difference between the public project and the non-public project, we can take a look at the requirement that we're asking to remove the newspaper advertising for the non-public projects and how this impacts on purchasing and what benefits does it actually bring. So here are some pros and cons. So it definitely will bring some cost savings to the city. Right now we are averaging about $400 to $500 for advertising for the non-public projects advertisements. So we're estimating an average of $18,000
expedite the advertising of projects. Currently, the publication is once per week on Fridays, and we do have to notify the newspaper 2 days prior in advance of the publication. It will definitely expedite the award of projects, and it definitely saves processing time for purchasing, which we are very excited about this one because we strongly feel that it will save time and we could allocate, that time to other projects that are a little bit more complex. So purchasing is really excited about that one. And for the cons, definitely the only thing we could find is that advertisement is not going to be available in the newspaper. And that's the only cons that we're determined.
I just have one question.
Yes.
Welcome to the team, by the
Thank
way.
you.
We're excited to have you. Do we know how many, if any, contractors come to bid on a project because they saw the advertisement in the newspaper?
Well, you guys can chime in, but as far as we know, it's very hard to determine because everything that we do is advertised on Planet Bids, and everything is electronically. So as far as we know, nobody really comes to us and says, "We saw this on the newspaper."
Okay, so then it's not going to be a missed thing. All in favor of the recommendation? Thank you.
And again, we are pausing here to get feedback from the city council.
Real quick.
Yes.
I think that the reason that we don't get any hits in the newspaper is because nobody reads the Sentinel. And I also don't believe it's an online newspaper. So it seems like a total waste of time to advertise in that rag.
Yes.
Right.
And it does require a lot of time from the staff to put that together.
I'm not going to call it names, but
I call it little newspapers, right? Old school something.
yeah, I was going to ask Councilor Richards, how many bids have you bid on the newspaper? From the newspaper?
None. I think
Yeah, as long as it's legal.
it's just an old school law.
Yeah.
And I believe Scott did confirm with Engel that that was.
It is legal.
Okay. That's all I have. For the items that we wanted to ask council feedback for. The only last slide here that we have, we just wanted to touch base on a couple of our next steps here for purchasing. Based on today's discussion and direction, we are going to return to City Council as needed to approve municipal code and purchasing policy updates. We will continue to work on process improvements, tracking benchmarks and data, and we will update the City Council periodically on progress. And I just want to add that I'm very excited again, and we're looking to definitely make some changes and streamline some processes, and I'm very thrilled to be part of it. That's all I have.
Thank you. I just want to call out these examples that you provide after. That's really helpful.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yes. There's a couple of
It's a good thing.
examples.
Appreciate it.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, so next up is Tom Beatty, Director of Utilities, to present on utility, utilities. Hey, Tom.
Morning, Mayor and Council. Everybody's doing well today. As we discussed, we'll be here today talking, getting further direction on the sale of the electric utility, kind of and what we want to do and how we want to move this forward. I came across this quote from George Carlin, and I thought it was really, I like it. It's electricity is just organized lighting. So trying to put that into a system and manage it can sometimes be the challenge I think that the utility faces. As I mentioned earlier, our ask is going to be, we're looking to get that further investigation. We've been here a couple of times, and it's been through some of our trials that we've been here, and the question was raised about whether or not we want to stay within that electric utility sphere, or if we want to move out from that and turn it over. And so we come back a couple of times, and just to do a quick recap, the city provides both what's referred to as direct access, meaning that we use other people's infrastructure to deliver energy that we purchase. And we also have what's called a Greenfield, which is where we have the energy delivered to us, and then we have electrical lines, transformers, and other things out there in the system that we would manage. The prior direction in 2020, when we first brought this, was to investigate. And then following that up in 2021, there were a few questions and key questions that we're going to go over a little bit today that we've been able to get the answers to. Since we have started this process, we had some major outage issues starting in about 2017, and the property line extension was completed in 2021. And since then, the number of outages, not only due to that property line extension providing us a redundant feed into the area, but also Edison's work on hardening their system for wildfire mitigation and repairing and doing some of the maintenance on the 33 kV system has helped tremendously. We talked a little bit last time about the methodology of selling the utility, that would require an ordinance resolution, election, and then we would have a bid and sale. And there's some challenges with that. A bid and sale, we would have to take the highest bidder, in this case, the best offer for the residents. And so that would leave us, at this point in time, with an unknown buyer and an unknown bidder. And we do believe that there are a few people out there, the Southern California Edison would be likely interested, they've expressed interest. City of Riverside could potentially be of interest. Calpine could potentially be of interest. There's other operators that like this niche market that would probably help support or want to come in and try it. And then statewide, there's renewables that are something that we talked a little bit about. There's a statewide renewable. It doesn't always necessarily immediately impact a publicly owned utility like ours, but they are looking at 100% zero carbon by 2045. That's a lofty goal. It's a statewide, and that's talking about all the energy coming into the state. So, pretty big goals from a renewable standpoint. So, a couple of key questions that were brought up on the 2021 presentation is, what are our rates compared to other agencies? What impact will solar have on the facilities, on the utility? What projects do we have planned from a capital perspective? Can we pre-qualify bidders, and ultimately, what is the utility worth if we go to sell it? So, taking these in order, so when we compared 20 residential accounts against Southern California Edison and against Riverside Public Utilities, Corona was lower in the majority of those accounts. We weren't lower in every aspect, but our rates and our bills that we could factor in were lower. Given that, when we looked at that analysis, what we did is we took our bill with the known kilowatt usage and our rates, which we billed them based off of, and then we got the information for Southern California Edison and Riverside Public Utilities from the website. We tried to factor in all those same categories that we could find that are applicable to a residential bill, and then we applied that. So in our case, Corona was lower in the majority of those bills. And we looked at both the summer and winter billing rates for those. From a solar aspect, the public, or the CPUC, basically says that a utility agency does not have to provide more than 5% of the amount that it sells in energy based for solar. So once the solar aspect, once solar generation reaches that 5% mark, you don't necessarily have to go and start approving applications beyond that. But really, Corona as a utility is at 1.75% when we look at that 5% number. That rule and regulation does not always apply to POUs. It's changing. So there's the potential that would apply, but right now we would approve almost every solar application that came in. So from our aspect, we could potentially see some impact to solar. Once we get to a certain point, and I'm sure once a lot of the smaller POUs get to a certain point, they're going to go back and try to get this rule changed. So in this case, we're putting it out there that we would stop approving solar applications once we hit that 5% mark. Currently, we're at 1.75%.
Tom, real quick, I'm a little confused by that. I mean, aren't we encouraging people to go solar?
We are, but the thing about solar, and this is the challenge that we're up against, so we're encouraging people to go solar when we're looking at it. From a small POU perspective, when you have so much solar generation, I still have to have everything on the back end once the solar stops generating at about 4 o'clock. So from 4 o'clock on, solar generation declines rapidly, and we have to bring the industry energy back in rather quickly. And so you're trying to find that balance between what you can allow and not impact your system entirely. And if everybody's running on solar, then I'm providing energy and transformers and everything at zero benefit or zero cost to the utility.
But if we didn't operate the utility, then we could care less, right? Because that's not our problem anymore.
Right. If we weren't managing a utility, an electric utility, then that would be I don't know what I did.
Just a quick thing on that. I mean, one of the issues of Southern California Edison and all the utilities in California have been constantly going back to the CPUC to increase rates because of people are producing energy on solar. But what that does is that penalizes folks that can't afford to pay for solar. So there's been a push at the CPUC level to edge up rates during the daytime or during the nighttime to try and people that are actually getting a break on solar, not paying anything. As you think about it, if my solar system, if it's functioning perfectly and I'm having issues, I can run my air conditioning all day long. It's going to cost me $20. But Southern California Edison still has to pay for that wire to be at my house, to be maintained, to serve me at night. And maybe they get $10 or well, the ratepayers that don't have solar, can't afford to have solar, they're paying for their maintenance. So there's going to be a change here pretty soon where there's going to be some surcharges for people that have solar. And one of the catches is to when you get to 5%, so it doesn't impact people that can't afford it. So there's that invisible line there somewhere where yes, we'll do more solar, but you still have to pay for it. It's like the idea of on water. If we cut water, it takes us the same amount of money to dispense as a little more amount of water, but it still costs the same.
And similar to what Councilmember Speaker or Mayor Speaker was saying is I believe there's probably going to be some flat fee that's going to be charged at some point for all electric customers as a service fee because it is that challenge. If you're not providing it, but you need it at some point, and I have to provide it to you, we're going to go there to the challenge. So capital investments, capital projects was one of the other questions, and then every year we bring the capital budget forward to council for approval during the budgeting process. Capital projects for the electric utility are really for us reinvestments. So all we're doing is we're looking at the transformers, we're looking at the pedestals, we're looking at the wires, we're basically getting the useful life out of them, and then we're putting in capital improvement projects to replace them. Or if we're seeing something that needs to be reliable and redundant, we'll be adding that. So capital projects are really, for us, a reinvestment in the system through proper maintenance programs. And that will be a kind of an ongoing process as we continue to move forward with the utility. So one of the other questions was pre-qualification. Can we pre-qualify, if we were looking at bidders, can we pre-qualify bidders? And the thought process is we didn't see anything that prevented or precluded us from pre-qualifying, but we would want to probably establish that through a solid process to ensure that if anybody questioned that, we had a step in a process and it looked and was fair and equitable. So our thoughts on this is that if we were to do this, we would be setting up an evaluation committee. We would want people from an industry perspective that could gauge the quality and effort provided by a new bidder. We would set minimum qualifications to evaluate each of those potential bidders. We would provide notice to all potential bidders, and then we would review those applications, pre-qualify them, and then when we got to that bidding stage within that process, we would want to then reach out and make sure that they were included in that process. The other question was really how much was the financials worth? What is the worth of the utility if we were to sell it? And so we hired a third-party company to come in and help us with this. We wanted to get an evaluation outside so that we could take a look. And we started back with the June 30, 2021 financial statement as our basis. That can be found on the ACFR in pages 42 and 43 of fiscal year 2021. And really, that's just a standpoint, right? It's just a starting point. Dollars are going to be fluctuating plus and minus all the time. And so we had to just pick that date and time, and that was our basis. We looked at the Greenfield assets. We looked at the direct access assets, which are the customers and the contracts. And then we wanted to look at the impacts to the current financial position as we were working through that process. So the Greenfield assets, we looked at 3 valuation methods, and those valuation methods were original cost less depreciation. We looked at the reconstruction cost new less depreciation, and we looked at the market costs for things that have sold that are similar in nature, according to what we're looking at. So as we looked through that, direct access is a little bit different because really that's just the contracts for power, and then where the customers would just fall back to the other energy service providers in their general area. So all the direct access customers in this case would fall back to Edison. That would be about 950 of our customers. And then impacts to the current financial position. The bundled retail customers, we would have to release the DA accounts, and we're talking about dismantling the entire electric division for this dollars that we're going to be speaking about. So, fair market value of the assets, the original cost less depreciation method yielded about $5.7 million. The reconstruction cost new less depreciation yielded about $8.4 million. And then the market cost analysis based on the average premium over the OCLD is about, it comes in at a couple of different percentages, 19%, 27%, and 36%. And so we're kind of seeing this average, if we're looking at it, of about $7 million. So we averaged the assets of the Greenfield at about $7 million. Direct access customers, obviously, as I mentioned, the current customers will drop back to the local provider, which in our case is SCE. We do not have an exit fee, but Southern California Edison would probably charge them to come back, and that may be something that they would want to negotiate that we pay. Because what happens is when you buy long-term energy for somebody, and that's really what Southern California Edison is doing, is they're buying long-term energy based on a number of customers. Now, when you all of a sudden get 1,000 new customers that you haven't bought energy for, you have to go out and pay market energy for that. So they're going to want to get market price for that energy. So they're either going to charge the customer or they're going to charge us.
Tom, can you say that again? That if they suddenly get more customers that provide, the reason why I'm confused is because they provide us the energy for those customers. So they're already providing that energy.
We provide the energy for these customers. They deliver the energy for these customers. So direct access customers are, I buy the energy for your home, but to get it from Hoover Dam to your home, I use CAISO and Southern California's infrastructure. And then we deliver it directly to your meter. So Southern California Edison, in this case, is not buying your energy. They're just delivering the energy that I brought into the market.
So that's kind of like the pipeline that brings oil. We're paying a fee to use the pipeline.
Correct. Correct. Our current power purchase agreements related to the direct access customers, we have an obligation to assign. So currently when we're buying energy, we have solar contracts, we're working currently on wind contracts. We would have to take those and reassign those to other parties that are part of that agreement, and or that we could resell our portion of that energy that we're buying to other parties. So we'll look for that. But the opportunity to sale is kind of limited because the way the agreements are structured, we're party to that agreement, and the energy, if we're not taking it as part of that agreement, it would either go to other customers that are on that agreement, or it would go back to the provider and they could resell it at their effort.
So as for those PPAs, we have agreements to purchase them at a rate that we locked in at some point. I'm assuming it's going to be lower.
Correct.
So then if we were to exit and someone else, they could either resell or we could assign it to whoever the purchaser would be.
Yes.
Do we know what the value of those PPAs are over time?
So, for example, on one of the solar contracts, we're paying about $63 a megawatt for that solar contract, and we have 2 megawatts coming from the Astoria solar field. So, when you're looking at today's market, when you're looking at market energy, you get anywhere from $40 a megawatt to $253 a megawatt, depending on what's going on. So that value of that contract can swing significantly. Sometimes we're a little bit under market price. Sometimes we're significantly sometimes we're significantly under market price. Sometimes we're a little bit over market price, depending on where the market is and how much energy is coming into the grid. So the value of a contract like that sure, if you're selling it at the right time, which we would try to do, we would be looking at selling that at $63 or better per megawatt. But sometimes you can build solar plants right now. Some of the solar projects are coming in at $32 a megawatt. So somebody's going to look at our $63 a megawatt plant, and it was $63 was a great price when we bought it, 15 years ago. But it's not the best price today. So it depends on the market and where that's at and what that solar project's going to generate.
Okay, great, thank you.
And then for the direct access customers, obviously, if we're looking at getting out of those PPAs and we're looking at there's going to be transaction costs to close out those agreements. So, recap, the Greenfield assets range between 5.7 and 8.4 million. Actual market value may differ at the time of sale. For the comparison value, we used 7 million. Direct access, the other parties in those PPAs that we're a part of have right of first refusal, or we would have to assign it to them, so the net value is likely 0. We're not paying for anything up front, we're paying as the energy comes in. So those costs would be transferred. There are going to be transaction costs to close that. If we decided to keep those power purchase agreements and resell the power, there's risk associated with that. We could be buying something that we can't resell. And then we would have to time that, time getting out of those contracts with getting out of our customer contracts so that we're not buying energy that our customers aren't using and it's just floating in the market. Or vice versa, our customers are using it and we're having to buy market power, which could be costly. So adding all this up into numbers, the utility value ranges from about $19.2 million to $26.8 million. And some of that really gets into this restricted fund category. There's not a lot of information, there's not a lot of sales going on in this market. And so since the last sale, which was the city of Hercules, this restricted funds category, we would have to do a little bit more research to really find out exactly if that goes with the utility or if it stays with us as it was collected from the agreement. So there's just a few questions there that we would have to work through on the details of the sale. So a few key considerations is Corona's rates are based on service, not profit. We're not a profit-driven center like an outside POU would be. So the money we collect pays for our staffing and it pays for the replacement of the infrastructure that we have in place and for the energy that we require. So we maintain a fund balance, but our goal is service-driven, not profit-driven. Our outage responses will be based on the new owner. There's an unknown purchaser point to take into consideration. We will go through and require an election on this and follow that outline. And this will impact multiple city accounts that are DA. A lot of our 950 DA accounts are city accounts, parks and other areas that we provide energy to. So that will have an impact as those rates may change. So we visited this a couple of times. We were doing it during a tough era when maintenance and things were on the Edison side were being challenged. We've kind of gotten through those hurdles. And from a department perspective, I think maybe it's a point where we could take a knee and if needed, revisit it in the future.
I don't know where the mayor wants to go. Yeah. All right, I'll jump right in. Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Lee. It's interesting because what I've discovered through this whole process is just how complicated this is, and how difficult it would be to unravel all of the different layers. I don't love the idea that. One, I don't like the idea of privatizing public goods in general. But if we're not doing the job well, then I'm willing to explore it, which is why when we first started discussing this, I was in favor of us getting out of the business because we weren't doing the business well. With the improvement of the porphyry line and the fact that we've been able to get folks back up quicker and those things are resolving, I mean, it is a massive improvement. I still wonder where we could do better in service with the complication that we don't have all the tools at our disposal to guarantee great service to the customer, because it is this complicated kind of half in, half out. We rely on somebody else's network. So seeing as it's really complicated to get out of this, and there's so many uncertainties that my risk aversion says, yes, don't pursue it further. Seeing as I'm in favor of the recommendation, but I'm not satisfied with the services being provided to customers. Like, what are our thoughts to improve this in the future for these customers? Like, how can we make things better, seeing that our hands are tied in different ways?
So, great points and great questions. The complication of getting out of the utility is very procedural, and it would take us some time, probably in probably a 3 to 5 year time frame. So it is very procedural in that case. This discussion, the outcome of this discussion, does not change the effort that we're continuing to make with our customer base and with our partner, Southern California Edison, in providing better service. The porphyry line installation was great. The Southern California Edison is continually upgrading other areas that run along our service boundaries. So all of the circuits that Southern California Edison is continuing to upgrade are beneficial to us, right? So one outage somewhere is not going to affect us here. Over this last year, if we look back over this last year, we've had 15 outages in the crossings of Los Lagos, Corona Point, and Corona service area. 1,500 minutes, so less than one day, 1,500 minutes were planned outages of us doing good routine proper maintenance work programmed at times that were least impactful to our customers. 53 of those minutes were unplanned outages. So we've taken that number down significantly, and planned versus unplanned is becoming tighter. And that effort will continue regardless of, if we continue in this business, we're going to continue to drive that number down to where we have only planned outages. And I say that with a grain of salt because you can never say we're not going to have an outage on an electrical system. But that's our goal and objective. And I also know that relationship with Southern California Edison is much stronger. We still meet, we still talk about this. But yeah, equipment will fail and we will have some challenges.
Yeah, and that's just the nature of, what is it, controlled lightning? Or organized lightning. So I hear you, and again, I'm in favor of this recommendation simply because, of the complication and the level of uncertainty, and it seems like once we start this process, we won't be able to stop the process, and so if we don't like the conclusion, we're not necessarily helping our residents. If, for instance, Riverside, I'm not trying to bash our neighboring city, but they're having some real legal issues with the way that they're handling those monies. Don't necessarily want our residents involved in that. So, if I can't guarantee a better outcome, I don't necessarily want to put the people of Corona through a 5-year process that's going to be worse. But I do wonder, and I want us to continue the conversation of improvement, because even those planned outages, like, there are more planned maintenance work being done in that area than there is in other areas. Like, I can't remember the last planned outage in my neighborhood, right? And that impacts our residents' quality of life. So, anyway, those are my 2 cents. I'm in favor of the recommendation. Thank you.
I'm in favor of the recommendation too. I like the comment that's just taking me from back to high school. And then I think for me personally, I have some fears of Riverside actually buying our utility, and I think they would want to buy our utility. And they make a profit off it, and then they fund their city with it. So I don't think Corona citizens need to fund Riverside's city. And the other part is, I have one comment and one question. The comment is that those Lagos and the crossings in the past has had a lot of problems, but I think we're to the point now to where the citizens can feel, and we can start to say, hey, we have faith in the system now, it's in a good place, and the days of bad electricity have come and gone. And you guys fixed it, and credit should be given. My question is my electrical rate from Edison has tripled in the last few months, and I think everybody's seen it. Have you guys had to triple your prices or double your prices, or how do I get Corona power?
We have not. So our rate has remained fairly. Our rate has remained the same since the utility was invested in. One of the things that we are going to be doing in the next year is going to be doing a rate study. We're going to need to do that. As energy prices and delivery prices and things like that are constantly changing. For example, as I mentioned, the market is swinging from, sometimes it's upwards of $253 a megawatt. And that really does have an impact when you're talking about a price of, that's almost 25 cents a kilowatt just to buy the energy. That's not even the delivery charges associated with it. So we are going to have to look at that and evaluate that. We're looking and we're making some changes on the revenue and expense side so that we can better clarify that with our direct access and Greenfield.
So then, really, with Edison just going nuts, it's better to leave the utility in Corona's hands, and the residents or whoever uses it will have better power rates. That's where I'm at.
Well, 2 years ago, I would have gladly done this about as quick as possible. But having calmed down a little bit and learned a little bit more, I do like the fact that we can control our own rates. Like you mentioned, there's been a ton of preventive maintenance on that line by both us and ESSA. And mean, that's huge, and as a result, we haven't really had any problems. So, I mean, good job. The other thing that does bother me though too is not knowing where this would land. You know, I feel that you are battle tested, probably more than anybody in this room, and I have faith in you. And I think we're doing much better, so I agree that we can hold off for now.
Thanks, Tom. We've come, a long way. I think from a point where I think that we weren't even able to be in the room very long with Edison. Now that I understand that we have probably the best relationship that we've had from them since the founding of the utility. The improvements have worked. In fact, I think we actually had our first switching a little while ago where it actually worked exactly as designed, that there was an outage on one line and we waited about 4 minutes for there to be a switch to the other line, and people didn't even notice. And they noticed, of course, because it went out, but they were super happy when it came back on and it worked. So I think I sent you a bunch of text messages. Everybody else how happy I was that it actually worked. And I think that, looking at we haven't had a rate change in a very long time, and it shows that we're, and again, I know that we'll have to do a rate study, but the one thing I look at is how healthy our reserves look, and that we're continuing to invest in, and I know that our maintenance schedule is different than Southern California Edison's and SDG&Es and PG&Es, and they're all my clients, and I can tell you that they all work on they run to fail model. And they do that because they have redundant systems. They have lines, and the reason why efficacy issues never had a maintenance outage because it hasn't failed right in front of your house because they have other ways to funnel power. And unfortunately, the way that we have that funnel down to 15, Edison doesn't have a lot of other assets in that area. It's tough to have redundant systems. But they're coming. They're working on it too. They have a couple of substations they've been fighting since 2008 to get put in. There's a couple of other lines I think that help provide some additional redundancy. So, but as Councilor Steiner said, the biggest risk to me is the unknown purchaser. I don't know if it would be Riverside, and we're in this really weird time of electrical power that it kind of reminds me of what you saw back in the early 1900s when there was 100 or 200 different car manufacturers. I went to a renewable energy conference last week where there was over, I think it was 30,000 people had come, 6,000 different providers of utility scale everything. And there'd be people that would have a venture capital money to spend to purchase a utility. And I don't want to be someone's experiment, not our customers and our residents if we can help it. So yeah, I'm in favor of the recommendation.
Mary, thank you, Council, for the direction. Wrapping this up, we are a little bit ahead of schedule, so we can either take a break now or we can jump into the next presentation, which will probably keep us on track for a 10 o'clock break.
Sure.
Yeah, keep going.
Proceed. Very good. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to go right into standard ordinances. Please come to the podium if anyone would like to address the city council on items within the standard ordinance section, which includes street vendor ordinance or field maintenance standards. Seeing no one. So we will go right to Joanne Coletta, Planning and Development Director, Rachel Baca, Code Compliance Officer, Justin Tucker, Assistant City Manager, and the street vendor ordinance.
Thank you and good morning. We do have an ask for the council this morning, and we're back here once again to talk about street vendors. This is an ongoing topic for us, but really what we want to get today from the city council is should staff be preparing a draft ordinance to bring back to you with some objective development standards in accordance with state law, which is SB 946. What we're going to do today is I'm just going to give you a quick overview on this topic of what we're going to be covering, and then we want to discuss that with you and really get some feedback. Just real quickly, we're going to go over what is SB 946. We've done this previously, so we just want to make sure that we can reiterate what this law is. talk about the prior discussion that we've also had with the council in the past regarding this. We'll also give you briefly what our current ordinance regulates with respect to sidewalk vendors, which is under our peddler ordinance. And then we also want to describe to you what we currently can and cannot do when it comes to sidewalk vending enforcement. We also are going to give you an overview of what we've experienced in other cities. There was some extensive research done in other jurisdictions, so we'll give you a high-level overview of what some of the requirements are, as well as talk about the pros and the cons. And then what some of the typical objective standards are when it comes to enforcing sidewalk vendors. We'll go over those as well. And then some options for the city council to consider. And I do want to say, first of all, this is going to be a shared presentation. I did not mention that, so it'll be with myself as well as co-compliance supervisor Rachel, and with Justin Tucker up in the with the city manager's office. So this law went into effect in 2019. And it really talked about what jurisdictions can do when it comes to regulating sidewalk vendors. We can regulate sidewalk vendors, however, we do need to be regulating them in accordance with some objective standards, so they're really not arbitrary in general. And then really, if there is a vendor that is out there operating in violation of the law, the most that the city can do is really issue an administrative citation fine to the vendor. This is what the law describes with respect to what a sidewalk vendor is. It's basically anybody that is going to sell merchandise in a non-motorized vehicle. So it could be a cart, it could be someone that just comes up and sets up a stand or a table, or even a tent, or even having a rack. So as long as it's non-motorized and it meets this criteria within the state definition, that is what a sidewalk vendor falls into. So we were back before the council in October of last year. We were at the committee of the whole. At that time, staff was seeking whether or not it should be doing an update to its current ordinance just to bring it up to date and also make it a little bit clearer for staff when it comes down to enforcement. At that time, we did provide the council with 2 examples from the city of Riverside and the county of Riverside on what their current provisions are when it comes to sidewalk vending. And we chose those 2 because they were our neighboring cities. So we thought it was a good example to provide to you. And at that meeting, we discussed some of the objective development standards. And it talked about, do we require a business license? Does it require a permit? And then are there any distances? Are there distances to other vendors, maybe to a freeway on-ramp, to certain street corners? Are there distance to schools and distance to building entrances? So we did talk about all of that, and clearly the law says that we can actually create objective development standards with that in regard. So we were showing you what was currently being enacted in other jurisdictions. The direction that we got back from the committee did ask staff to, number 1, go back and research other jurisdictions. Just only having 2 jurisdictions wasn't enough. So we did go and do that, and there will be an overview of the other cities that were studied. We were asked to do some outreach with the sidewalk vendor community, and at the time we did have members of the public that were also at the committee of the whole, and we were asked to do some outreach to them. So what we've done since the committee of the whole, staff did research 25 other jurisdictions, and there will be an overview of that later in this presentation. Staff did contact County of Environmental Health to see if there was any list on sidewalk vendors, and no list was available. And then staff also contacted the Chamber of Commerce 3 times to meet on these regulations, and we received no response from them on wanting to have a discussion with us. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn over to Rachel at this time, and she's just going to go over you some of the requirements with respect to what we currently enforce under the state laws.
Good morning, everyone. I'm a little nervous. It's my first time, so bear with me. Okay, I'm just going to go over some of the ways that our municipal code, chapter 5.34, is compliant with SB 946 and ways they're not compliant. The ways we are compliant is we require a permit for a peddler or solicitor. We also require a business license. We require a permit fee, which is $190, and it's good for 1 year. We're compliant by not allowing them in areas of the special event or within 100 yards of a parade route. We're compliant by not allowing them to approach people traveling in a vehicle on public right-of-way because we want to ensure the flow of traffic. We're compliant by not allowing them to sell from a motorized motorized vehicle to a person within the public right of way, because we want the pedestrians, to be safe when they're walking on the sidewalk. And we're currently compliant by the regulations on use of sound making devices. Some of the ways we're not compliant with SB 946 is our definition of peddler does not match the state definition of sidewalk vendor. We currently are not compliant because we require a social security number for a permit. We do limit the hours of operation to 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. and 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. during daylight savings time. We're not compliant by, I'm sorry, if a vendor is in violation of the municipal code, it's deemed a misdemeanor unless the violation is reduced to infraction. And we're not complying because it does not identify restrictions related to time, place, and manner.
You're doing great. We're all good. This is all, there's a lot of information here. Remember that we've all had a little bit of time with it, so.
Yeah, I mean, I'm an expert at this, but not this.
You're doing great. You're doing great.
Some of the ways the city is more restrictive is we do require a criminal background check that's conducted by the police department along with a live scan. And the permit can be denied if the background check confirms crimes listed in the city code, which is felonies involving murder, manslaughter, fraud, burglary, stuff like that. Okay, the city cannot limit a sidewalk vendor to specific parts of the public right of way, except when it's restricted directly related to health, safety, and welfare. The city cannot limit the hours of operation for sidewalk vending to be more restrictive than other businesses or uses on that same street in non-residential areas. The city cannot require consent or approval of any non-governmental entity or individual before he or she can sell food or merchandise. The city cannot restrict sidewalk vendors to only a designated neighborhood or area, except when it relates to health, safety, and welfare. The city cannot prohibit roaming sidewalk vendors, including residential areas. The city cannot limit the number of sidewalk vendors except when it relates to health, safety, and welfare. The city cannot prohibit a sidewalk vendor from selling food or merchandise in the park. Except in cases where the local authority has signed an agreement for concessions that exclusively permits the sale of food or merchandise. The city cannot impose criminal penalties such as misdemeanors or infractions. And the city cannot cite or fine a sidewalk vendor for violation of any rule or regulation that is inconsistent with SB 946.
I'm going to give you a little breathing room right there. So if I'm understanding this correctly, on the slide prior, our current code is actually not in compliance with state standards. And so slide 8 and 9 are essentially connected, right? So 8 is us, 9 is the state. And 9 is the things that yeah, that's correct. Okay. And then in slide 7, where we said completed items from committee of the whole. So we reached out to the chamber and did not get their response, even though they were very active at that committee meeting. Are you going to share, do we have an opportunity to outreach to the vendor community? Do we have responses from them?
So that is what we tried to do. There really is not a set list. So Rachel has a relationship with the County of Environmental Health.
Yeah.
So she did reach out to their supervisor. They have helped us in the past with illegal enforcement. And they did not have a list as well. So it's kind of, and we have only issued 6 vendor permits in our city. So we have a very limited base as well to work off. So there's not a robust list to work off of. So the outreach was just limited to non-existent.
And you just mentioned you issued 6 vendor permits. Do we know how many infractions you've issued? Do you know that number?
Do you know how many issues?
No.
We do. We have a couple that the code, we now have 7 days of coverage. So when they're out there on the weekend, which seems to be our highest level of activity, they are issuing citations to the ones that do not have a permit. So I can tell you we are active in that regard, but we would have to go back and do the research to give you an actual count. But it is an active enforcement.
All right. Okay. I have more questions, but that's enough of a breather.
Thank you. I needed to. Okay, just to continue, a local agency may adopt a sidewalk vending requirement in a park owned by a local agency regulating the time, place, and manner. The requirement shall be based on the health, safety, and welfare concerns. The
They should be based on ensuring that the public's use and enjoyment of the natural resources and recreational opportunities. And they should be based on preventing undue concentration in commercial activity that reasonably interferes with the scenic and natural character of the park. A local agency may also prohibit sidewalk vending in the immediate vicinity of a permitted farmers market or swap meet during the hours of operation. A local agency may prohibit sidewalk vending in the immediate vicinity of an area issued with a special event permit or temporary special use permit. They may also adopt an ordinance or resolution for sidewalk vending requiring time, place, and manner. And they must be directly related to health, safety, and welfare.
Good luck, doctor.
So, given the direction of the council, we went and really wanted to make sure that we got a good sense of what was going on in the other jurisdictions. So we looked at these 25 jurisdictions. You can see they're from surrounding communities, but also from other experience, we looked at a broad range. So just a basic summary of all these ordinances, that they almost all require the permit and the business license, so that they're separate, two separate permitted actions. They almost all require some version of liability insurance. There are some restrictions on where they can be in residential areas certain time periods. They almost always have some distance requirements, whether that be to a curb or an intersection or a fire hydrant or another vendor. We'll cover some of those. And then they almost all require some form of a trash receptacle, so that it doesn't pose a burden on the community. So starting with just the permit fees, our current permit, our solicitor and peddler permit is $190. The average based on the other jurisdictions is $150, but the highest cost is $471. And interestingly, the different jurisdictions issue permits either based on the company or on the individual, and that's not consistent. So it's possible that vendors there could be one company, and each vendor would have to acquire their own permit. So when we look at these costs, it's not a linear cost. It's not exactly the same. 20 of the other jurisdictions also require a business license. By do not. We also require a business license, and those are the fees there. Those range widely from $25 to $280 for the business license, and the vending permits range from $12 to $471. So a big range in prices across the 25 jurisdictions. We require a health permit from the County Department of Environmental Health for food. 22 of the other as well require that. And some require that they're posted on the carts, and require that they're carried. We'll talk about that in a second. We currently do not require liability insurance, but the vast majority of them do as well. The other jurisdictions do, and those insurance ranges between $500,000 and $1 million. Some other codes are less specific about how the limit of that liability insurance.
Dr. real quick, because we're on applying duties. The health permit from the County Department of Environmental Health, does that cost anything?
It does.
How much?
I have not.
Okay.
Good answer.
And they go with that.
That's their responsibility, right?
Okay.
And they do all the health inspection.
I'm just trying to, add in my brain what the impact is for the person. So, on slide 14, the business license and the permit fees, how long are these good for?
Annual.
One year. Thank you.
Other questions? So, about half of the other jurisdictions require that the permit be displayed on the card or whatever it is. We require that they carry the permit, but they don't display the permit. Just to speak off the cuff really quickly, when the permit is displayed, code compliance has an easier way of determining whether or not they're in compliance, but also the public can see if those people are permitted or not permitted. And I'm sure that Rachel can tell you stories about the complaints come from both sides. And we heard this when we looked through all of the other jurisdictions that we looked at, that residents complain that code compliance is too tough on the vendor, and code compliance receiving complaints that the cities are not tough enough on the vendor. So having that permit displayed is one way to mitigate that problem in about half of them. require that permits be displayed. And then we do not currently require that a trash receptacle is provided by the vendor, but 22 out of 25 do require that. Other versions of that, in the same sentiment, is that some jurisdictions require that the vendor be completely self-sufficient, that they don't draw electricity or use restroom facilities of neighborhood businesses as well. So there's another variation on something similar there. We currently require that they be 100 yards from a special permitted event. 22 of the 25 also require that. Those distances vary widely from 100 to 1,000 feet. Also, to prevent clustering, some of these ordinances require that they are separate from other vendors. We currently do not require that, but 15 of the 25 do. And those distances could be 3 feet to 250 feet. So a wide range as well. Most of these ordinances require clearance from the vendor to be able to walk along the sidewalk. For other things, we require 4 feet. 20 of the others as well, between 3 and 6 feet. This is mostly to prevent circulation problems with people. We currently do not require that they be a certain distance from building entrances, but 18 of the 25 do, and they could be between 10 and 25 feet. Some jurisdictions require that they don't block the entrance, but that's a general principle there. 16 to over half of the 25 require that vendors be a certain distance away from schools. We require 300 feet at present. These vary once again between 100 and 1,000 feet. Some, like one of the jurisdictions, said 1 block. Generally, trying to identify where these vendors can and cannot be objectively. Then we currently don't require them to be a certain distance away from a fire hydrant, but 19 to 25 do. And those distances can be 5 feet to 50 feet. So wide range of options with how we determine where these vendors can be located using objective measures. 21 out of the 25 have some time restriction in residential areas. Once again, we have 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. There's no vending in residential areas, but the majority of them do restrict in the residential areas, most often between something around like dusk or 9 p.m. until dawn, or 7 a.m., 9 a.m. in the morning. So the vending is prohibited. And then we'll have Rachel talk about the administrative penalties.
Okay, administrative citations are allowed to be issued in the following amounts for violating requirements in the ordinance. Violations associated with a vendor that does have a permit, the first violation is 100, the second is 200, and the third is 500, and anything after the third violation is an additional $500. Violations associated with a vendor without a vendor permit, the first violation would be 250, the second 500, and the third 1,000, and 1,000, everyone after that. Currently, the number of city vendor permits issued this year, 2022, we have 6. 3 are home sales, 2 are flower vendors, and we have 1 that is permitted for apparel and flats.
So we just want to go over you with the pro and a con that we have come up with respect to doing a new ordinance. Really the pro for staff in the city in general, we do an updated ordinance. It will provide a little bit clearer direction on having some objective development standards. As you saw what Justin went over, there's a lot of things that our ordinance does not cover. For example, distances to other vendors. So if you have a situation that comes up now where you maybe have 5 of them along the sidewalk, they can be next to one another, but if you impose a separation requirement, you can kind of prevent that clustering from happening. Currently, we are very limited in what we can do. The con is that if we maintain the status quo, we're just going to have limited objective standards. We're just going to operate with what we currently have. If staff were to look at what we would like to see in an updated ordinance, We're really just looking for the basic stuff. Having the permit, absolutely. Requiring the business license. Of course, making them go through county environmental health, that's not an option, that is actually a requirement. Having them display the permit would also be very helpful for us, and having some of these distance requirements to street corners, as well as from the curb, as well as to other vendors, having restrictions within our park facilities if we have concession agreements, and making sure we have residential end and start times. And then also having that permit displayed on the card. So these areas here just really highlight what we would like to see, but again, they're open for discussion with the council on what the preference may be. So these are some of the options. Option one is that you can keep the city's current ordinance, which is regulated by our federal ordinance, and we would just use the new state law as applicable. The other option is to keep the ordinance as it is, but maybe change the permitting process. And what we mean by that is that we would eliminate the criminal background checks from the police department and have them get their permit through planning and development. And I say that because our department is the one mostly doing the enforcement, so it'd be good to have a permit base come out of our department rather than having them go through the police department. Option three, which is staff's preference, is to draft a new ordinance and bring that back to the city council for discussion on some of the objective development standards and basically any feedback that we hear today, and really look at those standards that may be similar to the jurisdictions that we've already studied. And number four is that we can draft a new ordinance and look at development standards or objective standards that are stricter than what we went over with today. This is just a roadmap. As I indicated, we discussed this back in October of 2021. We have done our research, and we are back here today at this workshop just to give you an update of where we stand. And moving forward, based on today's direction, we would then draft an ordinance and come back to the council in some fashion to discuss what that ordinance says and get additional feedback. And then if we are asked to continue to move forward, we would then bring that forward for adoption. So we are here to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, so before we dive in, I think I want to kind of bifurcate this a little bit, and because there's a lot of nuances to this, and I know that we all have our own things like that. So before we jump into, and I kind of wanted to do this, I love the way that we broke all this out with how we compare to other jurisdictions, because it kind of calls out things that we should change. So first, I want to go to everybody and ask about whether or not, which option I think we're on, which I think, I'm guessing we're on three, but we'll find out.
We don't want to bifurcate. We want to hijack. We want a big conversation.
We absolutely can, but I want to start with, before we get to that point.
But we don't want to do this crap. We want to go into it.
Hold on. There's a new law, a new bill that's I think it's sitting on the governor's desk right now. It's AB 972. It changes like a lot of things, so I want to make sure that
Signed?
Sorry.
Is it signed?
It is on his desk.
Then it doesn't mean anything. It's not written yet.
Yeah, but I want to make sure that if we don't necessarily want to make sure that we look into that, because it does change everything. Like it literally
Let's go down that road later. We want to take over.
Okay. So we'll start with questions and we'll go from there. But go ahead, kind of take a seat.
What do you think, sir?
I'm going to kick off the hijacking. First of all, Rachel, good job over there. It's always nervous speaking on any subject, and usually I speak on the wrong subject. So
I'll do better next time.
you're well ahead of me. So I've had two experiences with street vendors in the last week or so. The first was I went to my son's soccer game last Saturday, and there was a dude pushing a cart around, and I told Wyatt, go buy me a Diet Coke, and that guy didn't have Diet Coke. So rule number one is all street vendors should sell Diet Coke. But rule number two, or situation number two, is Jesse Ramirez called me last week, and he witnessed a street vendor who sells popsicles. Code enforcement approached him at her, the 60-year-old lady selling popsicles, pushing a cart, and wrote her a $250 fine. So this guy got out of a nice air-conditioned truck, popped her $250, got in his air-conditioned truck and drove off. And Jesse Ramirez wanted to take the ticket and fine. I can't live with that. So that tells me our system is broke. And then I sit through this presentation, as good as it was, and I'm looking at rules and regulations that your common street vendor, your 60-year-old lady, can't follow or doesn't know how to follow or will never follow and may not have a social security number. And I can't live with that. It's not fair to me. It's not, especially it's not fair to them. These people, she's not pushing the cart full of popsicles because she enjoys it. She's pushing it because she needs to feed her family. And for me, I've spent my years in construction more on a job site than not on a job site. So at lunchtime, I sit with Hispanic families, or Hispanic men, working to feed their families. And every one of those guys doesn't want to be on the job site. They're not there because they like it. There's nothing fun about driving. They are there because they need to feed their families. It's that simple. And they do. As a city, we need to have compassion. So all this is not working. It's broke. It's defunct. You can't give people $250 fines. And to talk about it further, I'd actually like to use a different example. So in Corona, and Joanne, correct me if I'm wrong, you're supposed to pull a permit to have a garage sale, right?
Yes.
How many people pull permits for garage sales?
I can get that for you, but we average about 9,000 a year on that. They're $10 permits, so we do them online as well.
Okay, but probably most people don't pull a permit,
Oh, I'm sure.
right? And we don't have code enforcement driving around kicking down doors because someone didn't pull a garage sale permit.
Yeah, they do.
Or as far as I know, they don't. But you have the ordinance in place because you might get that one neighbor that has a garage sale every freaking weekend and pisses off the neighbors, and then now code enforcement has law to enforce it as a disturbance. That's how we need to look at this. If you have a street vendor that's sitting in front of a lady's house ringing the bell for 6 hours a day, we need to have an ordinance in place to stop it. If you have a street vendor that's just trying to make a living and being nice about it and just pushing the cart, we don't need to enforce it. So there's letter of the law and there's spirit of the law. And as I have complained to the city manager about this $250 fine, his answer is, you're the council member, you fix it. So I am here to fix it. I don't know what law has to be changed, but I'm saying in front of all of you people and witnesses, how do I fix that? And I'll turn it over to Jackie.
And so I think what, and I'm a rule follower, and you guys know I'm a rule follower. So I'm not opposed to rules. And as a council, we need to set policies that really put people's health and safety, that can't be compromised, right? But when I see Abuelita getting a $250 fine, my question is, did she have everything, does she have the tools to be in compliance, to follow the rules? And are the rules just excessive? And as we walk through this, we see that our rules are actually excessive and are not in alliance with the state rules. And the things that we can do, I mean, just adding it up, and I looked online what the county, I found the fee schedule, 2017 fee schedule, so that's outdated for the county health permit. For a paletera, it's $160. It's a push cart, $160. So that's $160 on top of the $355, and that's annual, it's $515. It's a whole lot of money. If you're thinking about how many ice creams are in that cart, the fact that she's probably making a very small overhead, paying for them. Listen, all I'm saying is we need to put ourselves in our residents' shoes. And we have to walk the walk. We want to be a pro-business city. These are micro businesses. These are people with an entrepreneurial spirit. They're not looking to, they're looking to make an honest day's work. So how do we bring in these entrepreneurs Maybe it's part of our Emprendedores program, right, which is going phenomenal. Maybe we use some, of our ARPA funds or other to help with, micro grants to help folks meet these requirements if we choose to keep them this high, which I don't think we should. But the way I see it, these are businesses, and who knows if you help this person, who doesn't want to break the rules, who wants to just make an honest day's work, do so with, without getting in trouble. I wonder where their life could lead. I wonder where their kids could end up. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, that's some good, positive work.
I don't disagree with you. I think that's why I kind of wanted to go through each one of these, because I think there's some places for us to go to make it more attainable. Because I 100% agree with you that the person that starts out at the lowest rung of business, they would like to be in a food truck and then in a brick and mortar. But you're right, you have to take each one of those steps. But I don't know what your experience has been, but over the past 3 years, this is something that I pay attention to.
Mm-hmm.
So with my Spanish-speaking fiance, talk to many of these folks, especially people that are pushing the ice cream cart. It's not their cart. They're being hired by somebody. They're being paid under the table. They said they're being taken advantage of. The guys that are cutting the fruit on the side of the street, it's not their business. They're being set there by somebody else.
And then who gets the fine? Does the fine go to the person who's pushing the cart?
That's a question. So
Here's
my point is, I think that I agree with you. I think that there's a way for us to make this still following the rules, still having things that protect the public, and making it attainable. That's why when I look at this list, you're right. We're not going to do anything about the health fee, and that's important. I think that we need to make sure we protect people's, public health. But people need, I would say the number of having 6 people, yes, it says that we have either people have figured out what the system is and they figured out how to do it.
Six permits means that people have figured out the system?
I'm saying that there's some people that have, and there's a lot
6
of people
people
that, let me finish, there's a lot of people that haven't.
Mm-hmm.
So my point is the barrier the expense, or is the barrier the education?
It might be. And so rather than taking however long it takes to issue a citation, can we take that time to fill out an application?
So we're trying to jump to the end. I'm saying that I think there's ways that we can take each one of these items that they've talked about and figure out what the barriers are for each one of these and eliminate them.
If we can agree to the consensus, the goal being to allow people to do business and continue their, growing their entrepreneurial spirit. If we're going to grow business, we'll grow business up and down.
I think that there's a way to do this while protecting public health and allowing people a path to being in business. I think are great.
But we're not on that path.
You're right.
These suggestions don't put us on that path.
They do because I think each one of these items are pieces that get us there, and I think frankly, because none of you read AB 972, it changes like literally 3/4 of these things and makes it a lot easier. And I think if we can introduce an education part of this, then people don't have an excuse not to have a permit. Like the people I've talked to probably 25 or 30 in the last 3 years, and I've asked them all, hey, do you know there's a permit process? Including the folks that set up the full-on tents with the great food that I love, and I've said, hey, why not get a permit? And they go, yeah. It's just easier this way.
You show up with the permit in hand and you help them fill it out.
I think there's opportunities for us to do this, and I think if you can take each one of these pieces, we just want people to comply.
So let's do it your way then, Mayor, and go piece by piece. But I do not want to talk about a law that's not a law. So AB 972 is not. Did it pass last week? So So then what are the things that AB 972 does that this does not do?
It actually eliminates almost about half of these things.
Okay, let's go right.
So what I'm saying is I think that there's things that I think we can express our opinion on and what we think they should be, but obviously, we're not coming back with an ordinance today for us to talk about.
Regardless of 972, 'cause that's the state and their nonsense.
No, it's
I want
going to be
to
us.
Yeah,
We can be more restrictive, or we can't be less. And from reading it, I haven't done all the details. There's still things to be worked out. There's still some nuances.
But let it be clear, before this meeting is over today, we're going to protect a 60-year-old woman pushing pots against the car.
We're gonna, at the 60-year-old woman, we're gonna make sure she has an opportunity to apply for a permit.
What, the parsing of words, what does opportunity mean?
It could be that our code enforcement, first of all, we're making a judgment that this person, this was driving by and picked on this poor woman, which I think frankly is not fair to our employees.
I asked for emails.
I'm saying, I think that you're in the meeting here, kind of bashing our employee, that the employee chose that. Yeah, you did. You said it got out of his new air-conditioned truck and picked on this poor 6-year-old woman. You're filling in.
I don't know that I said it, but I will
You
say
did.
he got out of the truck and picked on a poor 60-year-old woman.
But you don't know when you're the back.
That's
It's
not
not fair. It's not fair. Don, come on. I get where you're going, and I think there's a way to get there without bashing our employee.
No, did I mention his name? They won't tell me his name to begin with. And second, he got out of an air-conditioned truck and rode her out. Period. He got back in an air-conditioned truck. That's not a bash, Wes. That's a fact. That's something citizens are watching.
Can I talk with you?
Go ahead.
First of all, I think there's a lot more to that story. I think that the person had been contacted several times in the past, if I recall, and told, this is what you need. Now, could they have provided additional info, help on how to get an application and do all of that kind of stuff? Yeah, probably. I don't know that for sure. But I did have some of the same questions in regards to the people that are selling the oranges and the flowers and the ice cream. Are they the ones that are getting fined? I would like to know that answer. And because it does make a difference. If somebody's sitting in their air-conditioned house and they send out somebody in a car to do their work for them, who's getting fined? Do we know that answer, Joanne?
So we are finding the individual that is actually selling the product. And that is a recommendation that we have. We recommend that the person who is actually out on the street be the one that comes in and gets the permit, because they are the one that's contacted by code compliance. It's not the supplier, it is actually the person that is doing the sale.
Okay. So I made this comment a year ago that I thought we should be as strict as we possibly could under the state law. That does not mean I want to give a 60-year-old lady a $250 fine. So I think that needs more discussion or an idea of how to get to that. In my time on council, I don't get a lot of complaints for street vendors, but there have been a few, not many, on persons selling oranges. I don't think and that's usually fixed locations. I don't think I've ever had a complaint of somebody selling ice cream or even flowers. But the biggest complaint that I've been getting is the vendor that's selling the political stuff. And not necessarily just the political stuff, but vulgar stuff on main thoroughfares near schools. And as I understand it, we've had quite a bit of discussion with our city attorney about freedom of speech. Those are the ones, though, that I want to find $250 for having, the F this or F that, right there for everybody to see. That's most complaints that I'm getting. So I wish there was something we could separate. There is a difference, so maybe we can identify that. I'm not sure. We can, like Wes said, we can go down each one if you want. Regarding the person that somebody rolls up on that doesn't have a permit, there's nothing in that option that says, or in the ordinance that says they could be given a warning the first time, right?
We do. We actually can, and we have done that in the past.
Okay, but that's not written. That for the person pushing the cart, we're going to give them one warning. We're going to give them all this information on how to do it. Tom will even drive them where they got to go to get what they need. Just to help them do what I think their goal is. You mentioned the liability. You didn't address the liability in your recommendation, liability insurance. And I know when this was brought forward a year ago, had a discussion with someone who works for Chino Hills, and they brought up that that's one way to deter how many vendors are on your streets, is to make sure that they have a $500,000, I think, liability insurance. And I have no idea what that costs. But again, that kind of falls in line with my original thought of wanting to make this as strict as possible so we don't have vendors lining our streets everywhere. Now, having learned more about 972, this may make this whole discussion moot. So I don't even know. I don't know if we have enough information yet to really put this together, because if the rules just changed last Friday, we probably need to go back to the drawing board and learn that. So with that, I'll stop for now.
Mayor, if I can jump in, if what you want from us is to first identify which option you're in favor of, and then you go on items, I am in favor of option 3. I want a policy that aligns with our city. I want us to walk the walk when we say we're a pro-business city. I want our code to, remove criminal background checks. I don't believe social security numbers need to be required, and I think requiring liability insurance is just another level of red tape that's going to hinder these entrepreneurs in their pursuit. So I'm in option 3, and I would like for us to explore ways to lower the burdens, and I don't mean just financial burdens. There are other burdens to people not pursuing, quote unquote right paths. And so, is material provided in a language that a person can understand? Are they required to go somewhere physically in a car or in a bus to go and acquire any of these things? Can we bring it to them? Can we take the time to fill these things out with them? Can we bring them and be part of our Infields program? How do we bring these businesses in and stop alienating people? That is my ultimate goal. So I'm option 3, and with those caveats of the criminal background check, lowering the barriers, not requiring the social security number, and this misdemeanor, I'd rather it be an infraction. Great.
I still don't have the solution, and is this going to come back to council?
Yes, it will. And prior to bringing any ordinance back to council, it's also going to come back to a study session or committee of the whole for you to keep chewing on this. This is just some initial direction so that we know which way you want us to go with bringing back some options and solutions.
So how do you write into an ordinance the letter of the law and the spirit of the law?
Go ahead, Dean. There's no such thing, right?
In ordinances, we mostly just write in the letter of the law. That's what the ordinance is the letter. And of course, there is a sentiment that goes along with that, which has been discussed somewhat here, which is, well, I won't say what it is because there's different sentiments being discussed here, but we certainly welcome understanding council's preference for how they want us to go about doing this, but we have to write that and codify that as some objective standard so that we know that we are all following the same set of rules.
Yeah, I guess what I would add to that is that I think you need to establish the policies that you want to eventually see enforced, and then if you have direction regarding how much warnings need to be provided or assistance that needs to be provided, give staff direction on those items. I don't know how you would draft an ordinance that says, hey, comply pretty much with this, or, along those lines, and I don't mean to sort of oversimplify that, but I don't know how to codify spirit of the law. I think that's more about directing on the amount of chances folks get to comply with the law, because ultimately all of these things, most all of this stuff are going to be things that the council can dictate. So you're going to have to agree upon that, and then provide direction with how much assistance or opportunities clients before you issue that citation. I believe the new legislation, and I haven't read the entire thing, but I think one of the things it did was remove criminal enforcement of the street parks. And so you're only going to have administrative fines enforce. That's gonna be your only way to obtain compliance eventually. It's about how you get to that point or what you want staff to do before it gets to the point of the enforcement.
I was sitting in a meeting a few weeks ago and Steiner was there and he said, we're just the council, we're nobody special, we're not that great and wonderful, we're just here to serve the best of the citizens. And that's it, that's all we're supposed to do. And his words ring true, they still ring true. And so, I don't mean to beat up code enforcement people, but the lady pushing the popsicle cart is just trying to do what's best for her family. The reverse situation is when you have a van that's fully geared up with a kitchen inside it, there's an exhaust fan attached to the roof, pulls into the 99-cent store parking lot, and starts serving full-on meals that haven't gone through a health department, and they're hindering local businesses from selling their food. Well, now I'm against that. And that's not to the best advantage of our citizens in our city. So I don't know how to protect the lady pushing the popsicle cart and prevent the van from entering our city and selling food that's not safe or possibly not safe. And that's when this becomes very tricky to me. But I want to do what Steiner recommends. Look out for the best of our citizens. It's that simple. So I leave it in your hands at that, but that's the spirit.
I guess I'm gonna stick with my original thoughts now. I like option 3.5.
And can you just clarify the 0.5 for us, just to make sure that we...
I want it to be as restricted as possible, but I don't want it to be unfair or a particular hardship for some of the vendors that we already discussed.
And for clarity's sake, I understand what council...
I'm option 3.
You're option 3, thank you.
Okay, I'm option 3. I like the staff's recommendations, individual business license, tagged out permit, display the permit, that way there's no guessing, we're not going around harassing people or scaring people. I like that everybody should have a trash can. That is annoying. No reliance on the businesses. I like that. Dimensions of the cart display. Yep, I know that's going to be part of M72 as well. Minimum distances. I think that's great. And like any of the issues that we've had with one of the vendors that we're I don't think any of us are big fans of, tends to encroach upon that right of way quite a bit. So I think looking at that, I think ours is 4 feet. I probably would like it to be more like 6 feet. And the entrances is fine, all the stuff, the special events, residential and start in times. I have gotten a couple complaints about street vendors in people's neighborhoods, which is pretty unusual actually. I'll go and check it out and make sure it's a real thing. I like the summary that you provided. The business license, the permits, county health code, yes, display. There's a couple of other ones I thought were a little bit different. Pedestrian pathways, distances to building. Is staff recommending a number?
What we would do, we would go back and evaluate the 25 ordinances that we looked at and see what is similar and stay within that. That's exactly what option 3 is. So you kind of want to be consistent with what other jurisdictions.
Yeah, I like the 25 feet. I think that was okay. Councilor Sanders, one more question after this. Distance from school, that was fine. Distance from fire hydrants, I think that's definitely a big deal. But I want fire there and get there on how far away. I think basically the vehicle has to stay away from the fire hydrant, but someone setting the distance as well. And I do like Councilor Casillas' idea of let's have a packet that we hand people on how you comply, and both in English and Spanish, and saying, hey, this is how you do it. And then if people still won't do it, then you have to force people. I get it, but I love the that we can provide limitations and both in English and Spanish on how to learn more about it to get people compliance. And I talked to some of the flower vendors that have permits, and they were happy to. They said, yeah, it's expensive, but they make great money, and it's been people, they have regular customers they see on the times that they're there, and they're very much in compliance. And I do think that there is, and I don't think that code enforcement goes around trying to pick on people. I think, as I tell most of the folks, they're in a really tough spot because they are getting yelled at because they're not enforcing the rules, because someone sees that, hey, they're pointing at somebody that, is parking a car across the sidewalk that they can't walk around. And they want someone to come and take care of that issue because they can't walk around there. However, the person that's parking there saying, look, I have no other choice to park here because there's, my vehicle happens to be this long. So I don't want to make code enforcement, the bad person here. And if we provide then people a pathway, and I like that idea, providing people a pathway to compliance and following rules, as long as those rules are attainable. Frankly, there's a cost of doing business. I want to make that as low as possible, just like we have for other businesses. But, talking to the gentleman that is trying to open up the Copper Locks restaurant on Green River, he's about a 1.3 million in right now. It's taken him 2 years. And there's a cost. There's a cost to doing business. We want to make it as low as possible, but there is a cost because there's a cost to us. And we want to make sure that we have folks that are obeying the rules and are good members of our business community as well.
Mayor, sorry.
I'm just going to follow up real quick, if you don't mind. I never gave you an opportunity to answer why we don't have liability insurance as a recommendation.
That was just staff's preference. We haven't had to use it so far, so we were just sticking with going down the path of the permit requirement.
So right now they don't have that?
No, we do not. So we did not feel the need to add that with respect to the type of regulation that we do and what we see out there. And I do want to follow up. We do provide education packets in languages to them, so every time we do approach a vendor, we say, please come and do this. I do think option 3 is good by you putting it in planning and development's hands. We can actually make this permit process a lot easier than what they currently go through, which is what we want to see as well. So,
Mr. Mayor, I just want to be really clear. So, option 3, ordinance, right? But what I'm asking for here is for us, to kind of challenge staff to bring back more of an economic, on top of this, like an economic development element to this, right? So, how do we, we're exploring ways to help our small businesses in the city. And we need to shift our thinking and what defines a small business. This is not brick and mortar, but it's entrepreneurial in the same way that, a stay-at-home mom, can develop skills in like baking and sell those goods, or, sewing and sell those goods. Those are micro businesses. So, and they have to comply with the law. So how do we lower the barriers to be truly a pro-business city? And I would like to challenge our economic development department to give that some thought. So rather than, just handing someone a packet, can we actually go and have a conversation in the language that the person speaks and help them fill out the packet? Can we bring them into a program and say, hey, there's also grants available for small businesses, just like we're doing for brick and mortar small businesses? How can we, on top of the ordinance, truly become a pro-business city and treat these micro businesses like micro businesses?
I love the idea. In a utopian society, you would have 100 economic development people that could go around and talk to every vendor, but I don't think that's possible. I think that there are ways that we can give people information, with their contacts in, and we're getting them there. But actually having a conversation, standing there and helping them fill out a permit and how to get grants, and we don't have staff for that.
Literally, as we do these things, can we just put it back on staff to say, can staff come up with a plan?
I'll just jump in if it's helpful. We'd be happy to come back with some ideas of what we think is practical. I think we are hearing at least a majority consensus on this, and I think we have enough direction to bring back some further refinements that you can then weigh in on and see if we need to tweak it a little bit further. But I think we've got some direction today that gives us what we need to do to move forward.
Jacob, I think there's a fear amongst some people to go into their city and approach a government. There's a
fear. We probably need to explore how to overcome fears this way.
Challenge accepted. We're going to work on this and bring something back to you.
Okay. All right, thank you so much. I'm going to public comment on this item. Oh, if you have somebody, come on up. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Bobby Spiegel with the Corona Chamber. First, I want to apologize because the city did outreach 3 times to us, and there's no excuse other than that we just didn't connect to make that discussion happen. I want to go on record with saying that we object to all of this, but we were told that it's a state mandate, so kind of like there's nothing that we can do. It wasn't just from this city, but from other cities that we've talked to, but I think it would be something that we need to protect our existing businesses. I love the idea that the city's willing to make it a smooth transition for an ease of getting a permit. I would challenge and say, then do that for all businesses. The brick and mortar businesses that pay your taxes, that provide your parks, that provide the public safety, the police and the fire. Those are the people that we're going to be hurting. And I know Sacramento has made this as a policy, but they don't run this city. You all do. I think it's time we stand up and say, for the small flower shops, for the small Mexican restaurants, and we have several of them in this town, for every element out there, these people have to go through every single letter of the law. First to get the permits from building, from fire safety, health department, and they pay wages. They employ people. They allow those people to provide income for their homes. I know that probably some of them are doing some illegal maneuvers as well, but how do we control these little vendors of what they're selling? I know fentanyl is a wild thing right now, and I'm just really nervous of what this will do. And I think we need to send a strong message to Sacramento. They take care of the state, and we need to take care of our city. So I plead with you to figure out a way to wiggle through and incorporate whatever you can. I want to again go on record and apologize to Joanne and her team. They did reach out to us 3 times. I failed in that area, and I apologize. With that being said, with public comments, I did want to step up and speak my mind. Thank you.
Thanks, Bobby. And, you know, actually, one more thing that didn't get covered during this. I think the city attorney's attention a couple weeks ago. I get complaints. Actually, I got more complaints about the solar guys that are going around knocking on people's doors and lying to them, telling them that they're from Edison, basically conning them into giving them something. We have people that knock on people's doors, and I understand that we have a system where they have to come and they have to get a solicitor's permit. And I asked the city attorneys, I had an elderly resident that basically told me that they felt like they were being taken advantage of by this person, and that they found out after, you know, talking to them for an hour that this person wasn't from Edison, wasn't authorized to be there, and all these other lies. And I asked the city attorney about whether or not we could either revoke that or if there was some other, you know, path around it. I want to make sure I address that publicly, just because, you know, I've gotten more comments and complaints about the, you know, the sanctity of someone's home. As someone that's been knocking on a lot of doors recently, it's, you know, people don't want to enter the door because they assume it's one of these, you know, these people that are looking to con them. So, what can we do? What are our limitations on that in that respect?
Yeah, so in response to your email, we are working with staff, Jacob and his teams are working out ways to try to clarify that ordinance a little bit. I think ultimately for that particular issue, and what is widely recommended up and down the state, the most enforceable thing is for if somebody doesn't want vendors coming to their door, they can post their own, no solicitors. That is the most enforceable thing for PD or for code enforcement to follow up on. It's the quickest and cleanest way to pamphlet. It also addresses the First Amendment issue, right? So the government, we as the government, it's very difficult for us to legislate what types of vendors can come to your door, right? Because you're looking at the First Amendment issue. You're starting to solicit based on what it is, or starting to regulate based on what it is that they're selling, the content, right? But a resident has absolute power to regulate the content and say, we don't want you here. So they can post their home. Our ordinance currently allows for that, and we would still strongly suggest that people follow up and do that. That would be the quickest, easiest way for people who don't want any of these vendors coming to their door.
And I get that, I definitely say that the power is with our residents, but we're giving a solicitor's license to a solar company that's working throughout the city that's lying to people. Can we revoke that?
Again, you're going to have to. That's going to be a lengthy process that will involve due process and a hearing about whether in fact they were lying or not. Right? You can't just decide you are lying. You're going to have to prove that. And so it's not. Yes, you can.
Okay,
It's not easy to do.
Can we set up something saying if we get so many complaints, you have to come in and you gotta pay a fine, or you gotta pay some hearing fee, or come in and tell us how you're not doing that and not bothering people?
I don't think we can find them based upon the number of complaints we get, right? Because then their competitor can just solicit complaints. So it's not an easy process. Again, we will strengthen the ordinance, and we're looking at ways to do that with Jacob. But ultimately, the most powerful thing is if folks don't want solicitors coming to their door, you can post, and that's something easy for the city to enforce.
Okay, all right. Thank you. I just wanted to say I wanted to get it out there. All right, do we want to take a break? Okay, we'll take a break. I'll come back in 10:30. 10:30. Thank you. Get started here. So we're going to go into our standards and ordinance section. If there's anyone in attendance that would like to speak on this item before we speak and address the city council within the standards and ordinance section, please, this includes federal and state advocacy section, including legislative platform update, please come to the podium. Oh, where are we?
Mayor, in case I wasn't listening, and I apologize, I think we're on field maintenance.
Oh,
standards
shoot,
right
yeah,
now,
I
if we can
skipped.
take
Yeah,
that
I was like, wait, because Ann just told me that she wanted to speak first. All right, so Ann Turner, our Director of Community Services, will come up and say a few words first, and then Mr. Cortez will speak on our facilities and facilities, parks, and trails manager on field maintenance standards.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. Ann Turner, Director of Community Services. I just kind of wanted to tee up this report a little bit. It's very straightforward, but I did want to bring you back to the discussion that we've been having over the last 2 years about creating standards, facility standards, standards for our parks, and all as a part of the Parks and Recreation Master Planning process. So I didn't want you to feel that this was being done outside of that process. It is not. We are seeking some direction from you today about what this Corona standard looks like for you. Giving you some options of what is possible, and then asking you to give us some direction so we can move forward. This is not, again, outside of the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. It is going to be incorporated into the Parks and Recreation Master Plan, and this is part of the maintenance section of that plan. So I know that Moses and his team worked very hard on this presentation, and so I will turn it over to him to give you the presentation, but just wanted to give you that context. Thank you.
See if my clicker works. All right. Good morning. Thank you, guys. Thank you, council. So I'm gonna get you guys excited about grass.
What's that?
All right. So with that, we're gonna jump right into it. I'm gonna talk about field maintenance standards, kind of where, and I'll kind of just jump ahead real quick. We're gonna go over kind of where we've been, where we are now, and where we'd like to go. The ask today is for the City Council to provide direction to staff on whether to proceed with a new Corona standard for field maintenance. Again, just to piggyback on what Ann said, this ties into our Parks and Recreation Master Plan and will be part of that. The goal at the end of the day is to provide safe, playable fields for both passive, recreational, and competitive use. Don't you love those lines? That part of it's awesome. So what we've done historically, just to kind of give you a little background, previously we were kind of reactionary on our renovations. We didn't have a solid maintenance, preventative maintenance program. Our renovations were not 100% adequate or we needed to be, and we didn't have a utilized standard for materials, contractors, or intervals of when those renovations would occur. And as you can see, Santana Park right there, that's after season, so kind of beat up, doesn't look great. Kind of what led to some of that were compounding issues. So we were over permitted. So we were using the fields essentially 7 days a week. Made it really hard to do maintenance out there. If it wasn't one league, it was another league that was on there. We didn't have enough downtime when we would get the renovations. Sometimes we wouldn't have any more than 3 to 4 weeks trying to get out there. Unfortunately, you can't really get a good germination or get any kind of recovery time on those fields. So basically what that led to was frustrated leagues, a lot of see-click fixes, a lot of emails, and just trying to, put fires out. So now where we are currently is we have improved our field maintenance quality. We've had done a lot of outreach with our leagues. We've spoken to them. We've been able to have great meetings with them and talk about what the expectation is for that particular season, for that particular year, what we're going to do when we come in to do the renovations. Some of those things that occur now are sanding the fields, broadleaf treatment, slow release fertilizers, gypsum, aeration, slit seeding. There's a number of things we're doing now. We're also doing the infields. We've brought in a company that That's strictly all they do is field maintenance. They do a lot of colleges. They do some work at Angel Stadium. So they do some really, really nice work. That was Mountain Gate after they had finished it. It looked like an MLB or college stadium. So it does provide safer fields, reduces any kind of risk or liability, and it also makes happier leagues. We are now continuing to shift to more preventative maintenance, again, trying to be transparent and communicative with all the leagues and user groups, and at the end of the day, develop it of maintenance standards and schedule. So we'd really like to, at the end game, have a schedule that kind of almost mirrors our urban forest, where we know over the next 3 to 4 years which parks are going to receive what services and when our closures are take place. So right here, this is kind of a breakdown of some of the services that we do to the fields and the intervals that we're currently doing for our recreational. And then next to it in the blue, we outlined what a competitive use would look like. So obviously you see the services increase based on mowing, aeration, the infield dragging, adding clay, laser grading, the amendments that we'd be putting into the turf, and then the downtime to have those fields get to where they need to be before we release them back to user groups or host a tournament. So with that, if right now we would consider ourselves kind of like an all recreational standard, which is right there. The pros is all ball fields receive the same standard of maintenance across the board, less downtime, a lower cost, and you can see the cost down there is about $150,000 annually, where we're at right now. We do still receive a few league complaints, just because they are comparing themselves to other cities that have competitive use fields like Irvine or Huntington Beach or some of these other agencies that have large complexes that can host these tournaments. There is a balance between the prevention of highly used fields, and we might have a missed opportunity to host some of these larger tournaments for the cons. If we did a pilot program, which is kind of a recommendation, is if we just did 3 parks to start off with, it would come at a cost of $350,000 annually. And the reason we picked, there was a little bit of science or why we picked these parks. These parks, Butterfield, Santana, and El Cerrito, would allow us to host, if we opted to, a tournament that would accommodate baseball, softball, and soccer. And that would allow us to see what kind of feedback we get from the leagues. We'd be able to work with them to see if they wanted to host larger tournaments, and these would be our local groups, so not bringing in outside agencies or inviting other folks to use our fields. We'd be reaching out to our user groups like ASO, Corona American, to host maybe their all-stars or their end-of-the-year leagues here. So we don't have to go. Those leagues don't have to go outside of the city to host these things. We would actually be able to have the opportunity to do that in-house. And that would also hopefully bring in some folks into the city to spend the night, have dinner, generate some revenue for our small businesses. And then if you guys wanted to go all out with the Cadillac model, that's the competitive standard right there. So that would be all of our fields receiving those services. But that comes at a price tag of about $800,000 to do all of our fields to a competitive use standard. So that would be receiving all those services I had on the previous slide at those frequencies. So if I would have clicked it a little sooner, you would have seen the red one that we're recommending. Maybe. All right. So where we'd like to go and the direction we're seeking is, obviously this is where we're at right now with our kind of general passive use recreational standard. We'd like to ask your direction, and we'd like to return in spring, as I mentioned, with some additional costs and a schedule that we could present to you of those parks, and then see if you guys agree with it, that we could implement that in the fiscal year 24. And with that, you have any questions?
Great, thank you. Councilmember Casillas?
Thank you, Warden. Appreciate the presentation. So I was wondering about this. I'm really excited about the conversation that we're having about having a Corona standard for all of our parks and all of them being great. I'm in favor of the recommendation. I wonder a couple of things.
Yes.
Would any of the cost be offset by these tournaments? Like, will the fees be adjusted? Is there any offset?
So we can do an ROI, so we are going to look at that. So we will, once we talk to our leagues and see what tournaments would be available to be hosted at these 3 parks, we can see, obviously there's going to be additional permits because they'll essentially be blocking out the entire weekend or potentially the week. So there'll be some return investment, so that money would be recovered back into the cost that we're putting into it.
Yeah, so there'll be something.
There'll be some return.
Yeah, and then the fact that we're having them here locally does, like you said, have an impact on our local economy. And then does staff have any concerns about them saying, okay, this is our Corona standard, right, for all parks, is where we're going, but then there's going to be the Corona standard plus, right, which is, there's already kind of a feeling of, that people have about well, my park doesn't look like the park in South Corona, right? So are there concerns of the staff that there's going to be now, there's a standard, but then there's a plus version?
I haven't heard anything from them about that. I know my park staff's really excited to see something like this. It's something that we talked about when we've met with the leagues. They've brought that up. They've mentioned a number of times that they would like to get to the point where they could potentially host their tournament there. So I think this is a great pilot program to see, where it goes, and if it's successful, then we can expand it to the other parks and have that as part of our park standard.
Well, and I see Dr. Turner, who probably wants to jump in here.
I am hovering. I usually hover. Sorry. What I wanted to say is that I really want to assure the council that one of the key tenets of the Parks and Recreation Master Plan is equity, right? That is the key tenet of what we're trying to do, is to create equity throughout all of Corona, whether that's East Corona, North Corona, South Corona, West Corona, that there's a single standard, and that's the whole purpose of bringing this. So while in process, which can be bumpy, right? Some places get better quicker than others. At the end of the day, as we're implementing the Parks and Recreation Plan, the key for us is that there is no plus. There is a single Corona standard that's equitable across the entire city, and that residents can hold us accountable to that with a report card for what that should look like. We want to be so clear with our residents and with our council about what that looks like, that you could literally go into the park and say, you're not meeting the standard here, you're not meeting the standard here, you're not meeting the standard here, and we would be held accountable for that. Or, I came in, I tried to find something wrong, and I couldn't find anything wrong, which is what I'm looking for.
Well, I look forward to that, and thank you again. I'm in favor of the recommendation.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, I had one more question. As a pilot, is there a time frame? Are we saying, let's see how this works in year 1, year 2?
So I think year 1,
okay,
and then we can come back and give you some updates on what year 1 looked like and what the outcome was, and then go from there.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me. Can't win today. I think our Parks Department has never been in better hands than it is now, and it's thriving in every way. I did get to talk to the people of AYSO last night, and they thoroughly let it be known that these changes are great, and they love it, and they're excited for it. And they couldn't say enough good things about Moses. And I said, well, we can't say enough good things about Moses as well, except he won't wear the hat. And but I'm also in favor of the plus option.
Thank you.
It's going to go a long ways.
Yeah, I reached out to Parks and Rec Commissioners Olson and Wentworth yesterday, and just to get their opinion on this, and they support the pilot program as well. But I was curious, does something like this not go to Parks and Rec Commission first to kind of get vetted with their expertise?
So we've mentioned it to them that we're trying to get to a Corona standard for the field maintenance with the Parks and Recreation Master Plan, and then we'll keep them updated throughout the process, based on this direction.
Yeah, okay. Just as a general philosophy of mine, I definitely want them part of the conversation. It's similar to like if a development's come in, it goes to planning commissioner first because that's what they do. And I think that maybe whatever ends up coming to us they might tweak a little bit based on what their expertise is. So I support the pilot program.
Thank you.
Yeah, great. This is something I think it's been on my list since I got elected, and I think that Commissioner Wentworth is never shy about sharing her thoughts on this. And yeah, she shared it with me many times over the last few years about those things that we could do. And I know there's some differences of opinion on how to get there. But as the city manager told me, it's not about you telling us how to do it, but what you expect. And this is great. The comparisons of this pilot study to look at having having two different versions, I definitely see the optic issue, but there are leagues that are paying us to use these fields, and they should be at a level that could host a competitive tournament. The economic benefits of having AOISO hold their Pony Express tournament in the city for 3 or 4 days. That's hotel costs. I mean, I drove around when they had their last tournament and kind of just picked random people and said, did you drive or are you staying here? And really the cutoff was about 20 miles, and people were willing to stay just because it was easier because they didn't know when their games were, and it was having to drive back and forth. So they were staying here, eating here, shopping here, and it was really great, to see that interaction. So the more that we can do those sorts of things, I think the better it is for us. But you're right, that standard needs to come up. I've lived in Corona for 42 years. When I was a kid, that was one of the things that was always complained about. There are not enough places for us to practice, and catching, even my own kids. Setting up a baseball diamond in the middle of a park somewhere, or in a corner lot or something to try and play, has always been a challenge. But I wonder, like places, I know this is probably part of the Parks Master Plan, and I hope I kind of putting a little divot in saying I want to make sure that we look at things like that, like Jameson Park, big park, flat park, would be a great place to have a practice field for soccer or a practice field for other things. I'm not talking about setting up a whole new sports field, but I think there are opportunities like that if we have that standard that we have across the fact that people can they won't have to be on Santana Park
And
3 times a day, 7 days a week. As somebody who lives by Santana Park, I would like it if there weren't, it wasn't going 24/7, even though I like the kids screaming and yelling. It's actually, I love it. One of the reasons I live there. But I think if we can provide opportunities for people to practice at other places, they don't feel like they have to come back to Santana or have to go back to Butterfield, that will maybe extend the life a little bit. So hopefully that's part of the...
It is. So that is something that actually, we've chatted with a couple of stock groups about that already, to kind of gauge what their use is. And part of the Parks and Recreation Master Plan is we're looking at our, I guess we call it unused space right now, so just open green space like Jameson. And we've actually broken them into what we consider developed, undeveloped. So, neighborhood park that has a playground, a bathroom, and most of the amenities that would be in a park, considering that an undeveloped one. Whereas Jameson, it's literally just a bathroom and grass.
Right.
So we're considered undeveloped. So what can
Chase
we do
Park,
with that space? So those are all the options we're looking at right now.
Perfect. All right. That's all I had. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Okay. So now we will go into the state and federal advocacy. Please come to the podium if you'd like to address the City Council on items within this state and federal advocacy section, including the legislative platform update. Do we have anybody else? Okay, great. So we will welcome Denzel Maxwell, Assistant to the City Manager, will present our legislative update, and I see our friends from RPPG as well. So, Denzel, you haven't seen it yet. This is the...
Oh, I keep forgetting that people don't see my haircut. It's like a little shocker. All right. Well, good morning, Mayor and Council. Just a slight delay. All right, so today the council asks that the City Council provide feedback on the proposed 2023 legislative platform. So for us, we have set annual priorities Of course, 91 and 15 freeway is on there, looking at transportation needs as well as infrastructure needs, fire protection and wildland areas, as well as open space preservation areas as well. We look at economic development, public safety, and supporting law enforcement, local zoning and land use, as well as keeping local revenues local, and exploring funding and policy opportunities to address homelessness issues. So the purpose of our platform is so that we can develop a platform that gets input through our state lobbyists. So because it serves as a guide for advocating on policy issues on state level as well as federal level. It allows us to be able to promote our interests and goals and priorities on the state and federal level, as well as assist in rapid action when things come up quickly on the state and federal level. So the legislative platform is important. It's important because it serves as a foundation for an effective advocacy strategy. Help us to, by maintaining and updating our legislative platform, it is important to maintain and update our legislative platform because it gives us a guide as what the components of our city's legislative advocacy program is, as well as cycles in the state and federal level have act fast. And so updating our city's platform allows us to be on the forefront of what the city's goals and initiatives are, as well as it's a living document. So it allows for each year for us to go through the process to determine, has the city's interest changed? Are there certain things we should start looking at, or hey, we're good at where we're at, or maybe there's some things we might want to take off the platform.
Good morning, Sharon. It's good to see everybody in person. My name is Sharon Gonzalez. I'm the Director of Government Affairs for the Rennie Public Policy Group. I serve as the city's primary contact with all things related to our platform, as well as maintaining the relationships that we work on in Sacramento. Our team is compiled of Dane Hutchings. He's our Managing Director of Government Affairs. Prior to joining RPPG, he was the labor and employment lobbyist for Cal Cities. This year, we also brought on a new lobbyist, Alyssa Silhai, to serve as the Director of Government Affairs. She comes to us from the California Special Districts Association, working a lot on emergency management issues. Jake Whitaker is our Director of Grants and Research, and Denzel will go into the grants activity a little later on in our presentation. And then Dan Carrig serves as our Senior Policy Advisor, specifically on issues related to land use and economic development. So going over our key performance indicators, our first objective is to provide information and monitor all legislation that we believe will have an impact on the city. This year, we took a position on 15 pieces of legislation. That doesn't include everything that we're tracking on behalf of the city. We provide staff with a priority bill list with all the policy areas indicating things that could potentially have an impact. We work with staff really closely to see directly how these bills could affect Corona. We testify and monitor every committee that has bills of interest to the city, and where there is a position, we do testify. So we have testified on behalf of the city in local government committee, housing, transportation, utilities, energy, and the budget committee, as well as other ones as they come up. But those are the primary ones that we spend a lot of our time in. We analyze legislation, and what we try to do is really focus on what the impact's going to be to Corona, not give you kind of a blanket analysis of why something's good or bad, but really let you know what the impacts either specifically in the city or regionally are going to be. We work really closely with committee members to ask the questions and provide comments prior to them being heard in committee. We want those questions raised as we're moving through the process. We submit letters to the governor requesting signatures or vetoes, and hold regular meetings with your city representatives, their staff, and the governor's office on bills that the city has taken a position on. And come August, we have a lot of last-minute gutted amends where a bill can drastically change. We try to provide you real-time updates things move really quickly, so sometimes those updates are via text. Sometimes they're, little emails with misspellings on the phone, but we want you to know what's happening in real time as much as possible. So our second KPI is to review and provide input on the city's annual legislative platform. Like Denzel mentioned, it's a living document, so we actually have a pretty robust platform, but as issues come up through the years, we're noting them down, seeing what additions need to be made, and making sure that your platform is a representation of the city's priorities, but also puts you in a position to take action on what the state's priorities are. The third objective is to report out annually on legislative advocacy issues. So we do provide monthly activity reports, which indicates every contact that we're having on behalf of the city, whether it's emails, meetings, phone calls, committee hearings, what have you. And then we're currently in the process of putting together our end of year report. It's a really comprehensive evaluation of everything that we've done, and it goes into all the bills that the city might have positioned on, where it started, and based on our advocacy efforts, where they ended up. Objective 4 is to ensure frequent communication. We do this by holding biweekly meetings. We're actually in contact much more often than just once every 2 weeks, but the biweekly meetings serve as kind of bookends for us to touch base on things that have occurred throughout, in between each of the meetings. And we provide real-time accounts of what's happening in Sacramento. Last year, we had probably press conferences from the governor like every other day on actions related to COVID. So we were monitoring them, providing those updates. This year, it's been a lot about a lot of budget actions, early budget actions due to the surplus that we had this year, actions related to homelessness and mental health, as well as wildfire and drought executive orders. Oops, I'm sorry. How do I go back? I jumped the gun right there. And then objective 5 is to hold in-person or virtual meetings between council and the state's legislative leaders. We did that pretty early this year. Taking advantage of the state surplus, we made sure to meet with our legislative leaders really early on to make sure that the city's policy priorities and financial priorities were top of mind as they moved through the year. So looking at the legislative process, just at a quick glance, January is when members reconvene. Bills are being introduced between January and February. A lot of times those bills are just spot bills. March and April is when they start to really take shape, and we start evaluating them and determining whether or not we want to take a position. End of April, I think it was actually May this year, that had legislative action days. They changed up what they were doing in terms of how they approached legislative action days. I think we're going to go back to the old ways for next year. So it's a great opportunity to come up to Sacramento, meet with not just your legislators, but committee staff and state agencies on what some of the city's priorities are. April and May are really busy in terms of policy committees. In June, we work on getting the budget passed. June 15th is when it's supposed to be passed, so we pass a placeholder, and then we kind of work out the details as we move along. The legislature, they take a break for a month between July and August, and then we come back for a big push towards the end of September. So right now we are in the signing period. The governor has until Friday to sign or veto all legislation, and he's got about 500 bills still on his desk to get through by Friday at midnight. And then we really spend the fall revisiting your platform, meeting with staff, seeing what we need to do, and looking at possible opportunities for bill sponsorships, which we will go into later. So again, this is kind of just a highlight of what I just outlined. And it'll be similar next year, except it'll might be off by just a few weeks, given that we start later.
So next, I want to talk about the 2022 legislative platform additions. So these additions are what you approved in January of 2022. to give us a guide throughout the year. So essentially, this is our kickoff to talk about 2023. But what we want to do is just do a quick review of what additions were added at that meeting, as well as just to go over a review of what our legislative platform is. So our standard legislative platform currently has 11 sections, all the way from community services down to unfunded mandates. So one thing we did add in the 2022 legislative platform was just to clarify the letter signing process. So essentially we just clarified that the mayor can sign letter of support or opposition as long as it's consistent with the legislative platform. If the mayor decides not to sign, then it moves down to the vice mayor, who has the opportunity to sign again as long as it's within the legislative platform or covered through the platform. And if the vice mayor decides not to sign, even though it is covered, then the letter will be brought to full council for consideration. And just a reminder, if an item is not covered under the legislative platform, it will automatically come to full council for consideration. We also put in the positions that the person that signs can take, from support to support if amended, all the way down to neutral, which is more of just, city, either way, the city's okay, or it's there, we're not going to take a position. And then watch, where we, as a city, will usually put our PPG on notice of like, hey, give us an update if something happens with this. We're a little intrigued about what's going on at the state level. So we did add some economic development things, items in the platform last January. So from support efforts in manufacturing, growth in the manufacturing industry, to embracing innovations, to supporting creation of business incubators. So we added 7 total items in the economic development section. We added 2 items in the homelessness section, support and funding opportunities for mental health and drug abuse treatment to address chronic homelessness in Riverside County, as well as legislative and funding opportunities to improve discharge planning for jails and prisons. We added 1 item in public safety, wildland firefighting enhancements, supporting wildlife firefighting enhancements, as well as 3 items in public utilities, COVID-19 related, as well as monitoring Water Resource Development Act and supporting monitoring electric utility grid reliability and resiliency. So at this time, we just wanted to take a moment to see if there's anything that you would like to propose for the 2023 legislative platform, or anything that you would like us to potentially look into for the 2023 platform. And so just some examples of different things that we can add to the platform, as well as things that we can look into.
Go ahead.
No, I think, it's, our platform, I think, is really comprehensive, to be honest. I'm less interested in growing the platform and more interested in exploring the tactics by which we leverage our lobbying power to make our platform more effective. So, how do we, instead of growing the plan, how do we ensure that the plan gets executed better? And so I really like slide 10 as an informational graphic, and I think that slide should be available to the general public, maybe on our website. If they can Google, it's like how a bill becomes. I want to go back to Schoolhouse Rock. You know what I mean? It's just a really good visual, and I think it would be helpful for our residents.
Tell us all. This is in your office.
I'm a bill on Capitol Hill. No, this is really fantastic. Anyway, I just wanted to draw a note to that, and I want this to be available to our residents. So I don't have recommendations for how to grow the platform, but I do want to draw on that. Slide 10, state capital legislative days. I think we should start taking advantage of that. If there's a way, our in-person, our Zoom meetings with our state reps, I think go a long way for us to signal to our state reps what's really important to us. And it really kind of dilutes all of our asks into our really, really big asks, and it makes them, they remember it. Next time we talk to them, they're like, this is the thing, right? You told me this is the thing, and so we made it happen, and now you have money for it, right? So, and I think that could even go further if we were in their, going to them in their space, and like making it a point to meet with them. So
Yeah, no, and I would really welcome having you guys come up to Sacramento and meeting with them in person. And I will say, you know, the last 2 years were really weird, and even this past year, they tried to do it in person, and it ended up being more of a hybrid situation. And I want to say the members weren't even really, I think they had their leadership like summits, you know, so they weren't really as present. So it just kind of all got bundled up. But this year, I really think there's an opportunity to meet with them in person. State agencies also this past year weren't really meeting in person, so next year is going to really provide a great opportunity to have you come up and maximize your time while you're up there.
So I'm in favor with our plan as we're going, and I'm really happy with the direction that we've taken with our proactive approach. It's in my opinion, we're seeing results. We're seeing state dollars getting reinvested in Corona specifically, and so I don't necessarily want to grow the plan. I just want to execute the plan as best we can.
Is Conjunction Junction, was that Schoolhouse Rock?
Yes. But it's not about the bill.
What's your function?
School Rock.
Yeah, I miss those cartoons. I only have one question, and it's more for Jacob. Sorry. Great presentation, by the way. So originally, the city got rid of the federal lobbyists, which was a great idea, and went with these guys, the state lobbyists. I think when we first said these guys came on, it was like an experimental program, right? And now we're keeping them. So in your opinion, you feel it's right to have a state lobbyist still?
100%.
Okay, then I'm good.
And just to clarify, based on council direction that we received in the last year, we are also going to re-engage with a federal lobbyist. So we're going through the RFP process, and that's really largely driven to the fact that we don't call them earmarks anymore. It's community funding, I forget the name of it, but those are now back again. And so that has sort of started the question of going after some more federal funding. So won't necessarily look the same, and that'll come back to council for further consideration, but we are looking to re-engage at the federal level as well.
And thank you. So our city, through you guys and the future federal lobbyists, we're taking the best pathways forward, and it means a lot.
So I got a question for you too, Jacob. Is this be the right time then to ask to be considered as part of our platform to lobby for funding to complete the Santa Ana River Trail through our city?
Yeah, you can give us direction on that. I don't know if that's as much about changing the platform as it is a particular priority that you'd want us to go after. I think that in general, going after federal and state, in this case state grants, is covered in the platform, but identifying that as a funding priority, yes. And I think are we going to come up on that later in the presentation, particular funding priorities, or is that at a future meeting? Future meeting is where we're going to identify the specific funding things that you want to prioritize for 2023.
Okay.
So
bring it up then.
But you know what? Bring the idea up now, and we'll be ready for it then when we come back to you next time.
Right on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is great. I agree with Councilmember Casillas. This is a great list. I don't know, like guardrail, so to speak. But there are some specific things I'd like us to step into a little more active, and I think going into that, going up and directly lobbying for specific either action or sponsoring bills. And I know we're going to go into that a little bit later. But we kind of see that we have these 4 places. So a lot on economic development, which is great. It's very broad. It kind of catches a lot of things. The homelessness part, the drug abuse treatment, and discharge planning. I want to make sure that I'm hoping that we have a second chance at the CARE Act, the CARE Court stuff that'll come back in some ways. It sounds like I'm hearing that there's still some things that were kind of tweaked out at the end that hopefully we can get back in, especially since we're one of the pilot places. I want to make sure that's covered. I'm pretty sure it would be. And then public safety, with just being wildfires, I know that we have some other public safety items that are in here too that we're going to be talking about. I want to make sure that those would fit in here even though they're not lined out, especially the Prop 47 argument and some of the other things. And I can't wait to get into this part, the transportation and infrastructure. Housing and land, I think that can be, a lot of that's covered on local control, and that kind of, sums a lot of that up. And I think that's a way to, at least those fits into. On the transportation infrastructure part, I want to make sure that we're not, the languages that I think that I want to make sure that we continue to see, and I was happy to hear it at the Mobility 21 conference. Director Amashakin from Calstra said, I understand that you're different. Each one of your areas are different, but we're not seeing that in bills. The bills are one size fits all, and that's not only in transportation, but in housing and all these other things. So I'm hoping to just, that goes from the director's mouth to someone's pen or keyboard to put those in, so we're not subjected to the same. And without diving into the weeds, I want to make sure that we have a policy, or at least we can add a policy platform that we want to see that anything that's a statewide policy that has some wiggle room for local or regional differences. The rest are all fine. I mean, adding things, and I think transportation infrastructure is, long-term rail, and we talk about some of the other stuff that's already in here already, which is great, and finishing our lane drops in the 15, that sort of thing. I know that's in there too. So, but that's it. Thank you.
All right, so two things that we heard during the process last year into January when we adopted 2022's plan was looking at sponsoring legislation as well as grants. We're going over both things, or looking at how we can enhance our going after grants. And we'll be talking about both of those things today. So for the city-sponsored legislation, what we're going to talk about is that we have 4 proposals from city staff. So what we looked at are things that are problems, looking at let me start with a sponsor. So a sponsor is an individual group who brings a legislative idea to a lawmaker to be considered by the legislature. So what city staff did was look at things that everyday work life, there are a few things that we could, if we just shifted or amended or changed, would it actually be, could it make things a lot smoother? Could we, would it take less time, or would we be able to have less complaints from residents just by doing something like that? So started that process. And so that is the identifying the problem, looking for an idea or a concept. And then we look to see, is there a legislative solution? Because also just to note, sponsors are required to take stakeholder meetings, develop fact sheets, testify in committee, and is always listed in the committee analysis as a bill sponsor. So that is something, if we're going to take on, we got to make sure that we do have a legislative solution that we're able to back, that we're able to research, find support throughout the entire process. And we also just have to decide, what is the political climate? Are we making a statement bill versus seeking policy changes? And so on the next, I just want to frame the next 4 slides. So the next 4 slides are proposals that we worked with city staff, asking those questions that I mentioned earlier of, is there something that if we amended, if we shifted, if we could just work with legislation that, it may not be fully, a bill may have been passed, but this is one thing they didn't think about that's hindering the city to do X, Y, Z. And so on these next 4 slides, we really are just wanting you all's permission to go ahead with looking more into finding solutions. You'll see a solution at the bottom, but it's more of a proposed solution, because we need to work with the legislature, our legislative representatives, looking at some things, maybe a regional approach, and being able to work together to find what really will be a compromise and solution that we can then bring back to you all to say, this is what we're proposing, this is the legislation, or this is the language that we're thinking, what are your thoughts? And then you'll be able to weigh in and be able to decide, we like that level, no, we want to go a little bit further, let's bring it back, let's go a little bit, let's propose a little bit less. So this is just for us to get your feedback on if this is something that you would like us to pursue.
So in terms of timeline, what we're looking at is probably October through December, really being able to flesh out what these proposals are and what they would look like, hopefully to be able to get some sort of like legislative council draft for the council to review. And then make that determination whether or not we wanted to move forward or not. And then that would allow us to spend January through February looking for a bill author to sponsor our legislation. Of course, we naturally go to the city's representatives first, make sure it's something that they want to do. But if it is something that's more of a regional approach, something that we want to take an active role in, but it's really like a statewide effort, that gives us more room to determine who a bill author would be. And then it's about that third week of February that bills have to be introduced, but it's not, that doesn't mean that we have to have like our final language and what it is that, you know, we want to stamp. We have March through May to work with whoever our bill author is, as well as the committees that the bill is going to go through to really massage that language and get it to a place to get the support that it needs. June is usually when you would get your first floor vote on the bill, and then it would come back in August to go through the committee process and votes in the second house. And then hopefully, if we're lucky, it's on the governor's desk this time next year. So as Denzel mentioned, we did have meetings with staff, and we kind of take note of this as we move like all year long as things get brought up. And one of the things that was mentioned is serial lawsuits where you've got individuals requesting Public Records Act information from the city, and if they believe you don't comply, they just go ahead and they sue you. Unlike with the Brown Act and the Tort Claims Act, there is a period of remediation where you're able to kind of cure the efforts, and that's not the case with the Public Records Act. So one of our proposals as a solution to this issue would be to include an notice and an opportunity to cure for the Public Records Act, similar to what's already an existing law with other acts having to deal with public agencies. And then I will say, regarding Surplus Lands Act, this is something that I know I've heard a number of times as since we've been with the city. And in recent years, we've seen a number of bills really narrow down what you can do with Surplus Lands Act, making it so it has to be available to affordable housing before anything else. And in 2019, it went even further with the adoption of AB 1486. So there were 2 bills this year that wanted to go even further, limiting cities' control as to what they can do with surplus, like there was any further to go. But one bill stalled in the Senate, and another bill was watered down so much that the author ended up pulling the bill. So what we're waiting on right now is there's 2 bills on the governor's desk that would provide narrow exemptions to the SLA. And if he signs those bills, I think there's an opportunity next year to look at further exemptions to the SLA. I think it's actually become a hindrance more so than producing the housing that they originally intended. So a solution that we're proposing is to seek an exemption to designate downtown core areas from the Surplus Lands Act. And then kind of on a bigger scale, looking to find solutions to issues that we have seen with Prop 47. Last year, there was a intake in organized retail theft. This year, we had about 7 bills by both Democrats and Republicans. It's definitely a bipartisan issue, looking to make changes to Prop 47. And I'm going to go into like the specific bills later on in our presentation. But I do think for everything we're hearing is that public safety is going to be an issue next year. So this can be something that if the city chooses, that we can work really closely with our law enforcement state agencies, PORAC and Cal Chiefs, as well as the Sheriff's Association, Cal Cities, and the Counties Association to request some type of fix to Prop 47. And then our last proposal is having to do with abandoned vehicles and seeking an amendment to AB 2876, which limited law enforcement's ability to remove and seize vehicles. So we would try to figure out what a certain set of circumstances would be in order to get at this issue. So those were the ones that we came up with, staff wanted to see if there was anything, how you felt about those proposals, as well as there's anything else that we should take into consideration.
Thank you for that. Sorry, I should do that before I get on the mic. Huh? Also, that is increasingly, they're like really.
Listen, I look at it's people having fun.
What are they doing?
It's an people having fun. I like
that's awesome.
it.
I love it.
Love it.
So I wanted to call a couple of things out. Ms. Gonzalez, how many cities go from, monitoring state legislation to then proactively writing, authoring, and trying to move legislation in the state? Is that something that cities our size do frequently?
There are. They're usually very district-based. I will say one of my other clients is the city of Carlsbad. They've had a state lobbyist for 10 years. This was the first year that they finally sponsored legislation. They were having an issue with lifeguard shortages at their community swimming pool, so they wanted to pull lifeguards from the beach who were city employees and have them work in the city swimming pool. So they waited for like a direct nexus. Yeah. There was also a court case that came out of San Diego County that resulted in them pursuing the second bill, also having to do with lifeguards. It was a weird year.
Carlsbad. But we've been working together now, what, 2-3 years? 2 years.
A year and a half.
A year and a half, and we're already talking about authoring bills and pushing them. I just want to call out like how cool that is.
It's fun.
It's super fun, and again, it's us taking, like going to the next level. We have cities often, and we just came from Cal City's conference, and it's almost like a cliche when the city says, Sacramento, and it's happening to us, and it's just happening to, and you just like, right? But we are saying, hey, listen, we're going to actually try and solve some problems and provide some solutions. And that's a big deal. I love that we call out, problem, solution, and then identify a political climate. I have zero interest in making statement bills, like zero. I don't want Corona in the headlines, for resolutions that have nothing to do, or bills that have nothing to do with like local governance. So I like that we identify that. I like that we're solutions oriented. Of the four, there's a couple that are gonna probably touch some nerves, but the solutions that we're proposing, I think, are really common sense. And so I am all in favor of these four, and I'm looking forward to like what this new iteration of state advocacy looks like for Corona. And it's just a really cool feather in our hat to say that like we're focusing on local issues, but we're also going upstream to solve the problem as well. So kudos, good job. I'm on board.
Just on that point real quick. So you were saying about like Sacramento.
Yeah.
When you have a sponsored bill and it actually gets through the process, it really shows you how like a locality and the state can work together on solutions. Yep. And it's gratifying, and it reminds us like why we do this.
Yeah.
Sometimes you forget.
Yeah. You forget, and then you kind of like let it become a thing that happens to you rather than recognizing that you have agency. Like we have agency as a city. We have residents who expect us to have agency. So I really like that we're moving upstream to solve some problems. So thank you.
I'm all for feathers in the cap, and yes to approve staff to pursue the proposals. Is there anything you'd like to propose? I don't know if the Santa Ana River Trail has been brought up, but I'd like to refer to Councilmember Steiner there. And that's it for me.
I agree that the 4 items that were mentioned all need to be addressed. We've experienced as a council the serial lawsuit, and that was really disappointing. So anything we can do to prevent that would be great. The Surplus Land Act, I don't know what we're going to do about that. That seems like it's a disaster. But the 3 and 4, the issues with crime and towing vehicles and stuff, this is what we get called on all the time. And we need to do whatever we can to tow vehicles that shouldn't be where they're at and to keep bad guys in jail.
Yeah, I agree, 100%. These four are definitely should be a track. The abandoned vehicles one is one that I think that drives people absolutely nuts, because I get the idea behind it. That's clearly not what's going on in our city, and find ways to delineate the differences between using, towing vehicles to punish people versus, people that have learned to game the system. So that's great. All four of these are great. I had a couple of, just a question about the process. I kind of see this as like in my mind, this is like a Shark Tank thing, that we go in front of the local legislator and go, okay, we got 4 things for you today. We have 1, 2, 3. Which one do you like? Or is there more of a collaborative process? Do you say, hey, are you interested in sponsoring a bill on correcting the abandoned vehicle issue? And then they go, they kind of do it up or down, and then we kind of move on. So and I don't know if it's like that or not, and I'll let you answer the question, but before I let you do that, I wanted to, when I sat on a meeting with Mayor Villaraigosa, he's the transportation czar, as the governor has titled him. He kept coming back to the same thing, that each individual city raising their hand about a project it will get literally no attention. If you have a regional, if you have a group of cities together, that's going to get more information, and I'm guessing that's kind of an overarching theme in Sacramento, and maybe from the governor's desk as well, that if we can bring additional cities, Inland Empire has a group of mayors that meet once a month. There's probably half a dozen, maybe actually more than a couple dozen now, from both Riverside and San Bernardino County. And we've been kind of talking about certain little projects and little things to kind of join together. And we've written a couple of joint letters that have gotten good traction. And I'd like us to see if maybe before we go to legislators that we kind of maybe build up a little bit of community or regional goodwill and some of these things, and say, hey, who's interested in it? Because I can tell you that I don't know of a city that's not having an issue with abandoned vehicles, especially sliced out. But how many of those can we split out? And then I'll put my shameless plug in for maybe proposal number 4, which is our auxiliary lane project. And right now there's a SB 743 and a couple of other rules that auxiliary lanes are limited to 1 mile. That you can't have an auxiliary lane longer than 1 mile, and we, frankly, the folks not just in Corona but south of Corona are suffering every single day because the distance between Wyrick and Cajalco is 1.1 miles, and I can't eliminate a lane drop because it's literally a few hundred feet longer than that's allowed in the bill. So stuff like that, I don't know if that's something that they'd be willing to take up. And then my favorite is always this idea about truth in tolling, that transportation agencies should have to show how much time is saved to take a toll lane, because a lot of people that take a toll, that enter a toll lane, there's a perception that the higher the price is, the faster that they're going to get where they are, and that is not true. Toll pricing is actually depending on which toll you're on, there's multiple myriad of different toll policies throughout the state, some that are time and use. So they have a price that's set a month in advance, and it has the price that you see on the board doesn't have anything to do with how fast you're going to get there. And I know there's some resistance to it because they don't want to have to put up more information. But there should be some truth when someone's paying, $30 to $40 to travel for a few miles. They should be able to know if it's going to save them time or not, and not have to look at their phone and compare the two on Google Maps or Waze or one of the other ones. And yeah, I talked to a couple different legislative folks about it, and they go, okay, yeah, that sounds cool, but I don't know how to push it any further. So that's one that I'd like to get my colleagues to, if there was any support for putting that into the Shark Tank list.
I'm in support of both, adjusting the mile, or looking into the mile for the auxiliary lane, and the truth in tolling. I agree.
Great. And I know RCTC would at least do that first one, but I know the second one maybe not, but that's okay.
No, that's great. And, you know, just regarding working, like getting some regional buy-in, I think is, it's a great idea, because you can go to like a lawmaker and they might be on the fence on something if we just brought it ourselves. But if we've got, you know, 4 or 5 of their cities saying like this is an issue, it might have like the thumbs up go from there to here, right? So definitely something we'll work on.
Great. I know that the Western Riverside County folks along the 15 we're all talking already about things. So I think a couple of these could be just sent over to the few. I know Hoopa Valley is very supportive of some of these other issues, and same with Norco and Eastvale and like Elsinore. And I know that we could certainly pull in a couple of county supervisors as well. So thank you.
So our next section is a legislative session in review, and I'm going to start with housing. And while we've been having this presentation, the governor's been having a press conference on housing bills, so I wouldn't be surprised if all of these have been signed by the time we're done here. But wanted to start with legislation regarding ADUs. This year's big bill was it started off as a big bill. It was SB 897, which would allow ADUs to be constructed with a height up to 25 feet if you're in a high transit area, essentially allowing for 2-story ADUs. So increased density. And then it also like takes state building standards kind of off the table, like doesn't give you an opportunity to correct. And it doesn't, construction of an ADU would not trigger a requirement for fire sprinklers either. So really ended up kind of, I feel like it's got a number of issues in terms of public hazards, but we'll see what ends up happening with that bill. The 2 big bills this year regarding housing have to do with what to do with commercial space. AB 2011 by Assemblymember Wicks, the Affordable Housing and High Roads Job Act of 2022, would authorize 100% affordable or mixed income housing in retail or parking areas, and would require those that are building these units to be paid prevailing wage. And it's one of the last amendments that were taken was to make it a pilot period, so it would be from July 2023 to January 1st, 2033, that developers would be able to take advantage of this.
Did it already pass?
It's on the governor's desk, and I think that was the bill that he was signing at the press conference that's happening right now. On the other side of it is SB 6 by Senator Caballero, which would also allow for housing development projects to be considered an allowable space in parcels that are considered office, retail, or parking. What is the word? It has to be a 20-acre parcel or less. It would require a skilled and trained workforce, which means that the workers on these development projects have to go through the apprenticeship programs of the state building trades. And there is a little bit more local oversight in terms of if like a city says no to one property, they can say no to one property if they can offer another option. So that bill also has the same 10-year window as AB 2011. And yesterday, they're both really dense bills. So we did send over a side-by-side analysis to staff should you have various questions on the different policy areas that are in this bill. I will say that the way that they both moved through the legislative process was AB 2011 was the bill that was moving forward. It had a lot of opposition. And as a result, Senator Caballero took her bill, which she placed in the inactive file last year. She brought it back, trying to come to a consensus. The point of it being a pilot project is to really take a look at, in 10 years, how many units were created and how many jobs were created. Because with the labor standards, especially with AB 2011, affordable housing a lot of times is hard to have pencil out already and often needs subsidies to get built. So by adding these additional labor standards, how many developers are actually going to pursue it? That's the kind of information that HCD is going to be required to gather with both of these bills moving forward.
These two bills, in my opinion, are I mean, they're the latest assault, but this one in particular has some options. I know that there isn't an affordable component to it. I think, Middle Class Housing Act.
So a locality can place affordable housing requirements. So the developer doesn't have to?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's my point.
Yeah.
So my thought on this is that we're not going to be able to, to change things, but we can, as Councilmember Richens so eloquently said it, we make all the parking underground, but not that way on this one. But I'm saying that maybe there is if they really want to build housing and they really want it to be affordable, then let's make it affordable, and make them really not just put up a bunch of dense housing with no benefit to the city. So. Yeah, these scare me just because we do have some retail spaces that are in kind of flux right now, and I'm really worried that we're going to have some owners that are going to see this as a really quick way to cash out and not wait for the market to react. So yeah, these two we have to keep an eye on. Thank you.
So the next bill is AB 2097 by Assemblymember Friedman. This is a bill that the author has brought forward for a number of years, and it's stalled for the most part. And this would prohibit local governments from placing parking requirements on specified properties that are located within public transit. The governor did sign this bill, I think it was 2 weeks ago. And interestingly enough, he doesn't do a lot of signing messages. And with this one, he offered a signing message, really asking HCD to look at the unintended consequences of what this bill might bring, because a lot of localities will, as an incentive to have a developer come in and build affordable housing, they'll offer up like you don't have to have parking minimums. So if by taking these incentives away, are we actually in fact diverting development? So you have a bill like this with a signing message like that, but then the previous bills, which we'll see if there was a signing message or what the thought was behind it. But like I said, that one did get signed into law. And then SB 1338 Care Court, this is a bill,
Ms. Gonzalez, sorry, I was slow on the draw, but it's interesting when the mayor and I did a couple of these lobby visits last year or something. What was interesting was the conversation about what is defined as public transit, and the fact that Riverside County doesn't really have a functioning like a good network of public transit. Can you just share real quick what is considered public transit by the state?
That's I know. I was like, that's kind of a convoluted. I'm sorry, I'm going in the wrong direction. I'm sorry.
So let's go to
wow.
AB 2097.
I just went.
Yeah, you went forward.
I'm going the wrong way.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought I was going back.
It's a very fast presentation.
Yes.
There it is.
Yeah, so I would say I'd feel more comfortable going back and looking at it, because they've gotten really creative with how they define public transit in order to get things to move forward. Because last year the bill stalled when public transit resulted in every bus stop, basically. So if you're a large city it could really take up your entire city limits. So they've gotten really creative with how they define.
Within 15 minutes.
Within 15 minutes is when the stops are happening, so there could be.
So it's the whole town, right?
I haven't read this one yet.
Yeah.
Is it the whole town?
So.
It's just because having a bus stop and then having true access to reliable transportation are not always the same thing.
Completely, and it's really the case in most areas where you can't have a bill like this or anything that really like uses transit as your nexus if you don't have connectivity,
Right.
you know. But I do believe with this bill, and I'll get back to you on this, but I
Okay.
do believe it's in like, I don't think it's the bus stop, every bus
Okay.
stop.
Yeah,
transit
I'm just
anymore.
really curious about what public transit means, because public transit in the city of Corona, as opposed to the Bay Area, as opposed to LA, are just very different things. You know, and I, with these caveats on these bills, on the surface it seems good, and then you dig a little further and you're like, but that, you know, the intention is good, but if a person doesn't have access. So I'd be curious to know.
Yeah, I will definitely get back to you on
Okay,
that, just to
appreciate it.
clarify the definition. And then, so SB 1338 is Care Court. This was the administration's big push to establish a community-based court program for those who are experiencing homelessness and suffer from schizophrenia. And like the mayor mentioned, Riverside County is one of the piloted programs. So this bill would allow a person to be referred to the care court, and they would be given an advocate, and they would be placed in a program that allows housing, medication, and mental health services for a period. It'd be for a period of a year, and then at that year, if they need another year, the maximum is 2. This bill was packaged with a mental health, like there was a number of bills regarding mental health, and it had to do with conservatorships, amendments to the Mental Health Services Act. Really, at the end of the day, those bills stalled because they needed to get this right, up and running and implemented correctly, make sure the funding's there, make sure that the support was there to see that this is successful. So.
Did they put a lot of funding into it?
They put a lot of funding into it, both one-time funding as well as ongoing funding. So in order to get everybody, from a local government's perspective, their concern was being able to implement it correctly, having all of these brand new, really ambitious requirements and having to, you know, be successful. I mean, so there is a delayed implementation. They are piloting 7 counties, Riverside County being one of them. And they picked the 7, you know, you've got some rural, some highly urban, so that based on what this implementation process looks like, they should be able to easily go ahead and recreate something similar in the other counties throughout the state. So in Riverside County, Care Court's going to have to be implemented by October 2023. Really ambitious timeline, stakeholder meetings. I really think after we get through Friday's bill signing, we're going to start seeing stakeholder meetings taking place. And it's going to have to be a partnership between the state, the county, city officials, nonprofits, service providers in order to make this work. So I think there's room for everyone at the table. And quite frankly, if there, you know, you're going to have that communication in order for this to be successful. Yeah.
Do you know how much one-time funding was allocated and how much ongoing funding?
I do.
And while you're looking that up, I was talking to our Homeless Solutions Manager, Karen Roper, and she said that there was some kind of weasel words put in toward the end of adoption of this bill that allows the folks that enter this program to still opt themselves out after a period. So we're hoping that it sticks, but in the end, it isn't the panacea. I think that we all hoped it would be, which should be able to get people in conservatorship that are clearly unable to take care of themselves, and it still doesn't do that.
Yeah, and I will say to that point, this is a really deeply personal issue for people. I mean, it got very emotional, and I think that's why you couldn't do both, because there was a bill trying to amend conservatorship law so that if you're of harm to yourself or others, then you would be able to. There'd be room for someone to be placed in this program despite their objections, but But that's once we get this implemented, I think there'll definitely be room for us to revisit that mental health legislative package and try to get some of that pushed through so that more people can take advantage of this. And then in regards to the funding, there's $5.3 billion in one-time funding for homelessness programs to help with implementation, because housing is definitely a part of care court, and then $1.6 billion in annual ongoing funding for mental health services.
So care court is a part of those things, the housing and homelessness and the mental health and homelessness.
Yeah.
So it's not 1.6 billion ongoing for care court, it's 1.6 billion ongoing.
11.6.
Sorry, 11.6. So it's 11.6 ongoing for mental health services and homelessness, which a care court is a portion of it.
Right. So the mental health services, that's the 11.6 billion, and then the 15 billion is the housing portion.
15 billion and 11.6. Okay, thank you.
So the governor did sign that bill, and it's going to be, I mean, this is something that we're all over. It's going to move really quickly, especially for you here in Riverside County, trying to get this up and running and what it looks like. And then regarding transportation, we saw a number of bills that were trying to tie funding into climate change. The city did take positions on all of these bills. AB 1778 by Assemblymember Garcia was trying to tie it to the Healthy Place Index, so those with really bad air pollution would not receive funding for highway expansion projects. So in essence, you're punishing those who need the funding the most. AB 2237 by Assemblymember Friedman had to do with regional transportation planning funding. Both of these bills, 2237 and 2438, are bills having to do, they were recommendations based on a report that came out. The report was 8285. Yeah, so what AB 285 looked at was transportation patterns, and it was kind of misguided in that the report was, it was very misguided in that it was conducted during the pandemic when you weren't getting accurate transportation, like vehicle numbers. Just a lot of it was misguided. 2237 failed. 2438 ended up being watered down quite a bit, and that one is currently on the governor's desk. So essentially 2438 is just asking for transportation programs to take the climate action plan into consideration when they're developing guidelines.
In 1778, what happened to that?
That bill got held in Senate Transportation, as did 2237. And this was a great example of how the city worked together regionally with your COG. We worked with your local COG as well as a number of COGs throughout the state. I will say this city was really one of the only cities that came out in opposition as an individual city to these bills. So, but it was great to have that feedback for the committee. Also on transportation, AB 2953 by Assemblymember Salas has to do with recycled materials, saying that the Department of Transportation and a state agency would use recycled materials to the extent feasible and cost effective. So, you know, you can read into that what you will, but I will say the governor vetoed a very similar bill to this last year, and there weren't really a whole lot of changes made. But this one's currently pending on his desk. And then SB 932 by Senator Portantino has to do with circulation elements. When this bill was introduced, what it required was when a city adopts a circulation element, they would have then 2 years to begin implementation of this plan. It didn't take into account funding opportunities and how, you know, as a city, you want to implement components of your plan, but it's usually funding that's the hindrance. And it also had a private right of action, so an individual could sue you if you weren't implementing parts of this plan and injury resulted. So the private right of action was taken out, and this bill was watered down quite a bit, but it still has that 2-year implementation period within the language. There are ways to get out of it, but it's knowing what it was, you can imagine if this bill were to get signed, them trying to just go a step further going into next year. So we touched a little bit on public safety and Prop 47 earlier. We saw a number of bills this year, bipartisan effort to make changes to Prop 47. AB 1599 by Assemblymember Kiley was a straight repeal. That bill stalled in the Assembly Public Safety Committee. AB 1603 by Assemblymember Solis just took the theft threshold portion of Prop 47 and was looking to have it go from $950 down to $400, which is what it was prior to Prop 47. That bill also stalled in committee. And then AB 1613 by Assemblymember Irwin has to do with jurisdictions. The bill originally would have allowed for a county district attorney to be able to try a case within multiple jurisdictions. If a crime happened, say in Riverside County and in Ventura County, you wouldn't have to have separate trials. That original version stalled. It was later amended to give the state attorney general that authority. And that bill is currently on the governor's desk. And in addition to Prop 47, we saw a number of bills having to do with catalytic converters. Ultimately, two of them passed out. AB 1740 by Assemblymember Mayor Succi would require a recycler to include the year, make, and model of a vehicle when a catalytic converter is being sold, and make sure that's part of the written record. And you would also have to make sure that you have a copy of the title for the vehicle from which that converter was removed. And then SB 1087 by Senator Gonzalez would require that a person wouldn't be able to purchase a used catalytic converter unless it's from a automobile dismantler or a dealer who's considered authorized. And if so, it's punishable by a fine, which is huge because we don't really do like any kind of penalty increases anymore in terms of state legislation. So the fact that there's even like a punishable by a fine language within this bill is, I'm just surprised that it didn't get amended out, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see more bills having to do with catalytic converter thefts going into next year.
Have these been signed yet?
They have. And then we'll end on a good note. The budget bills were great for the city this year. AB 179 by Assemblymember Ting. This ended up being the final amended budget bill, but it included $2.5 million for the Corona Innovation Center, $2 million for Phase 2 renovations of Griffin Park, and $200,000 for the City of Corona's Wildfire Protection Plan. And I will say that this is really a testament to the work that you guys do that you did this time last year by identifying what your financial priorities are. It really lets us get out in front of the budget process. So, and to be like united in what it is that the city wants and to have all the background information that's necessary. So, we did our meetings earlier this year with both our lawmakers, going over the financial priorities, really set up in a position to be able to follow up with staff on what they needed in terms of budget request letters or any additional information, and just following up every time we had any kind of additional information. Like when the May revise ended up showed that we had an even bigger budget surplus than was anticipated in January. We were right there with them. And it's really helpful because in the case of Senator Roth this year, both his chief of staff and ledge director left his office, and they had been longtime employees, so they knew the issues. So the fact that we had done this early and that we had all this information really gave his staff the information they needed, given that they were newer. So
I love this. This is great, and I'd like to see us do more of it. Unfortunately, I think that we could have had even more, but I know that anything that had to do with transportation was not put in the budget. And I looked pretty closely to see if there was any transportation dollars, and even though everybody had told us, oh yeah, there's no edict that says that they're not going to, fund transportation projects. that weren't, as long as they weren't ATP or something, or they weren't active transportation.
Right, that's what I was just about
Or
to
bicycle
say.
lanes, but if they were anything to do with a car, everything was getting funneled back to the CEC. So this is a great list and a good number. I know some of the other cities got some really great projects, and I'm happy for them because I think a lot of them are regional. I am a little jealous, but at the same time, I think that we did quite well, and I think as we identified exactly what they were in the specific asks, and then trying to fit in what their requests were or what their parameters were. So hopefully we do more of that this year.
Yeah, what's great about your list is that you have a variety of topics, so it really plays to what your lawmaker has an opportunity, like what they consider their priorities for the year and what they have an opportunity to fund. So, your guys' funding was secured in June, but I know there were some cities who, come August, they were like, whether it was the GAN limit or whatever it might have been, there was another opportunity, and it's like, okay, they weren't, like, let's get this in now while we can. But I think it's great that your funding was secured in June. It meant that that's another testament to being active early on in the process.
If I can jump in here and make a plug also for staff, especially Mr. Ellis, is that I think this also drives for us the opportunity to have and like be creative and explore like shovel-ready projects and at least start like the brainstorming of what that would cost, because if we have things in the hopper and then the opportunity rises and we can identify the true cost of what that would be, or at least get close to it, then anyway.
May I comment, Mayor, just to respond to that? We 100% agree, and that is a lot of what is behind the work that's going on with our revamping of our CIP, to not only have those immediate projects that are honestly more shovel-ready, but also having the complete list of projects of what we would do if we had the funds, or we could secure funds that we could move up other projects that maybe are in outer years. And so we hope that once that is over, we have a prioritized list of all of our potential projects in the city that will allow us on an annual basis to really go forward and say, okay, pick on from this list, what are the ones that are most important you want to go after, and that's what we will then use as that guidance.
All right, next I'm going to give y'all a quick update on grants. So one thing we heard in January was how can we enhance our grant writing ability? And so we contracted through RPPG, Grant Writing Services, started about April, so we've been working with them for about 6 months. And the first grants they reviewed were our community funding projects, federal grants that we submitted, and we're very thankful for that. So one thing I do want to note is that the city has, for years pursued grants and have been awarded grants, especially yearly grants. Fire and police are very active with yearly grants. And so the grant writing services that we contracted were to adopt a strategic and proactive approach to grant seeking. So when we've been working with RPPG, and I'll say Jake a lot, so Jake is our RPPG grant writing consultant, we hold monthly meetings where we bring together key stakeholders from each department to be able to go through what we call the catalog, the funding opportunity catalog. And it's a very long catalog, but he does a great job breaking it down by each topic so that each department can kind of look at their sections and say, hey, this might be something that I want to look at and pursue. And so looking through that, we're then able to, staff will then ask sometimes, hey, this is the situation we're in. Do you think this would be something that we can pursue or should pursue or even eligible to pursue this? And so Jake and his team are great at doing that. And then also they will, as mentioned, the first ones they reviewed for us was the community funding projects. But other grants throughout the year, they are very open and willing to be able to either review. They also will work with departments to help write. And then also what we also do as staff is to help them to align with council for priorities and strategic goals so that basically Jake is put on notice of like, these are the main things that we're looking at for this year. If you find something or something pops up, he'll definitely put it on our radar and put it in front of us to be able to give us the opportunity to review it, but also the opportunity to say, yes, this is something we feel that we have the capability to pursue, or pushing it back to Jake and his team and saying, hey, this is something that we may have to lean on you all a lot this time, or right now, to be able to help us to write it the first time. We don't know. We want to make sure that we're doing it the correct way, to make sure we're positioning ourselves the best, and they'll step in and carry more of the weight load in those times. So these are not all the things we've looked at. We want to give you a quick 3 things that we have that are in proposal or in progress right now. So we have the Urban Community Forest Program, Community Wildlife Defense Grant, as well as right now Railroad Crossing Elimination Program. And so then we also have some that we've been submitted. Of course, the community funding project programs for Magnolia and Ontario street widening. And then also the Bridge Investment Program. And then there's 3 funding opportunities. We have lots of funding opportunities to look at each month, but here's just 3 main ones I want to just highlight. Looking at improvement, airport improvement program, public works and economic adjustment assistance, and climate adaptation planning grant. And so when we have funding opportunities, sometimes it's funding opportunities that RPG is bringing to us to look at, but also funding opportunities that we said, yes, we want to, but like for the airport improvement program, deadline is not until June 30th, 2023. So basically it's a funding opportunity that we're preparing ourselves as staff, and they're giving us the timeline to say, hey, this is when you should be doing this, and then we'll get prepared for this, and then you'll be in a good position once it's time to submit your application.
Great. So looking ahead, as mentioned, the governor's got till Friday to sign or veto all legislation on his desk. December 5th is when organization session convenes, and what that means is everyone who gets elected in November, and they'll come up to Sacramento and everyone gets sworn in for the new 23-24 legislative session. And then January 3rd is when we begin our regularly scheduled legislative session. And then it hasn't been approved yet, but we're anticipating February 17th to be the last day for bills to be introduced. So that's the timeline that we're going off of as we're looking at bills to sponsors, that we want to have something in place by February 17th. So going into next year, we're going to have a lot of turnover. We're about a third of the members are going to be brand new. So that is going to result in new leadership, possibly in the assembly, but new committee assignments in both houses, which could be a good thing. I think specifically where public safety and transportation are concerned, if we can get some new members in those committees. And then declining state revenues. The one theme that we have seen in the governor's current veto messages is he's very cognizant of the fact that revenues are not projected to be where they had anticipated originally. So that's definitely something that we're going to take into consideration. And our opportunities for 2023 legislative action days, but it doesn't have to be specific to legislative action days that Cal Cities has. If we wanted to come up and have a day, we will, book a bunch of meetings, and it could be definitely timely to either do it, before legislative action days when you're already up there, or afterwards in order to follow up on some of the things that have been proposed. We already spoke about regional collaborations, especially where transportation and economic development are concerned. And then we will be looking at developing language for bill sponsorship, as we had discussed earlier. And then with that, we will take any questions. Hopefully you're not tired of my voice yet.
Councilmember Richards, do you have anything?
Good job.
Okay. Yeah, I'm very happy. This is really good news. Looking forward to hearing on some of the grant proposals, especially the one on Ontario Avenue widening. It's very near and dear to my heart. So great. Okay, that carries us through, and I think we're right on time. We're pretty darn close to it. Yeah, so lunch is here, so let's break for lunch, and we'll come back at 1 o'clock. See everybody at 1. Councilmember Steiner has stuff to do apparently this afternoon. You guys are retired guys. Okay. So welcome back from lunch. Hope everybody had a great lunch, and thank you to Angela for the lovely meal. So next we are going to start on with move on to the revenue, and I'm sorry, I didn't even ask if we're ready to go over there. Right, see, I'm all ahead of things here. To revenue and finance section. Please come to the podium if anyone would like to address the council on items within the revenue and finance section, including ARPA update and the LMD renewal initiative. Okay, seeing no one? Great. So we're going to welcome Ken Sitton, our finance director. She'll present an update on ARPA.
Hello again. Good afternoon. So we're going to give you a quick update on the ARPA funding. This is something, if you recall, when we appropriated these funds, that we made a commitment to come back and update the council at least twice a year to make sure we're on track with all the funding. So today we're just going to talk about the status of the ARPA funds, current allocations and expenditures, and what our next steps are. So if you recall, the ARPA funding was $1.9 trillion in total. $350 billion of that went to states and local governments. City of Corona's allocation was $29,158,725, and we have actually received both of those payments. The second payment came in at the end of August. So the interim final rule is the document that was in place in May of 2021. That's when the U.S. Department of Treasury had adopted that document, and that was the guiding document for allocations, what projects were eligible, reporting standards, and things like that. And that was the document in place when we approved our allocations on November 3rd of 2021. The final rule was then adopted by the Department of Treasury on January 6th of 2022, effective in April. And all of the city's projects that we had previously allocated, they do still comply with that final rule document. And the funds must be fully spent by December of 2026. So there were 4 different categories for allocating funds. You can see numbers 1 through 4 here, but we had concentrated our funding allocations into bucket number 1 and bucket number 3, negative economic impacts with about 16.5%, and revenue replacement with about 83.5% of the funds. So this table is similar to what you've seen in previous presentations, but we got rid of categories 2 and 4 since there wasn't any money allocated there, so it just makes it a little bit easier to read, a little bit bigger text. And you can see all the different projects that are allocated under negative economic impacts, totaling about $4.8 million and 16.5%. And then under the revenue replacement category, totaling 83.5% of our funds. So the next steps with the ARPA funds are that we submit our quarterly report to the U.S. Department of Treasury. The July through September activity will be due October 31st, and then we'll continue to return to council with biannual updates. So the next one would be at our spring financial workshop. And with that update, what we'll start to do is include project status, similar to what we do with our quarterly budget updates. We'll give you kind of a little grid of, is it on target, is it in process, so you have a better understanding of where those projects are. And again, this is all to make sure that we're on target to spend the funds in the time frame in which we're allowed, and make any reallocations if we need to. And like I said, this was a quick update, so that's all I have, unless you have any questions for me.
No question. Well, yes. Where did we? Is the business support the grants that we're talking about? Under, I just can't remember the discussion. Category 1 on the left, 0.12 million. Is that business support? Are those business grants? On the left, fourth from the bottom.
I believe that was something.
Okay, I'm trying to remember what was included in that, because we've been talking about grants to local businesses, and I thought we had that discussion, and I'm wondering if this is where that's coming from.
You know, I honestly, off the top of my head, I don't recall, but I can grab that for you. And Jessica. Okay, Jessica can hopefully respond to that item.
Thank you. So Great question. So regarding, I should stand over there, maybe over there, 2 for ease. So we do have the business grants. That is one category. That's the $1 million that was approved through ARPA. And so right now, staff is right now in process of developing the guidelines for that with different categories for our emprendedores, for our downtown businesses. And so that will be coming to council in November. And then the business support also includes general information, for example, marketing support. We're bringing on some new vendors to help us with retail strategies, being more effective in our business attraction and retention strategies.
Is that $1 million for the business for the grants? Is that coming from ARPA?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It was a council approval last year.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so that's why they're separated, the business grants and then the business support.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Sure. Any other questions?
Best presentation yet.
Just a quick thank you.
You're welcome. Okay.
Great.
Thank you.
Sorry. Okay. Next up is Donna Finch, Assistant to the City Manager and Moses Cortez, Facilities, Park, and Trails Manager, to present an LMD renewal initiative.
All right, now I'm gonna get you guys excited about LMDs now, which have grass. So thank you guys again for allowing us to have this time up here. So thank you, council. So we are coming back. This is just come back. We did come back in spring, or we did come to you guys in spring with kind of like a foundational overview of all the LMDs. And since then, we've done quite a bit of work to dig into it a little deeper. So we have some updates. I'm joined by Donna Finch over here. So we're going to kind of bounce back and forth on the presentation. So to get started, we have the ask. So the ask is that the City Council provide further direction on funding solutions, service level options, additional considerations for landscape maintenance districts within the City of Corona. An overview is to some of the key points today that we'll be reviewing. We'll also be looking at the current and future challenges, some of the things that we're facing now, some of the things we're forecasting. We'll take a brief overview of the financial health of the maintenance districts, what their levies are, where we're going with them. So we'll provide you some funding solutions, some service level options, as well as some additional considerations such as escalators for the LMD zones, and also creating new districts for areas that are not currently included in an LMD or CFD. All right, here's a map of our LMDs and CFDs. The blue ones represent the LMDs, and those are include 12 benefit districts, which include just a little over 17,000 parcels. Those areas include the maintenance of the slopes, turf, landscape, and open space. The yellow ones are the CFDs. There's 11 districts with just under 6,000 parcels included in that. Those ones are a little more diverse, and they pay into the parks, slopes, parkways, as well as the roads, street lighting, traffic signals, street sweeping, pavement management, and graffiti abatement. And what you'll notice is a majority of them are on the outskirts.
Most really quick, I'm sorry to cut you off. Dean, this LMD is in my neighborhood. We're going to get there in a minute, but Zone 19 Zone 19 is a big part of this conversation.
It's going to dig into it, yeah.
Are you going to dig into that?
Yeah.
Okay, so should I do now? Okay.
You can't bifurcate. Hey, I'm moving the second.
And I'm here to be solid.
That's it.
Please continue.
Anyhow, you'll notice a majority of the districts are on the outskirts in the newer areas. In the downtown area that is not highlighted, those are the 20,000 parcels that are not included in any LMD or CFD. So some of the challenges I was mentioning, expenditures are currently outpacing the revenues. Maintenance and labor costs are continuing to increasing, and we're hearing that from our contractors consistently. We do have a lack of standardized maintenance practices, so we'd like to get to a standardized maintenance standard across the board for all districts, so no matter what part of town you're in, you see that consistency and that standard. Sustainable landscapes is a thing that we need to really look at, especially with drought conditions. Unfunded capital needs, which include not just the visual items that you might see like the turf and the trees and the plants, but also the underground infrastructure, the irrigation controllers and the cabinets, and the lack of parity between the zones, only because you might see, if you get off at, say, the McKinley Promenade area, the landscaping may look a little different from your Green River area or South Corona areas. So trying to have some consistency and some parity between the two of them. Future challenges that we're hearing of, obviously, we can pretty much forecast that we're not going to be able to use pesticides and Roundup in our parks and LMDs coming in the near future here, which will drastically increase costs. Future mandated electric power equipment, which is just around the corner. So in 2024, any equipment that is currently being used will be grandfathered, so you can continue to use it, but anything new that would be purchased will need to be electric. And then potential drought restrictions and conservation requirements as the drought only continues to get worse in future years. So with when it comes to financial health, I'm going to pass it off to Donna, and she's going to do an overview on that.
All right, hello everybody. I'm going to be talking specifically about the financial components of the slide. So you'll see Moses and I go back and forth because we are kind of tag teaming this discussion. So for the financial health, this is a reiteration of the map that we showed earlier that divides up the LMDs and CFDs. This one shows it in a different perspective, mainly in terms of the financial health of these particular districts and zones. So the areas in green on this map are technically considered financially healthy based off of the criteria that we have before you on this slide. So in order for the zone or district to be considered financially healthy, it has to have revenues that cover the annual costs, an operating reserve of 50% for expenditures, and then at least a one-time ratio between capital reserves and costs. So all of the CFDs that we introduced earlier are technically considered financially healthy based off of this criteria. So the bulk of our discussion is really going to be on the LMDs. For the LMDs, the good news is that most of them are financially healthy. We have a breakdown of the financially healthy zones that currently have an escalator with them. So that's zone 4, 10, 14, and 20. And then the LMDs that are healthy but do not have an escalator. Those are zones 1, 2, 6, 7, and 15. And we will revisit that later in terms of the discussion on the ones that do not have an escalator. We have two zones right now that are in that borderline area, so they do have revenues that are covering annual expenditures, so that's the good news for those zones, but they do not have healthy reserves because we had a previous contractor that was charging a little bit more, and we've since switched to a new contractor where we've been able to get those costs in balance with the revenues, but because of that, those reserves were depleted, and they're kind of on that edge right now of going into the financially unhealthy zone if we don't do anything to act on those zones in the future. So again, we'll talk about that as part of the escalator discussion later in the presentation. And then zone 19, which is the one in red, it is the only zone right now that is in financial trouble, but it does have a very large footprint on the community. It is spread, as you can see, in pockets of neighborhoods. It is one zone, but it's kind of spread out and it's intermingled with other zones. And some of the challenges that we're seeing in those zones, specifically in that zone, let me go back, is, again, that it doesn't have an escalator, that the costs are outweighing the revenues, and that we're starting to see some gaps in landscaping, and we'll discuss that a little bit more in future slides. So this slide right here I wanted to show you because it drills down a little bit deeper just into the LMDs in general. So in this map you'll see specifically which LMD is located in which part of the city. And then to the left of the map you'll see a breakdown of the details of each of those zones. So as you can see, there's a lot of variation in the zones in terms of the size of the zone, the number of benefit units within each zone, and just the levy itself within the zone. So we have levies as cheap as $55 a month, and ones that go all the way up to almost $650. I'm sorry, a year, not a month, a year. So it's a big difference. But as you can see, the variation is very wide. And then we only have 4 of those zones right now that have a CPI escalator in them, and the rest do not. So drilling down even further now specifically to Zone 19, which is what most of our discussion is going to be about pertaining to the financial health. You can see right now that this zone is in financial trouble. So it's, as I mentioned, one of the larger zones. We have 3,692 benefit units that are spread across over 36 acres. The current levy right now for this zone is $126 per year, and it's bringing in about $460,000 a year in total revenue. The costs, however, vastly exceed that revenue. We're looking at about $555,000 a year in costs, which gives us about an $88,000, close to $89,000 a year deficit. So as you can see, the reserves have been completely depleted in this specific zone. We actually have a negative fund balance in the operating reserve, so this zone is in need of immediate attention. And as I mentioned, we do have other challenges just beyond the fact that the costs are exceeding the revenues. As you can see with these 2 photos here, these are just 2 examples of Zone 19 where we have significant areas that are missing landscaping. So because the zone is in financial trouble, we do not have sufficient funding to be able to replace that landscaping that has either died or any landscaping that is in further danger of dying off. So funding solutions, we have a few options that we're going to talk about today. Some are related to service cuts that can be made to kind of help offset that gap in revenues and expenditures. Moses will talk specifically about the service-related options, and then I'll come back and talk a little bit more about some of the funding solutions. So I'll turn it back to Moses.
All right, thank you. So right now you can see the current service levels that are being performed in Zone 19. And next to it, we also propose what some service level reductions would look like. So as you can see, mowing, litter pickup, weed control, the trimming, painting of backflow cages, all those things would get significantly cut or eliminated completely. Some of the challenges that what we forecast we'll see with that is our contractors will more than likely ask us to rebid the service because it's not part of the original scope that they signed up for. The other thing that I want to point out is just because we reduce the frequency doesn't mean that the turf will still grow, the plants will still grow. So if they're coming in maybe say monthly or quarterly, instead of taking off maybe 12 inches of material, now they're taking off 18, 24, 36 inches of material. So still the same amount of work, just the frequencies are a lot less. So it actually does create the same amount of work. And we only estimate seeing about a 5% savings if we went with this option. Option 1, service cuts continued. The other options that we looked at are converting some of our sloped areas back to a natural habitat. So that would basically be turning off all the water. We would still keep the parkway, the part between the sidewalk and the street, where the turf and the trees are still green. But the slopes, like this picture illustrates here, we would turn off all the water and let the plants just go native, selectively remove any plants that we don't think would make it or that would die. And just basically get to a point where we just be doing annual weed abatement 2 times per year. The Zone 19 areas that we think would maybe be potentially suitable for this is the MWD bike path that basically runs between Oak and Foothill. It's a sidewalk and then it does back up to homes with block walls. So just allowing that to go completely native. There's also some areas along Valencia that have some slopes that we feel could potentially go back to native as well. And there's also a few areas on upper, same situation we feel could go native. Turn it back over to Don real quick and I'll be back.
Okay, so these next 2 options are funding-related solutions on how to potentially fill that gap between revenues and expenditures. So option 2 would be temporary internal financing, and this specifically is for an interfund loan. So by borrowing funds from another fund, it wouldn't necessarily be another LMD zone, it would be a fund, and we'd have to look to see which funds are healthy enough to be able to provide those loans. But by doing that, we'd be able to temporarily offset that gap between revenues and expenditures. So it would be just related to operations and enough to make us whole for that year. It wouldn't really provide any additional funding to be able to restore landscaping or do any of the other improvements. It would just really be towards maintaining current service levels. Again, it is a short-term solution because the loan would eventually have to be paid back, but there would be no mechanism to pay that loan back until the financial health of Zone 19 is restored. And right now we're looking at, just based off of the budget actuals for fiscal year 22, we're looking at about $88,951 that would need to be loaned specifically for fiscal year 22, and we anticipate that the annual amount would stay at around that range moving forward. Option 3 is more of a long-term solution, and this is related to a rate adjustment for Zone 19 specifically. So this would allow the city to increase annual levy rates for properties specifically in Zone 19. It would require a Prop 218 ballot measure, so we would have to go out to all of the residents within that zone and ask if that is something that they would be interested in pursuing. And it would require a 50% plus one majority vote of the property owners in order for that rate to be approved. The timeline just for implementing the Prop 218 process is about 5 months, but we do recommend additional time leading up to that to be able to do some initial outreach with the community just to see what their interest level is on pursuing a Prop 218 ballot measure and then what their service level options would be preferred for that particular community. And again, this is just kind of an outline of what that timeline looks like specific for that 5-month period. It includes various steps such as preparation of preliminary assessments, public outreach, preparation of ballots and public notices, mailing of ballots, and a public hearing to tabulate ballots. So for each of the major sections that we're going over today, we are providing an opportunity for the council to kind of consider and discuss each option. There's some that we're looking for specific direction on. This one, we are asking for council's direction to allow the city to come back with an interfund loan agreement at a later time. We'll go over that at the very end of the presentation with all of our specific recommendations, but I just wanted to let you know that we will have the options in summary form after each of the primary sections for you to be able to look at and provide discussion on. So right here for the funding solution options, we have 4 options before you. The first one is the reduction in service levels, which Moses spoke to earlier. The pros of this option would be that it would provide short-term cash savings, but then the longer-term cons of the option is that, as he mentioned, we may lose maintenance contracts. There would likely be an increase in resident complaints as we start to see landscaping less maintained or dying off within that specific zone. And then it would increase any inequity between zones, where, as you saw in that map, Zone 19 is kind of scattered between other healthier zones. So we would literally have on one side of the street, maybe natural slopes if that was something that the community wanted to pursue, and then on the other side we could have lush parkways and landscaping. So it would really provide kind of an obvious disconnect in that equity between those areas. Option 2 is an interfund loan. So again, this is just more of a temporary solution that we would recommend. It would allow us to maintain current landscaping conditions, but then the cons would be that it's just a temporary solution and it's not financially sustainable, because longer term we would not be able to pay that back until we have a permanent solution. Option 3 is a rate adjustment only. This one does provide a long-term funding solution, but if we just did the rate adjustment and we, as I showed you, it's a 5-month timeline plus an additional 5 to 6 months for outreach, that puts us a year out before we have any kind of permanent solution. So it doesn't address the current operating deficit, and then of course it would have an additional cost to the residents. And then option 4, which is the option that staff recommends, is a interfund loan in the short term, just to get us through the temporary time period where we can go out to a Prop 218 election to get the community's input on whether they would like to have longer term rate adjustments to maintain and potentially improve service levels within that zone. And again, the pros of that is that it maintains current landscaping condition and provides a long-term funding solution, but then the con is that there's an additional cost to residents. So we'll pause there for council's discussion, or if there's any questions on this, Moses and I would be happy to answer.
Jacques?
Thank you. So this is interesting because, and I didn't look ahead, I didn't see what the recommendation was, and now that I see the recommendation, so I struggle a little bit with the recommendation, and this is why. Because I'm leery of an interfund loan. I think that could get a little tricky. I think and I'm trying to go in my memory bank, and I don't think it was in our time, but I believe there was an interfund loan of some sort about LMDs, and then it got a little hairy, and so I would almost want us to, it is a short-term solution, and the only, like, I could bring myself to support that if there was like a definitive cutoff, right? So I'll tell you, I'm sorry, I'm a little scatterbrained. It's post-lunch brain, so I apologize. So I'll tell you what I like, what I would prefer, and then I'll tell you what I feel about the recommendation. So I would prefer us to go out for a rate adjustment. I like the idea of residents themselves being able to decide, what kind of service level they want for their neighborhoods. It is ultimately will be a burden on their backs, and so they should decide whether or not it's worth it. And so that's why I like that, and it's also a long-term solution. And then if that's not viable, if that doesn't pass, then I believe we should have service cuts. So that's where my thinking is. And so then I see the proposal to, in the meantime, fund it through an interfund loan. And where that makes me uncomfortable is, again, I don't know if my memory is not serving me well, but I remember the conversations about there being, it getting tricky about funding internally and then just like losing track of that relationship. The reason why this makes me uncomfortable is for that potential reason, but I could see us going there if the council wants to, if my colleagues want to go there, if we say, hey, the loan is going to be max of $100,000 and it'll be for 1 year only, and if it doesn't pass, then we go to service cuts. But what that leaves us then is with at least $100,000 worth of work that was done that we'll never recover, because if it doesn't pass, then how do you get that money back? So are we willing to say, as a city, we're going to expend $100,000 possibly for the southern part of town, which is a nicer part of town, on the potential that it may not pass? Like, there's a lot of conversation right now about the economy and where that's going to head, and if this is a ballot proposal. So the possible stakes for us are, $100,000 if we put that as a max, plus whatever the cost of a special ballot initiative is, right, which is in the tens of thousands. And that is probably not recuperable if this initiative does not pass. So I want option 3 with an option 1 if it fails, but I'm willing to listen to modifications of option 4 if we set parameters. But you got to convince me that there's a way to regain that money, because if not, then we're spending this money, it's not recuperable, and we could use that in the downtown. If we're just going to spend money, put it in the downtown. So anyway, my thoughts.
I still have lunch brain. I'm curious to see how the questions for Jackie get answered, and then depending on that, I would go with option 4, unless Jackie makes sense and it needs to be option 3.
Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't.
She's pretty smart, so I'm just curious to see where it plays out.
This reminds me of, I think it was about 15 years ago, 20 years ago, when the city told Sierra Del Oro, an area in Sierra Del Oro, that if you don't vote to raise your costs here, we're just going to cut services. And it didn't pass, and the city let all the grass die, and the area looked like crap. And we definitely need to avoid, something similar. I think we learned a valuable lesson from that experience at the time. I get it that these two things aren't necessarily related, but when we pass Measure X and we get a $40 million bump into our revenues, to even suggest that we would cut services is it's not the answer to me. I do agree that we need something sustainable, but putting it out there that you passed it or we're going to cut your services just doesn't fly with me. We've seen how well that works. So those are my comments for now.
Fortunately, I spent the last 2 nights reading this in my hotel room, so I feel like I'm pretty caught up, but I'm going to listen to the answers to Councilwoman Casillas' questions. I've been going over these, and I've had some conversations with staff about this, and understanding that when we signed up a lot of these LMDs, we didn't have the forethought that we needed. So for inflation adjustments and those types of things. So I'll listen to the questions and I can vote after that.
Councilmember Casillas, the primary question, just to make sure I understand it right, is how would we handle that interfund loan?
How would we handle that interfund loan? How much does it cost to run a special election? And
what happens
if it fails and we have just provided a fund?
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
I'll chime in as needed.
Yes, so we could definitely build parameters into any type of interfund loan agreement. If there is a cap that you would want the loan amount to be at each year, we could definitely put that in. And then the condition, for how long you would want the loan to continue, those are all things that we could absolutely build in. There is the risk, though, as you mentioned, where if the Prop 218 ballot measure does not pass, then what happens with the loan? That's something that we would have to evaluate at that time. But those are all things, again, that we can continue to look at as we decide to get further direction as we move forward. In terms of your question on the cost of doing a Prop 218 ballot measure, we don't have all of the costs in front of us. As you mentioned, it would be in the tens of thousands of dollars. If the measure were to pass, we could build in some type of repayment plan into the assessment to be able to pay back those costs. So it's not something that would have to fall on another fund. It's something that the zone itself would be able to fund. But again, the risks of the measure not passing would create additional questions of how to manage that, and we'd have to look into that further.
So Donna has identified the risk. That's what happens. You'd have to decide what to do with that bad debt, if you will. As far as the interfund loan agreement, that comes back to council. We charge interest on it. It's a formal agreement. It takes formal council action. I do have confidence that our finance team will track that very carefully. And I do know that we have had a history of maybe I don't know they're exactly the same scenario, but I know there's been some concerns about in the past. I do feel like we would have this very tight, and you'd have an agreement with repayment terms, including interest being charged on it, so that part shouldn't be a high-risk problem that you'd be looking at. It's really just what if it doesn't pass? Then council would have to look at how it wants to take care of that debt.
So now I have a different super basic question. So one of the things that's always been confusing for me is that LMDs and CFDs seem to overlap in what they address. And so we have very healthy CFDs. Can CFDs step in here and help out the struggling LMD?
So legally they cannot. I'm looking at our tax consultant. They cannot, because those CFDs were established with certain boundaries and they provide a special benefit to the units within those boundaries. So to go beyond those boundaries and use those funds for other LMDs or zones, that legally there are a lot of complications with doing that, and it's not something that we could do.
Okay. And can I get a little more context about what happened in the Sierra del Oro discussion?
I'll dust the cobwebs off, but if you wanted to really find out, you'd walk up in Sierra del Oro and you'd have the whole story written out for you. They'll let you know about it. In essence, the city said the same type of thing, is, you guys need to pay us more for us to maintain it at the level that you want, and they said no, and so the council decided, well, let's just stop watering the lawns and the roadways there, and everything died, and everybody was hissed. And you could say, well, that was their own doing, but the solution of we're just going to stop maintaining it or reduce, significantly is not one that's going to pan out very well for any of us, and certainly not the residents.
Okay, so thinking about long-term sustainability and trying to find a long-term solution, which is what we're trying to get at here too, recognizing that like drought is not going away, heat and watering restrictions are going to get worse. Are we having conversations about what a conversion could look like so that we get to a place where these things look aesthetically pleasing, but they're not costing us $1 million?
We certainly are, and that's part of this presentation as well. It's coming up next.
All right.
The reality is there's always going to be some water use, though, with these things. We're never going to be able to completely eliminate that, but that is part of the discussion, and we're going to be covering that right after we get some direction from you on this one.
Okay, so then I'll with the answer of those questions, I'm still uncomfortable from a citywide equity perspective of being okay with signing off 100 plus whatever, because I would say we need, if we're going to pursue option 4, then we absolutely need to say there's a max amount, and it'll only be for this amount of time, and after that, because otherwise it just becomes a perpetual interfund loan. And if we're going to do that, then I want a perpetual interfund loan for 6th Street. So that's what makes me the most uncomfortable. So I'm still not at option 4.
You're on option 4?
I know, I'm on 3.
Well, we're going to, at the end of the presentation, we have a slide with all of our recommendations. So we will come back to this discussion to ask for specific direction at that time. So maybe after we go through the other slides, there might be some further thought that comes out of that. So
Good call, Donna.
Okay, so we'll move on to service level options, and this is where we will get into that discussion of doing some conversions and what that would cost and if there's any potential savings with that. So I'll turn it back to Moses to talk about that.
So for the service level options that we'll take a look at today, obviously number one we talked about was reduce the service levels, which is not recommended by staff. Maintenance, some options for maintenance service levels, which is good. The better is to maintain plus restore landscaping. So when we say that, what we're meaning is on some of the previous slides, you would see there's some gaps in landscaping that has either died or been removed. So we're not converting everything. We're just filling those gaps and maintaining the maintenance as is. And then option number 4 is the all-in, which is taking out the turf, redoing the irrigation, being more sustainable. It just comes with a little bit of a capital investment. So to kind of have a review of option 1, so reduce service levels is going to be reducing the frequency of all the maintenance, trimming, the trash and litter pickup. As Jim mentioned and Donna mentioned, we will get resident complaints. We already get resident complaints, so right now we would see a significant amount of weeds, yellow grass, trees hanging down, and a lot of litter. It would be very limited for tree maintenance, so it's literally just going to be just for maybe if it's blocking a stop sign or if it's fallen over, we'll do that. Reduced watering, and then we'll convert back areas where suitable for to just go native. This is a no-cost item, doesn't require 218 vote, and we could just implement that at any point. Option 2, which is the good, is to maintain current service levels through some kind of interfund loan or by just doing a 218 rate increase. And that would be continuing landscape at current levels, but it doesn't prevent or allow us to do any of the infrastructure upgrades that are needed out there, such as irrigation cabinets, missing trees, the underground irrigation system, anything along those lines. It doesn't have any funding to support those services. Option 3, which is the better, is what I'd mentioned earlier, is filling some of those gaps where landscape's been missing and replacing it with sustainable landscaping. So stuff that's not going to take as much water, less maintenance, less growth, can look good being native, but we would still keep some of the turf. So we're not doing a full conversion. This would require the baseline 218 rate increase. and an additional capital investment based on the square footage of what we estimated of the plants that are missing, right around $3.3 million. And then option 4, which is the best, it's like the Cadillac, is to remove all the turf and replace with hardscape or sustainable plant pallets. So utilizing DG, pavers, rock, boulders. We provided some examples there, some renderings that we've worked with some of our landscape architects with. However, it does come with a capital investment of about $10 million, as well as a 218 increase. And that is for the areas that we identified within Zone 19. And this would actually align with our Corona standard of what we're trying to get to in the future years. So essentially, at some point, we would want all the districts to have that parity and have that consistency so that everything looks consistent. So now we're going to get into the rate phasing options, and this is where I'm going to pass it back off to Donna.
Okay, so we wanted to provide an overview of what it would cost to do each of these different options. So right here we have a breakdown of options 1 through 4, along with how that compares to the current rate right now, which is in that second column, and then what the proposed maintenance costs would be for each of those options, the capital loan repayment specifically for options 3 and 4, and how that could be applied over a 3, 5, or 10-year period. Then the total proposed rate, which would be the maintenance cost plus the capital loan repayment, and then what that increase looks like both on an annual basis or broken down into a monthly basis. So for option 1, reducing service levels, that one, no financial impact. Again, as Moses mentioned, we could implement that immediately if that was the wish of the council. That would keep the annual rate at what it is right now, $126 per year. And again, there would be no increases associated with that. Option 2, maintain service levels. So this would require just a baseline rate adjustment, which we are anticipating would bring the rate up from $126 to about $180.31. That also includes a 15% capital improvement charge, so if it would prevent any further deterioration of landscaping, but again, it would not allow us to restore any of that missing landscape. It would just not allow any additional things to die off, and if it did, we would have some type of reserve to be able to replace that. That increase looks like about $54.31 a year or $4.53 a month, which is very manageable. Option 3 is when we start to get into much more significant cost impacts. So 3 is where we see maintaining service levels plus restoring landscaping, which has that $3.3 million capital investment built into it. So it would bring the rate up from $126 to where it currently is. That proposed maintenance cost would go up to $189 from the previous option above it of $180. That's because there would be more landscaping to maintain once we restore that landscaping, so that maintenance costs would be higher. And then we also have the factor of being able to repay that capital loan improvement. So we provided, again, 3 different scenarios of what that repayment option could look like if we did it over a 3-year, a 5-year, or a 10-year period. A 3-year period would put the rate at $466.13. And again, these are very, very rough estimates. We did work with our special tax consultant to prepare this, but if we were to go out to a Prop 218 assessment, we would have final numbers for you that would be close to this, but I just want to emphasize that these are estimates for now. So a 3-year repayment would look like $466.13 a year. 5-year repayment would be $355.30 a year, and then a 10-year repayment would be $272.17 a year. And then you can see what that increase looks like on an annual or monthly basis. And then the last option, option 4, would be maintain and restore and enhance landscaping. So it would be replacing all of the missing landscaping, converting all of the turf into sustainable landscaping. That has a hefty investment of $10 million just for Zone 19. So you could see what that rate would look like if it were to be repaid on a 3-year period. It puts the annual levy over $1,000. 5-year period brings that down to about $700, and then a 10-year period about $450. So again, this just gives an idea of what that would look like if we were to do each of those options and what that annual rate could look like for the residents, depending on how they wanted to phase in that repayment process. So this slide here, we wanted to provide a comparison of what those proposed rates for options 3 and 4 look like in comparison to some of the other rates for the surrounding zones. So I zoomed in to the South Corona area and Cerro del Oro area specifically so you could see those zones that are mixed in with Zone 19. So we have zones 7, 10, and 20. 7 is very unique because it is a very small zone. It has minimal landscaping. A lot of conversions have already been done there, so that is kind of an anomaly with that low annual levy of $55. It's not a comparable zone, but it is within the geographic proximity of that area, so I didn't want to exclude it. But the ones that are comparable in terms of the infrastructure that it has with landscaping, the type of landscaping that it has with the lush turf, the shrubs, the bushes, those kind of give you an option of what 19 could look like if it had all of the landscaping restored in it. So for Zone 10, that one has an annual levy of $648 per year, and then Zone 20 has an annual levy of $440 per year. So I think I'm missing, there we go. Okay, so Zone 19, as we discussed before, right now it's $126 a year. If we were to go with the different rate phasing options that we discussed on the previous slide, you see here of what that rate could go up to and how it compares to some of those other zones that are surrounding it. So option 2, which is just to raise the levy enough to be able to make the zone whole and have the revenues cover expenditures, would put it at $180 a year. Option 3A, would put it at $466 a year, and that would be repaying back that $3.3 million capital investment over a 3-year period. Option 3B would be repaying the $3.3 million over a 5-year period, and then option 3C is repaying that $3.3 million over a 10-year period. Then we go down into option 4, A through C. That's the $10 million capital investment to convert all of that landscaping in the turf area, as well as replace the missing landscaping. And that shows you what that rate could be like over a 3, 5, and 10-year repayment plan. And again, how it compares to the other zones that are within that general proximity. So here, again, we've laid out all of the options for service levels that we've discussed in the previous slides. Today, we're really just looking for discussion and input from the council on what the preferred service level could be for this zone, this zone in particular. Ultimately, the residents do have the final say, so once we get direction from the council, if we go out and do some community engagement, then we can get a better idea of what the community would like to see. But we wanted to present this information for you to see what the feedback was of the council. So we do have the pros and cons listed here for options 1 through 4. Staff's recommendation is kind of middle ground, option 3, which would be to maintain the service levels and restore the landscaping. This has a baseline rate increase plus a $3.3 million capital investment. The pros of this option would be it would provide a sustainable funding source with that Prop 218 rate adjustment. It would allow for ongoing maintenance as well as restoring that missing landscaping and just improve the overall general aesthetics of that area and that zone. And then the con, of course, is it has an increased cost, and what that cost would look like would really depend on over how many years we want to phase in that repayment option. So I'm going to pause again for additional discussion from the council.
Okay, first I have to say, slide number 23, it has been a while since I've seen a graph with so much information put on one slide that is not overwhelming. This is really great. Kudos.
We worked really hard on this slide, so
this slide is awesome. I am loving this slide. Okay, and you downloaded quite a bit, and my post-lunch brain, but I'm sorry, I'm like mesmerized by that slide. Okay, so I see the comparison between Zone 19 and the other zones where they are on the annual benefit. That's also really compelling, slide 24. So right now, Zone 19 pays $126 annually, and their neighbors, like next door or across the street, can pay like $650 or $440 annually. So the comparison of like their, grass with their neighbor's grass, like there's a huge gap in how much they're paying, so therefore there will logically be a huge gap in what they're seeing, but that doesn't that probably doesn't make sense to the resident or to the homeowner or to the person driving through, right? You're driving through the neighborhood and you're probably like, why is that? Like, did we forget that spot? It doesn't say like this, you're now entering neighborhood A, zone 19 on this side and zone 20 on that side. So it probably doesn't help that these zones are like interspersed in the comparison. The grass is literally greener on the other side. So I can see how that can cause some heartache. So, okay, so what we're saying with option 3 and 4 is this loan would be repaid, this internal loan would be repaid by the resident if we pursued it.
Correct.
And how aggressively it's repaid depends on, our decision here. Whether it's 3, 5, or 10.
So we're not looking for a decision from the council, just more of your general preference on what you would like to see. It's really going to be the ratepayers that make that decision, and if we get direction to go out and do some community outreach, we can have that discussion with them to see what their preference is.
I can see like such a high barrier to like education, because again, it's like, why does my neighbor have a nicer landscape than mine? Even though I'm the homeowner and I read all the line and I recognize, it's like it's in there, right? But I don't internalize the difference. So I think that's going to be a tough conversation. But again, I agree it needs to be put on the homeowners. So I'm maintaining my conclusion, which is, I believe it needs to go back to a vote. And if we do pursue option 3, I would only be comfortable with that internal loan for 1 year. So like within 1 year, we need to find a long-term solution. And I really want us to have a deeper conversation of what happens if if it turns into a bad loan.
If it's helpful as well, as we developed a recommendation for you on this particular item, we wanted to really focus in on a positive message for the community. So how can we improve how your community looks in that area? So if you look at the different options we're talking about, restoring and enhancing, as opposed to sort of what was mentioned with the Sierra Aurora option, where it was more of a punitive message, we thought that a positive approach to this might be more effective.
Yeah, it's probably going to be more successful than a punitive one for sure, but so long as there's a stopgap. So yeah, I think I'm landing in the same place I was before.
I can't say enough about slide 23. And 24.
Thank you.
I'm glad it didn't confuse you, because we were scratching our heads on this one for a while. So.
I can go with the recommended option 3, and especially after hearing what Sierra Doloro and probably, hopefully, some of what Jackie is saying will translate into your guys' language as you proceed forward as well. And then I've noticed in Irvine and Newport Beach, they've started putting in fake grass in some of the medians and locations like that. So I think that's worth exploring if it's good with you guys. And then my only fear, and I don't know any other good way to say this, is as you start switching to drought-tolerant plants and all that stuff, is please don't make it look like Barstow. Like no Hesperia, no Victorville. Like if it can look good, then I'm all for it. But if well, those are good pictures, but yeah, no, you know what I mean? Like we're not the high desert.
Yeah, so this is, as Moses mentioned, we had worked with a landscape architect to come up with some plant palettes and some renderings of what these improvements could look like. This is option 4, where if we were to remove the turf, what that would look like, but we would use similar types of plants for restoring the landscaping in those parkway areas or landscape areas between the sidewalk and the property line and within the medians. So it does give you a variety of mixture. It's not all cactus and rock and DG.
But
so
that's option 4. You guys are pushing option 3.
Well, it would be the same type of plants. It's just not replacing the turf. So we would use these plants for restoring the missing landscaping.
So it can look that good? Okay, I trust the tree warden. But just, I don't want to offend. I don't want to offend the 909 any more than I have, so and I'll leave it at that.
I have a question regarding option 2 and option 3. They both require the baseline Prop 218 rate increase. but option 3 adds the additional capital investment. Is that written into the proposition as well, or is that just something that happens afterwards? What I don't want is someone to think that we're trying to bait and switch. So is it written into the proposition that if you pass it, the city is going to invest the 3.3 million capital investment? Or
Yes, it would be written into the measure. So it would essentially be a loan that the zone would be paying back, and then once the loan is fully repaid, then we would reassess what that ongoing rate would look like. So it would go down. We don't know exactly what it would be longer term after the repayment, but it would go down with that loan repayment dropping off.
And then from a financial standpoint, that $3.3 million capital investment that we pay up front, whether, and I know that we're going to have this later discussion about the 3-year, 5-year, 10-year repayment, but that fund up front comes from somewhere. And is that going to be, so my question would be is, if we scheduled the repayment over a 10-year process, is that going to burden the city by having that money out for 10 years?
So our finance director could speak to that.
It could. We would have to look at where we end up in these options, and then we have to identify the resources that are available to provide that type of money. Most likely we would end up providing that loan, but that's a discussion we have to have. So once we know where we are at in these options.
So that's a concern of mine. Just, I know that you have a very keen eye on the budget, thankfully. And I'm just concerned that that $3.3 million investment that the city makes up front may burden some of the other plans that we have in order to use some of the general fund money or even the Measure X money for projects that will benefit the entire city. So when we can provide direction on where we think the best option is, but the actual vote to come back, will we have a better understanding of what that looks like for our budget, our overall budget, before we make a decision on whether or not to proceed? Is that right?
Yes, correct. So we would go out and do community outreach with the property owners in Zone 19, present to them similar information that we're presenting to you today, and try to get their preference on what they would like the zone to look like. And then once we have a general idea of what the property owners would like to see, then we would come back to the council to share that information and get final direction, and then we could give
And
that
then
assessment.
when we go out to the general public and we ask them for what their opinion is or what they'd like to see, it may very quickly end up being in that $10 million capital investment fund. So are we able to give them options up to a certain cap? Whereas if we say, look, this is what the budget is for, something along these lines, otherwise the budget is no longer there for it.
I think the cap would be the 10 million. That would be, because that's what we've kind of analyzed, up to the replacement of all the turf. So that's what we would set it at, unless, if finance looked at our reserve funds and we came to the assessment that we could not handle a $10 million zone, then we would have to readjust that.
Well, I think we're also looking for some direction from council of what you're comfortable with. So 3.3 is all you're willing to loan, then that's where we're at.
Yeah, I guess I just want to make it clear that if that's the direction of the council, then when we're engaging the public on what they'd like to see, it's not a free-for-all, so to speak, where their dreams may exceed the budget at that point. So when we go out to them, are we able to put a cap if that's the direction of the council, are we able to put a cap at, hey, $3.3 million, you could get up to this. Anything beyond that, it's going to be an additional cost. It's not an a la carte type menu where you want to see certain things because it's only within a certain budget, if that's the direction of the council.
Yes, we could do that. So if the council did not want to do improvements exceeding that option 3, we can set that as the cap and not even introduce option 4.
Okay. I don't want the bait and switch. I don't want them to see that slide on option 4 and be like, yes, I want all of that. And that's probably what they're going to say to me. Yes, I want all of that, and I want it on a budget as well. So I just want to make sure that there's a clear understanding. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, reluctantly, I would go with option 3 for now, but I think the community engagement is a huge part of it, and that you better be prepared to have an alternate plan when they tell you we're not giving you another penny.
I'm a little confused about where we landed. So, did we all say yes to 3? But can I?
It's coming backwards anyway to make the final.
Is it?
So it's not like what's.
I want option. If we go with option 3, I want the max. So we don't. So it's 2 separate conversations of like how much are we internally loaning now to maintain service. And then a separate conversation is how much are we willing to loan in the future for improvements. So I want, if we're going to do option 3, a max of we are willing to loan now a max of $100,000 because the maintenance right now, the deficit is $88,951. So I want a max of 100 and 1 year.
And Councilmember Casillas, we will revisit that question at the very end. This is really more about the second part of the question, which is service levels and what kind of capital investment you'd want to do. So we will ask you those as 2 separate questions at the end of this presentation.
Okay. Because I'm totally comfortable. If a resident wants to self-impose a tax and have an improvement, go for it. I'm totally okay with that.
Right. And on this one, as Don has said, we're really mid-flight. This is really a check-in with you, and then we go to the community to find out what they want to see. And so nothing final on this particular thing is happening. We just want to get a sense of your comfort level with what you'd like us to bring out there.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, well, if we haven't confused you enough already, we have some additional considerations to throw in there. So a couple other things we'd like to get some further direction on from the council is adding escalators into healthy zones and potentially looking at expanding our maintenance districts. So I mentioned in the beginning of the presentation that I showed this slide in a different format, or this table in a different format, where it shows all of the 12 zones that we have within LMD 84-2. So as you can see, majority of them are financially healthy. We have 9 of them that are financially healthy, 2 that are borderline, and then 1 that is unhealthy or in financial trouble. Within these 12 zones, we have 4 of them that have escalators, as you could see on the column on the far right, and then the remaining ones do not have escalators. So even though several of the zones that don't have escalators are still considered financially healthy, because of the future challenges that Moses had spoke to in terms of additional restrictions that we're going to start to see with watering, drought type restrictions, as well as the types of chemicals and pesticides we can use, we expect costs to continue to rise in these zones, and without any type of escalator to be able to balance those increases, we anticipate some trouble in these areas within the future. So based off of that, we are posing a question for the council today is after, or even potentially at the same time as we start to do outreach for Zone 19, should we also look at these other zones that don't have an escalator or a CPI and potentially pursue a Prop 218 election just to add a CPI within those areas? What that would look like and when the CPI would need to go into effect, we would still have to analyze that further. We don't know that at this time, but we would perform that analysis and bring that back to the council at a future date if the council does want us to look into that further. And then I do want to note, just because the CPI is there doesn't mean that we have to implement it. So it could be a tool that we would have that we could use when needed. So if we were to go out now next year to start having those conversations with those communities and we got support for it, we would have an analysis of when that CPI could potentially kick in if it were needed. So that's one of the considerations. The other is creating maintenance districts in some of the areas that are not currently covered by a maintenance district. So the map on the far right, we've showed this in a few different versions. This one just in blue shows all of the areas within the city that are currently covered by a maintenance district. As Moses mentioned previously, I think we have over 20,000 parcels that do not have any type of maintenance assessment district attached to it. And with the city's vision of trying to create this consistent, uniform landscape standards throughout the community, it's very difficult to do that in areas where we don't have any type of funding mechanism to be able to support those improvements as well as the long-term maintenance. So again, the challenges we have right here, 20,400 parcels not covered by a maintenance district, no dedicated funding for improvements. Another challenge too is really determining where within those uncovered areas is a maintenance district feasible? Some of those areas have much older infrastructure, no medians, no parkways, so it doesn't really make sense to put any kind of zone or district within those areas, but other areas there may be more potential for doing that and maybe creating small maintenance districts or CFDs. So if that was something that the council would want us to look at, we could definitely come back with an assessment at a later time of what that could look like, what type of improvements could be made, and potentially what that levy would be longer term to be able to maintain those improvements. And then the biggest challenge possibly is trying to create new districts in areas that don't currently have one. We would have to, again, go out for a Prop 218 ballot measure for those areas to get the community to approve it. That could be very challenging on areas that are not currently paying any type of assessment right now. So having those conversations and getting their buy-in could be very challenging, and we want to make sure that the council is aware of that. So that leads us to the question that we're going to pose today is, should the city evaluate the feasibility of creating new maintenance districts in areas without an L&D in place? And again, if that is the direction of the council, we would come back with a more detailed analysis of what that could look like before we would even go out and do any outreach within the community. And this is just a summary slide of those two additional considerations and an opportunity for the council to discuss these options.
I think ranking, you manage us. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so I wanted to start this off. I've had this discussion about the L&D zones several times with staff, and one of the things that I've realized is that as a best practice, we don't do LMDs anymore without escalators, simply because although we have some areas that are in green, when you look at the dollar amount, it's not a very big dollar amount that was probably established 10, 15, 20, 30 years ago, and it's probably hanging on by a thread. I'm in favor of adding these escalators into the healthy zones, with the caveat and understanding that just because we have it or we have a CPI doesn't mean that we're necessarily using it, but there is some concern that there are some areas that are currently healthy could very easily move to the borderline or even financially in trouble. And it's easy to understand when currently any LMDs that are being proposed do not have or aren't going through without an escalator attached to them. So I mean, when I look at zone 1, it's only 184 units, but at $22.54, how long is that dollar amount going to be with all the things that are going on? How long is that going to be relevant to the point where it's not a burden on the city in order to maintain it? So I'm actually in favor of adding the escalators to the healthy zones, understanding that we're not going to use it if we don't need to, as far as the CPI. And as far as the creating new maintenance districts, I think that that's a very, very heavy lift on staff's part in order to educate folks in cities where there isn't one currently and getting their buy-in and their approval. I think it's a conversation worth having, but I don't know if I want to dedicate a bunch of staff time in order to convince people that that's a good thing when they may not. So I think that there's probably a little bit of work that I'd like to see as far as what could be a new maintenance district and where it could be, and kind of go from there whether or not we even think that that's a possibility. Anything that's in District 2, I'd love to have conversations with the folks in District 2 and see, kind of get some feedback from them and see if it's even feasible, if that's something that there is on their mind. The reality is that even though we have the Measure X funds, there's a lot of things that are going on in the city that we're allocating that money to, and it's going to come to a point where it's an either or type of thing. And I think that I'm more keen on using that money on things that benefit the city as a whole rather than individual portions of the city. So I'd like to get some more information on the maintenance districts, but I am in favor of adding escalators to the healthy zones. Thank you.
I want to better understand when we say that just by adding an escalator, it does not mean that we will escalate the price. What does the process look like for us to decide to increase the price? So say we go 218, it passes, great. The next day, the next year, do we evaluate the cost and it comes before the council as to whether or not we increase the rate?
So Kim, correct me if I'm wrong, I think when it would kick in is if we get to a point where expenditures are exceeding revenues, and then could we automatically start to kick the CPI in, or do we have to go through a process?
That's the process we go through every year, and working with our special tax consultant to take a look at the revenues as compared to the expenditures to figure out that we're still covering the costs, and then that's when we evaluate it every year and bring it back to you know, all of those resolutions that you guys actually approved to get it on the tax roll. That's what part of that process is, and then at that point is when we're telling you whether or not the CPI is kicking in that year, what kind of increase they're looking at as compared to the prior year.
Got it. So 218 goes out, it gets voted by the residents, it lies dormant until it's needed.
Right.
Okay.
And I think we could have some projections approximate of when we think it could kick in based off of current expenditures, but we'd have to do some analysis and it would be pretty rough projections. But I think we would try to come up with that if we were to bring this back to you.
I too am in favor of exploring Prop 218 for the healthy zones and building in escalators, understanding that they lie dormant unless they are needed when the funds start to creep into the borderline phase. I'm in favor of that. I am having some difficulty almost like checking my own biases and my own inconsistencies when it comes to creating new maintenance districts for the areas that are not currently covered. So I want the areas that are not currently covered to look nicer. I also do not want to impose burdens on people who cannot sustain them. But I would like to explore a little bit further, like what neighborhoods exactly we're talking about and like what a payment would possibly look like. Because I can see there being a true benefit if I'm paying $100 a year, right, which divides up to like nothing monthly, to then having my neighborhood look nicer and my property value going up. But I want to explore the new maintenance districts in the areas that are currently not covered, recognizing that it would be a heavy lift, but wanting to better understand what that would look like. Because I'm having a difficult time right now separating, equity, costs, and all that. So, thank you.
Okay. Still like slide number 23.
It's fantastic. We'll go down in history.
So, for the new maintenance districts, I don't think the older neighborhoods were developed and built according to the new neighborhood standards. So, when you have a home builder that comes into a city now, they add LMDs and then they add land and decorate it, make it look nice, and it's a great selling tool for them. And that's what they do now, but they didn't do it then. So to add LMDs to areas where they don't have them, they don't need them. I don't think they need them. And so you would have to convince me why. And if you look at how the neighborhoods of District 3 are designed, because they're older neighborhoods compared to District 5, it's night and day. It's just too different. So I would kill that. And then I think that was the only question I'm being asked, right?
The escalators.
Oh, the escalators. I heard the conversation between Jackie, Donna, and Kim. It sounded good. It ties to CPI. It only kicks in when it needs to kick in. Kind of a no-brainer on that one, and that's where I'm at.
I'm fine with that too. For the escalators for the healthy areas?
So escalators, you're comfortable with that, and then for creating new maintenance districts?
No.
No?
No.
Where did we end up then?
So we're split on that
2
one.
and 2.
Can I make it just... Actually, Wes could weigh in on this particular one. He's
Watch him run in right
We
now.
could sort of like
He's
drag
watching.
him in and then kick him back out again.
What is your suggestion?
I was just going to make a comment to speak to the concern on that. So, Councilmember Casillas earlier mentioned the 6th Street Maintenance District, There would have to be a lot of work that would go into carefully tying in which areas have a direct nexus to the improvement. Councilmember Richard's point is well taken. Some neighborhoods, there is no parkway, there's no median, there's no need to charge them for anything because they're not going to get anything out of it. Really what you'd be looking at is areas that actually still have some parkway. And I'll use Grand as an example. If you drive around Grand, there is a parkway around it and it looks horrible. It's not in an LMD. So that area would probably be one that we would suggest an LMD be formed for that. And then the real tricky part is, what do we tie in as the service area that pays for that? Who has a close enough nexus to that benefit that it's logical that they would help pay into it? Same thing with along 6th Street. We could put in some more medians. We could really spruce up 6th Street. Who would logically pay into that lives close enough to it that we say, yeah, you're close enough, but you're too far away? That's the kind of research we would bring back to you, and we would propose to use some areas that we think are logical to form them because there's actually a space to do something in, and then potentially what that could look like and what it would cost. It could be that it's not overly expensive because there's just not a lot of parkway to improve, but we wouldn't know that unless we do the work. So just wanted to add in that context.
Yeah. Well, now that I've heard Jacob, after my opinion, if you feel it's worth exploring, I'm on board with it. So,
Just exploring it. I want to know more. Sorry. Yeah, I'd want to know more because those are the questions I want to better understand. Like, who's impacted by how much, and what does that look like? Because I think, and this is on the heels of our downtown revitalization plan, right? And these conversations about reinvesting in our core. And I think if these things don't improve, or if they it will look like an incomplete picture. So I want to explore it a little bit more.
Right, and my last comment I'll just tack onto that is even at a staff level, we're not entirely sure what it would look like. And until, in my career, I've had what I like to call brilliant ideas that were terrible. But it was a great concept, and then we ran the numbers and we said, that's a terrible idea. And in other cases, it's really not until you've run those numbers and looked at what it looks like before you know if that was brilliant or a really terrible idea. And so that's kind of where we're at ourselves.
All right, so that is the end of the presentation, and then we just get to a recap of our final 4 recommendations for you today. So recommendation number 1 is that the City Council direct staff to prepare an interfund loan agreement for approval at a future council meeting to maintain current service levels for Zone 19 in the short term. Recommendation 2 is to direct staff to begin community outreach for a Prop 218 election in Zone 19 and preferred service level standards for landscape areas. Option 3, direct staff to prepare a financial analysis on adding escalators to LMD zones that are currently in good financial health and return to City Council for further direction. And then option 4, direct staff to prepare additional information on new potential maintenance districts along with projected costs to serve areas of the city currently without an LMD in place and return to City Council for further direction. This is just a summary, so it's really direction, kind of a recap of the different areas that we've discussed already.
I think direction has been given on 2 through 4. Is that correct? And it's just on number 1 that we need to come back and give final direction on.
Yes. So we're council's in consensus on on number 4 to evaluate the LMDs or the creation of districts in areas that don't have coverage. Look at the LMD escalators for the healthy zones for option 3, and then direct us to begin community outreach in Zone 19. So yes, I think we're good on that. Option 1, I know there's been.
Option 1 is just a little have more conversation about the topic.
It's the interfund loan that we're supposed to do. Do you want us to do an interfund loan?
That's where I was confused, because I want limits, both time and amount.
Yes.
But we didn't have that discussion.
So now's a good time for that discussion. The question being, do you want us to do an interfund loan and no, this is just the interfund loan. That's all question number 1 is.
Yes, and so I would like an interfund loan with limits. 1 year, max $100,000.
Okay. Sounds like that would be the equivalent of a motion, so to speak.
That's a motion.
Sure.
I think we're good then. So it was a 1-year, $100,000 loan. Okay?
Correct, okay. We'll begin preparation for that and bring that back to City Council shortly for consideration and approval. All right, thank you very much.
We will go get the mayor now, unless we have a motion to leave him in the hallway for the rest of the meeting.
start here. Let's see, where am I? Okay, community beautification. Let's see. Please come to the podium if anyone would like to address the city council on items within the community beautification section, including the future of the old police station and the community mural project. Anyone? Okay, great. So we'll move on. So we're going to first start with Denzel Washington, assisting. That's what it says. It says here, Denzel Washington. That's it. I'm waiting for.
Surprise guest today. Surprise guest.
It does say Denzel Washington. Listen, I was looking for him.
I am so sorry to disappoint you.
I guess Denzel Maxwell have to make do today, but I was looking for the special. I'm like, I don't know. All right. I said, wow, because he just assistant to the city manager too. We will present the future of the old police station.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Today, the ask is that the City Council provide feedback and direction on the future of the old police station. So today we're talking about background, options for the old police station, as well as council discussion and direction. So the old police station is located 849 West 6th Street, which is right next to the historic Civic Center. Is the mic not on? Right? I'm just disappointed. I'm so sorry.
I was looking back for the door. I thought he was going to come in. He was guest speaker today. Perfect.
Wait, so good now? Hello? All right. Opened in 1978, and once the fourth location of the Corona Police Station was built, it closed in 2009. It's about 24,000 square feet of space, and right now there's Make It Cozy is using temporary space for their materials. So, had an opportunity a couple weeks ago to go on a very crazy tour through the building. I say crazy because there's no power, so we were walking through with lights. So it was a fun experience. It felt like I was in a movie. But we got to see what the current issues were, which is extensive sewage and water repairs. There's lead paint, there's asbestos, there's also a lot of water damage throughout the entire building, as well as HVAC issues, flooring issues, actually holes in the floor, and also issues with the roof. It's not up to current ADA standards, problems with electrical, it's not up to earthquake retrofit standards, as well as there is a major issue with break-ins. So next we're going to talk about options and allow you to have discussion, as well as seek direction. So option one is take no action, which cost is zero. Pros is that there's no capital costs, but the cons are the building will continue to deteriorate. It's already in a bad place, and so that's something that would need to be addressed in the future. Continues issues with homeless break-ins, as well as safety concerns for staff that have to go in and inspect the building and secure the building. Option two is demolish and create a green space. Right now we're looking at an estimated cost of demolition for $360,000 to $480,000, as well as then to about $100,000 to replace in the area with a green space. Pros is the beautification of the HEC area, adds to the city's green space, adds more space for city events, and also potential to relocate up to $1 million of ARPA funds to other projects. And the con would be the cost. And the last option, option three, estimated cost is $4 million, which the pros there is it would create usable space, but the cons are high repair costs, possible unknown issues during renovation that could drive up costs further, as well as the long-term maintenance costs. So Mayor, at this time, we'd like to seek direction from council.
I'll have Mayor? Yeah.
I think the first and obvious question that I'd like to address is, Chief, we good demoing the building if that's what we choose?
Yes. Our service is no longer needed.
I understand that, but still the old police building. You know, I don't really have any questions. This is actually a pretty easy thing for me. It doesn't make any sense to renovate that building. I think I personally am not so happy that a building that's only been around for 31 years is now, you know, being discussed for demolition. I think that we need to do a better job of reutilizing our buildings. Fortunately, none of us were there when that decision happened, so. Okay, my math is terrible then, sorry. You know what, I should probably know that I was born in 77, so. Yeah. No, it's 31 years.
1978.
Built in 1978 and abandoned in 2009.
Okay, it was abandoned.
It's 31 years.
It was too small.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. I actually looked at my feet because I got flip-flops on. So for me, it's an easy decision to demo it and you know, make that part of the historic civic center. And I'm sure that Dr. Turner could find a lot of beautiful things to do with that space for events and whatnot. So I'm comfortable demoing it.
Only a quarter of it. I'm comfortable with demolishing it also, but there is, you were mentioning a space where it's temporary storage for Keep It Cozy, which is part of our homeless strategic. It plays a role in our systems of services, so wondering if we have had discussions about how it is or if we can find another space for that.
Karen's back there. Don't ask her.
Yeah. Does anyone know the answer for that?
We'll have Karen Roper come up and talk about that. She manages the contract. It is used for that. The contracts are sitting at, but she can come and speak to that a little bit.
Thank you. Oh, the K's are here. Oh, there we go. K squared.
We don't have special K with us today, Supervisor Spiegel, but you have K1 and K2. And also, Mayor, I wanted to let you know that I actually introduced Denzel as Denzel Washington to county staff. I did the same thing. And then he said he didn't want them to be disappointed.
Listen, I don't read things, you know. I'm like Ron Burgundy. You put it in front of me, I'm going to read it. Yeah.
Anyhow, Councilmember Casillas, thank you so much for asking that question. We knew from the beginning when this opportunity was considered by your council to have a lease license agreement with CityNet for this, that it wasn't something that was necessarily forever. Mm-hmm. I also think we didn't anticipate how hugely successful this program would be. It leverages a ton of resources with the community. And so when the city makes certain investments and things like sheltering and housing and outreach for our police department and CityNet, it's easy for the community to come in for certain types of donations. And they make huge investments in home furnishings, move-in kits, hygiene kits, really a whole array of different types of resources that we haven't at this point quantified in terms of a dollar amount, but it's amazing. In fact, I believe one of our parks commissioners, I did a presentation on Sunday. I saw this gentleman playing the guitar, and I was talking about Make It Cozy opportunities, and that church is like so excited to step up and partner with us. So, you know, this is obviously a policy decision, and in terms of impact and options, I think what we want you to know is that it is a critical part of the strategic plan. It's very popular today. It was talked at the Continuum of Care meeting, and they want to replicate it in other areas of the county because of the success that we have had. So what we would need to do is try to look for alternate locations, and that may end up costing money. The way that it works right now with the CityNet contract, we budget about $5,000 for Make It Cozy. Part of it is to pay for the lease license, for insurance, for repairs and things like that. So CityNet can charge the contract for that. But if we go find another space to have, because it's about 1,888 square feet between the Sallyport and the evidence room, I know K2 can talk about, she did some investigation before we had the privilege of having the old PD building. To have a space where you have the big roll-up doors, drive-in, in the warehouse, it's a really great space for that, but obviously there's also challenges, you know, with impacts from our unsheltered homeless. So for us, it's a policy decision. We would just need to go look for opportunities, and because it's such a hugely successful program to the strategic plan, we would present options back to you about alternative storage locations and costs. So K2, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Sure. Thank you very much. Well, first of all, kudos to the chief for his resources with patrol and for Hope Team for increasing resources over by Make It Cozy, because there have been changes in the last few months. So looking at these options here with no action for safety concerns down there, what I like about Make It Cozy is the central location. I mean, for CityNet to come by to look at what we have, there's enough square footage for the items of which they need, for the advocates to meet me there. There's easy access, as K1 described, with the truck loading, the unloading. The controlled access is important, the large bays, the large things that need to come in and out. The closing off the roll-off doors so that it is secure, either that or on the other side of the secure fencing. The organizing activity that needs to happen with larger volunteers is important. The cons is, again, it's in a central location. We're in transient row. Easy access, easy observations, easy inventory observations. We don't want the word to get out of what's going on at Make It Cozy, because it does become a possible target for break-ins, further break-ins. I've only been there, I've only observed one break-in, and not into the Make It Cozy section, but upstairs in the PD building. So it's by design, no signage, no advertising, and no client shopping, and that keeps the area safe from being a target. Whatever option is needed, I don't have any skin in the game. If it's to go away tomorrow, I'm okay with it. The last few months, though, on West 6th Street, it's been dynamically different. The comings and goings, I'm down there weekly, so I see the dynamics and how it's changing. Increased on-site trespassing and vandalism, and the nonprofit that's there, the nonprofits that are there on West 6th Street, they also see the increased traffic. And it's just not, it's not PD resources. It's a matter of, we've been answering calls on 911 and the like for decades in that area. It's just the dynamics of West 6th Street. So it's becoming more uncomfortable being down there, depending on it's not the regular homeless that are known, and their behavior is fine. They're very kind and get out of the way if we have operations going on. But it's the unknowns that we see more frequently, and everything from the vandalism and the deposits and all of that is just getting to the point where it is a safety concern. Is my 2 cents. So it creates a reluctancy to frequent Make It Cozy. So if we make changes to it and we find another place and we can look at enough square footage and easy access and control access at another place, we're going to do fine. This is our second location already. We made flexibility changes when the first one. We'll do it again. That's no problem. It won't impact what we do as far as that goes. But I think that the challenges, when I look at option 2, and I'll take off the MIC hat and put my resident hat on, when I see the creating green space in that, if it is demoed, and again, I don't give a kitty if it's demoed. I'm with the chief. We've moved on to another space to 7:30, and that was great. But to create more green space for events, okay, so you have 5 to 10 events a year maybe. The rest of the 355 days out of the year, it is that green space. And what's going on right now is availability for loitering and belongings, and it doesn't matter how much resources the chief has. It is what it is. It's been that way for quite a while. So when I see green space, I see an invitation for more transient, more loitering, to have that more activity. It's too inviting. My husband had an opinion. He thought it should be a parking lot because when you have events at Civic Center, there isn't enough parking. That way it's not inviting for more loitering and such, or maybe the county wants to use the courthouse and expand that. Maybe they'd want to buy it. I don't know. As far as Mick is concerned, though, we will be flexible and be able to find another space. I'm very confident.
Well, and I just want to say one more comment. Council, no matter what is decided, I just want to commend you for being entrepreneurial to approve this very creative concept that we believe can be replicated. So just thank you for your willingness to do that. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for that answer. That answers it. I was concerned about whether or not Make It Cozy would be okay, and it sounds like you will be absolutely okay, and maybe even it would be a welcome transition to a new phase of Make It Cozy.
We did originally discuss alternatives. We had actually a donor in town on District 4 who wanted to donate rental space for storage. But the dynamics and the volume and the large sizes would not lend itself to, we'd have to have 10 storage spaces. So I didn't feel comfortable accepting money for that. So we were just thankful that this opportunity was able to come about.
And there, to find an alternate space is going to cost more money. So that's just an implication to consider.
It is, but it is an element. Anyway, what I'm hearing is we're going to be okay, right?
We'll take the show on the road. Absolutely.
We're going to be all right. So good. That makes me happy. So that building, it was not original to the historic Civic Center, and it doesn't look original. I don't think it will be missed if demolished, and so I'm in favor of demolishing it, and I am in favor of a green space. Because I think it would make the space look really nice. There will always be maintenance costs, whether it's a parking lot or whether it's a green space. But at least with a green space, when we have our tree lighting ceremony or, future events that maybe close down 6th Street, it will be a gathering space for us rather than pavement. So I like option 2.
Councilman Richens?
Mr. Washington, this is a great slide, one of the best I've seen. And thanks to the K's, I trust if Make It Cozy needs help in the future, the city can jump in and will help jump in. I'm all for option 2. I'd like to go knock the building down myself. It's ugly. It needs to go, and I think there's a better future in store for that area.
Was there any consideration to selling that building to the private sector? None at all?
There wasn't.
Alrighty then. Is that an option that's even reasonable, you think, or?
Well, you can always pursue selling it. Someone could always buy it. I suppose one of the reasons why we didn't really go down that road is just because that's such a central part to our historic Civic Center areas that so far the feedback we've received is that that's kind of part of our future plans for community gathering space. And so selling that off and by splitting that off wasn't really something that we had heard suggested.
Okay. I think that there might be an opportunity for green space and parking. That's a pretty big site. If you scraped it, and you already have a parking lot there, so you might be able to incorporate both, because we do need the parking down there. But maybe let's just demolish it first, and we can have that discussion later. What we'd like to see.
And that's largely what we would propose to you at this point is demolish it if that's the direction of council, turn it into a green space, and then there are potential uses you could put that to. Yeah, do something with it later once we have sort of a master plan for that, a whole plaza. And an intelligent voice behind me did just mention the Surplus Lands Act if we decided to sell that building.
Thank you. I like number 2. I think before we proceed with the green space, I think maybe there's a discussion about, what our options are. I don't know if I want to spend $100,000 on something that we're going to do something different with later on. I know we have time, and that's actually my next question, is it what kind of timing? I know we have timing on the money. What kind of timing are we talking about?
So we'd have to go out to an RFP to get a contractor on site. You're probably looking at about 6 months before you're in and out at the end of the day. Just to go back, well, so far I already have majority saying go with option 2, but to speak to your point about green space, that's really just covering it with dirt and planting grass there. It's not intended to be an expensive thing. That's just the reality of what it costs to bring in a fill. We could scrape it and leave it a big dirt parking lot. We just didn't think that was a good use in the meantime because it's probably going to take a few years before you're ready to build something else.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know whether or not that meant like, any concrete or, because there's already asphalt there already. I don't know if we're going to leave that parking lot alone or, and I'm guessing this will come back to us at some point to chat about if the parking lot for the PD, that parking lot will be taken out as well. And then I also wanted to mention, if you go looking back of the old PD building, there is a ton of city stuff there, like a ton. Like there's decorations for the holiday lighting. There's, a lot of stuff. Do we have locations for that to go? Is that going to go to?
We do have additional warehouse space that we can put things like that.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I was thinking at corporate yard. Okay, great. Yeah, that's all. That's. I just wanted to make sure that we weren't going to be putting in a bunch of concrete or anything else to have to rip out later on, because people hate that. Yeah, I agree with Tom. It never fit. It's ugly as heck, and it needs to go. And then for future ideas, I think I've shared with you the original design for the old high school, and it'd be kind of cool to get something that complemented the architectural history, since it is on the only 3 buildings on the National Register of Historic Places in the city of Corona. All right, good, great. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Okay, next up, Viola Van, Management Analyst 2, will present on the community mural project. Actually, first we're going to see Dr. Turner.
Well, I have 2 minutes because you're out of here by 3 o'clock, so I'll cut right to the chase. Now, let me try to be quick. This is a wonderful project. I really want to thank Viola Van for doing a ton of research to bring this in front of you tonight or this afternoon. But I just wanted to let you know, this goes back to a request that you had that we explore a community mural project. So today's ask is that the City Council confirm your desire to move forward with a community mural project. And we want to talk about some preferred locations for the pilot, because we always think it's good to kind of start out with that. We'll be asking for you to look at some of the contenders we put together, which is Butterfield, Cresta Verde, or Promenade Park, as parks to be considered as the preferred location. And I went ahead in my slide. I'm sorry if that's confusing. The overview of today's presentation is going to be an introduction. We're going to talk about the proposed project overview and what that could look like. This is just philosophically for you to give us thumbs up, thumbs down on kind of the structure of how we go forward. We're going to talk about estimated costs and proposed funding, a proposed timeline, and proposed parks for the mural project. So the term mural making and wall art has dated back as early as the prehistoric era, where symbols were used to paint elaborative narratives on walls. As such, community art projects have long found their way into communities as opportunities to foster community, enhance a sense of belonging and social awareness, and to create connection to others, ourselves, and to place. This is a great segue into our proposed community mural project pilot. This project adheres to the city's strategic plan goal via Goal 5, Sense of Place, building community through celebrating our rich heritage, increasing access to recreational and cultural activities, and improving relationships between the city, its residents, and its community stakeholders. Our goal is to beautify a local park in the city of Corona as a pilot program to encourage local artists to engage in and tap into their sense of place here in our community. We'll be looking at the art groups that have been a part of our community-based organization, as well as the many art groups that we know in the community through our list of more than 400 nonprofits in the Corona area to help us move forward with bringing this vision to light. So what does the project overview look like? We would do a call for local artists. I've run a public art program before. This is a pretty standard way of doing it. There are list shares that you can do. We'll also do some outreach directly to like Corona Art Association and many others like that. We'll look at multiple ways of reaching out. We'll ask the artist to submit a biography. Once council has decided the place that you'd like to have this, we'll give them a photo of that space. We'll allow them also, if they want to come out and take tours of that space so they can look at it. We'll ask them to give us a draft of their idea or what their proposed kind of artwork would look like. And we want that to have a theme. So we want that theme to be really relevant to Corona, not just an abstract piece. And I'm not saying that abstract isn't beautiful, but what I am saying is that we wanted something that's really tied to Corona, whether that is about the park itself, the history of the city, or symbols of the city as just a few examples of proposed themes that we would ask them to do. What I do want to make clear is that we would offer stipends to the first 10 artists who do proposals, because I want to be clear that many artists are not compensated for their work. And if you're asking them to do a proposal, which means to design a mural of what they might want to do, we want to make sure that we're offering them at least a little bit of compensation for that time to do a proposal. It's very modest, but we think that will encourage some local artists who may not have either the time or financial capacity to do it without the stipend to become a part of our pool for consideration. Staff will review the submissions and narrow it down to 5 that we think really capture what we're looking for. We would bring that then to the Parks and Recreation Commission, seeing as this pilot program takes place in parks, so that's the reason we would bring it to them. And they would whittle that 5 down to 3. We would take it to the City Council, who would take that 3 down to 2. And then we would want to put that out, much like we do for the theme contest, to the Corona community for people to vote on what they'd like to see in their parks. And then we'd announce the community's selection at a city council meeting. We would call for community volunteers we would have a very specific cleanup of the park and the park area to prepare for the painting. And then we would have the artists complete the mural at the selected park. And then we would review and solicit feedback, assess interest levels, and adjust and create a program as necessary that could be citywide. So the project process would be that we'd issue a request for proposals, we gather community input from surrounding neighbors residing around where the mural is going to be located about what they'd like to see. We conduct a community survey to decide on the mural of choice, and then we just assess the success of the pilot program and report back to the City Council to see if you wanted to expand that mural program to be citywide. So this is what we're thinking in estimated costs. We think we would have a submittal stipend, and that's for the first 10 submittals, allowing them to get $150 of compensation for the preparation of their submittal. We think it would cost about $300 in staff time, and that's just application approval, site review, vendor coordination. We want to offer $10,000 for the selected muralist as compensation for their mural. And we have checked that with surrounding cities that do have mural programs, and that's compensations run right now between $10,000 and $15,000 for full wall murals. We would have the volunteer cleanup. That would not cost anything. We would assume that the paint cost is the foundational paint. This is not the paint of the mural. The paint of the mural is covered in the compensation for the artist. This is the foundational costs of how they want that base foundation to put their mural upon. And then we would work with them. Every artist, I've done multiple murals, as I said, and every artist has a preferred graffiti protective coating that they like to use on their work. But roughly that's about $2.50 a square foot, so that you can put that almost like a shellac. That's not really an artistic term, but you get what I'm saying, to cover and protect the mural from graffiti, so that we can go ahead and make sure that it doesn't get damaged. So here's some of the potential park locations. We looked at Butterfield Park. This is a park that gets a lot of use. It's one that we talked about in field maintenance standards. This has many families coming here for softball and baseball. So we have the restroom structure, the back of the restroom structure. It's about 60 by 8 on the long side and 40 by 8 on the short side. It's 800 square feet. So we think a completed mural would be $10,000, staff time $300, $150 for the submittal, meaning that here to do the piece at Butterfield would probably, we're estimating at little over $12,000. Cresta Verde, the mural location that we're offering here is the playground wall. We thought this might be exciting to enhance that new playground equipment that we put in at Cresta Verde. That's 60 foot by 3 foot, and again, it is because it's a smaller space, it's a little bit less expensive. That runs just under $11,000 for that one. And then Promenade Park location, so that would also be the restroom structure, and we think that would run just about the same as Butterfield, so that's about $12,850. The proposed timeline is that we would deliver on this and the mural would be up by summer of 2023. We believe that it would take us, that we would do a quarterly budget adjustment in 2023. We do the call for the artists in the fall of 2022. In the winter, we begin the selection of artwork and the engagement with the community. We really want to make sure that the community around the park selected are really interested in having this mural and feel that they have some ownership in it. We will work with the artists to see if there's volunteer opportunities for community members to help in the execution. We've done that before, where the artist kind of does all the lines and the community members get to actually paint within the lines. We hope we would have the mural complete by the spring of 2023, and that we would bring a review and assessment of the success of the program back to the council in the summer of 2023. So today's ask is that the council confirm its desire to proceed with a community mural project and this pilot that we're offering, and that you let us know which selection of park you'd like to start with, and then we would come back to you with further options if this program is successful. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Ann. Let's see, we'll start with Councilmember Casillas.
Thank you. So I'm really glad that we're seeing this again. I remember when we had talked about this, I really wanted to see this come forward, because there was a period there where we were seeing our neighboring cities get essentially grants from private entities to create community art pieces. And I'm thinking there were neighboring cities in the IE that were having like their basketball courts repainted, and it became not just art in the community, but an activity that the community did together. And it's in that same vein as like our Corona Beautiful events, that you build community through service, and so the act itself is almost of more value than the output. So anyhow, I'm glad that we're finally having this conversation. One of my questions was whether or not the community would be able to participate in painting. And I've heard a bit of like the pros and cons to that, but what I'm hearing is that it would depend on whether or not the artist feels comfortable, the selected artist. Okay, and I'm okay with that. I would want to see if, just like the utility box program, where we're encouraging donations from private companies to sponsor a utility box, if we could open this mural project up for a possible sponsor as well. And I'm thinking specifically, I forget who it is that sponsored these court beautifications, but I can look into it and say like, hey, would you be open to a different version of that, right? Because my understanding was they provided the community the funds and really were kind of hands-off on the execution and the decision of it, which is fantastic. Like, just give us the money, right? So, okay, so I would like to see an encouragement of private dollars. I really would love to encourage the artist to allow for the community to participate. And then I love the idea that we're stipending artists for the creation of their ideas. That's really awesome. And then with the selection of the parks, you know, when I look at these 3 parks and I think about their usage, I think about their size, where they're located at. The things that I would want to know before deciding is, like, which park gets the most usage, which is Butterfield, and then which is the most visible to the community at large.
So I think visible to the community at large becomes sort of subjective, unfortunately. So, I mean, where the Cresta Verde playground is, if you drove by Cresta Verde, you would never see it. You would only see it if you were on the playground.
Exactly.
On both of the bathroom structures, Promenade and Butterfield, you could see that driving by.
Yeah, I think that's important.
Yeah.
I would also be curious about because some communities are pursuing art in a way to not just get their community engaged, but how it could lower graffiti or crime in the area, how to, inject some positive energy into it. Between Butterfield and Promenade, which 2 parks gets the most crime activity? Maybe that's something the chief can answer.
Sure. I mean, I would say from graffiti reports, we probably have more graffiti currently, but again, it comes in waves. Currently, we have more graffiti at Promenade than we do at Butterfield. I don't know if that...
I'll rely on you for that.
Yeah.
And then crime?
Between
Butterfield and Promenade?
Promenade's probably busier.
Yeah. So for those reasons, I questions of whether or not to move it forward, I'm a yes, and I would love to see more community engagement and possible private donation. And which location? For the reasons of visibility, crime, graffiti, I would go with Promenade. Thank you.
I love everything about this. It's great and wonderful and beautiful. I'm very untalented in art, and so I respect people that can do art, and this is going to make the city beautiful, and I can't say enough good things about it. And I did want to say one good thing about it. I really like that you've included the Parks and Recs Commission, so they'll narrow it down to 3, and then the council sees 2 or something like that. And this is very well done. Thank you.
Was there a location you had in mind that you wanted to give direction on?
Whatever Ann says is good for me.
She gave 3 options. You can pick one of them if you'd like.
What did Jackie say?
Jackie said Promenade.
I'll go with Promenade.
Thank you so much.
All right, I'll give you your 3rd Promenade, all right? I think we could also include the community with applying the base paint, couldn't we? And if they've done that, then they're part of watching this thing come to life. And then also, as we look into the private sector assistance or sponsorships, we have a new cannabis industry that's looking to make things happen in the city, and I think that'd be a good option to try to tap in and see if they're interested in sponsoring a park mural. So that's all.
I love this idea as well. My one concern is we have listed an RFP process, and I'm not 100% certain that artists would be able to go through our RFP process. Is it going to be scaled down a little bit?
It's very different. So
Okay.
we would work with, there's a listserv for artists that are interested in murals. So there is an art list that goes to all of Southern California. So we can send it out to all of Southern California, making clear on the stipulation that we're interested in local artists. We would work with the Corona Art Association, particularly saying we're really looking for a local Corona artist. So there's lots of options of the way we can get this out, and most muralists that do public murals have to go through an RFP process. It's not like a public project RFP. It's very simple. The biggest issue for them is the creation of the work, right, to put with their proposal.
Okay, thank you I just wanted to make sure it wasn't going to be a process that might be difficult for somebody that's not used to that type of process.
And we're happy to help them and walk them through it.
With the expansion of the Alcoa Dike project, Butterfield Park's visibility from Smith is probably going to be reduced as just a drive-by. I mean, from Butterfield Road is going to be closed for a while until they finish that project. But I actually really, really love this idea. I'd love to be able to whittle it down and say it was a Corona artist that did it. That would, I think, be a lot more special. But I got out the calculator, so I didn't do the math incorrectly. And I actually would like to make an alternate motion. I'd like to do all 3 projects. I think the cost is not a whole lot of money, and I think that all 3 projects can get done, and it may open up some options for an artist that, if for instance, if we picked Promenade and the Cresta Verde was a better setting for the art that they had in mind or something along those lines, I'd like to do all 3 of them. And I think that you can get it done in a year.
Thank you for your confidence.
Thank you. Yeah, I echo the group here. Yeah, I think it's great. We've been talking about this now for 3 years, having good public art, and this is the next evolution of it. So I love it. I think that as for the location, it's interesting. When I first saw this presentation, I had this thought of being in Seattle and turning down an alley, and all of a sudden you see this amazing art. And there's this whole kind of thing called hidden art and not so hidden art, but it creates a desire for people to find it. So if we publicize it, if people find it. So listen, it'd be great to have it to be visible for everybody to see, and if we could have something that, set up a couple hundred feet in the air and everybody could see it, that's wonderful. But, I hate to limit the idea of a location just because of people can't see it unless they're right on top of it. So I'm as a preferred location, I agree that Promenade's probably the one that could use the beautification and a little bit of attention, especially as of late. And I like that idea. But I agree with the Vice Mayor. I think that we're not talking about a lot of money. So I'd like to see some options for maybe all 3. And I know that's only 2 of us right now. I don't know if there's a.
Well, can I ask you a kind of workload? This group is doing 3 master plans and lots of other things going on. I know I asked for a little mercy. Let's finish one and see how
So maybe the idea is.
Mayor, can I interject?
I have an idea, but yeah.
Go ahead, please.
No, I was just going to say, I think that we start with 1, but we plan on doing all 3 in a time frame that meets what the department can handle. But do you have authorization from at least 4 of us to do all 3?
Looks like we have a majority, and we can work on a timeline that's manageable with those.
Okay. Yeah, and I love the idea of trying to find ways to invite the public financing of this and work out what that would look like and how we would go about it, because I think that also drives ownership too, not from a practical sense, but from a sense that community pride thing, and it isn't just an artist did it and the only people that see it are people at the park. So yeah, love it.
And if we start with 1, we may get somebody to do the other 2, right? So they see what it looks like. They come out that way. There's always ways to kind of tipple it so they can see that we are capable of actually doing it.
And frankly, the 2 are buildings that are pretty much the same size, and the other one's kind of funky and different. And Maybe the artist, if they have an option and they want to, with their small stipend, they want to give an idea of what they would do on one of the alternatives. That might be an option as well.
Thank you very much for your direction.
Great, thank you. Okay, that brings us to our last item, which is public comment. No, I'm just kidding. Council member comments. I have only 4 pages worth. Just kidding. So with that, we're going to adjourn, and our next meeting. Oh, you guys have a comment? You want to talk? Sure, go ahead.
We're doing comments, right?
If you'd like.
Yeah, I would like.
Okay.
And this is just a big shout out. So walking through City Hall for the last couple of weeks, there's been a tension in the air. There's been people running around, getting these folders ready and these presentations ready. There's been great attention to details. And it's very visible to me that a lot of people have put their hearts into these projects. And I got here early this morning, and the city manager beat me here, and he was making sure that every I has been dotted and every T has been crossed. And it's very impressive, the work that goes into these presentations and how flawless and perfect they are. The desire to impress the council by everyone that has participated is truly notable. And I honestly believe that everyone that has presented here today, including Denzel Washington, has served the city with their good efforts and their hearts, and I just want to point that out. Thank you.
No, it's actually. I'm going to do what my colleague here does during council meetings, and everything that he said, I just want to say thank you. You guys did a great job.
And I'm going to stay quiet.
Okay. Yeah, I echo. It was really nice to see, and I do love these workshops. Looking forward to spring. Mr. Ellis, would you like to add anything?
Sounds like most of it's been said. We appreciate council's time and attention. I know that we just dumped a lot of information at you, so we appreciate your attention to all this. This is what helps propel us forward. Of course, no final decisions were made. Anything needs to have formal council approval. Those will all come back to a future council meeting. And just to echo, huge shout out to all of your staff here that came today, and some of them have left, but they put in a ton of work into this, and so really proud of them and grateful for their efforts. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, great. So with that, we'll go to adjournment, and our next meeting, the City Council, is Wednesday, October 5th. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you.